Tech Thursdays. I know your fat asses are ready for some facts and laughs, so let's get into it. Look, I'm not sure if you saw the press conference for the upcoming exhibition fight of Ryan Garcia versus Ruquilla Anfo.
Bruh.
It took place in LA on Tuesday,
Bruh.
and I was not there because Ryan's team thought they could negotiate this entire deal behind my back.
Huh?
Everyone is aware I have the global rights to Ryan Garcia's fight. So what the fuck? When you sign a contract, it means it's legally binding and means you must abide by the terms or risk getting sued.
Bruh.
Which is what we unfortunately have to do if Golden Boy is not included in this fight. And for any asshole who says I'm trying to block this fight,
Bruh.
you are stupid and wrong. I want Ryan to make money. I want him to fight. But I demand he honors his contract.
Bruh.
I mean, let's say you grew some balls and started a business. Will you, as the owner, let things slide and give certain people a pass?
What?
Will you just take it in the ass? No, you wouldn't. And neither am I. In other news, Shakur Stevenson versus William Cepeda was all set to happen until William injured his hand while fighting Tevin Farmer last weekend.
Bruh.
So you would naturally think Shakur would start targeting, I don't know, a Frank Martin or a Murataya, some other world champion, right?
Oh, no.
Shakur and Lonesome
Bruh.
Eddie made an offer to my 22-year-old prospect, Kid Austin, who has no world championship experience.
Come on, man.
This is exactly what I mean when I say
Bruh.
Eddie doesn't know how to build a career.
Bruh.
Look, Bob Arum built Shakur Stevenson to become a world champion. And in his first
Bruh.
fight with Matchroom, you actually want to put him in
Bruh.
with a prospect, Eddie?
Come on now, dog.
I didn't think it could get any lower for you, but it does.
Bruh.
And that brings me to my next topic. So, Eddie,
Bruh.
you made a fool of yourself in the ring in Dallas after the Katie Taylor fight. And the co-founder of Jake Paul's company, Most Valuable Promotions, Nakisa Bidarian, is questioning your erratic behavior.
I think what's really telling is if you go to the Matchroom social media handles, post fight, they didn't post Katie Taylor.
Bruh.
They posted the 126 fighter that they have from Sky Nicholson.
Bruh.
Why are you positioning her against Amanda versus celebrating Katie's massive moment?
Bruh.
I think I may know the answer. It's no secret Eddie and Sky Nicholson have been linked romantically since 2022. Rumors have been flying throughout the boxing community about them for years. And as I investigate further, it's becoming clear that there's likely some unethical and preferential treatment happening here.
Bruh.
Here you are in Miami with Sky outside a club. You look mighty uncomfortable walking away from the camera as soon as you saw it. You guys look pretty cozy. Eddie, when you should have been focused on promoting the trilogy between Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, which would likely be the biggest women's fight ever in history, you were focused immediately on setting up your rumored girlfriend to fight Amanda Serrano? You made it too obvious, my man. No wonder you're like, what, 0-16 this year? You're distracted as hell.
Bruh.
Eddie,
Bruh.
I know you're a trust fund kid, and nobody showed you how men are supposed to behave.
Bruh.
So here's a few lessons.
Bruh.
We don't get our steaks well done.
Bruh.
We don't wear like baby B. Jordans.
Bruh.
We don't go to brunch.
Bruh.
And we sure as hell don't where we eat.
Bruh.
Get it together, dude. And I guess I was wrong about one thing. You're not Lonesome Eddie. You're linked to several women. So you're phony Eddie.
Bruh.
And Canelo,
Bruh.
I'm glad you're eating turkey today because your beef is tainted. But remember,
Oh man, Oscar De La Hoya, what you doing? Yo, Oscar De La Hoya throws a big bombshell on his clapback Thursdays. But before I start, smash that like button and let me give a big shout out to all the Americans. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans, bro. I know the Americans are going to be eating a lot of turkey. Those Americans today are turkeyed out, eating turkey sandwiches, turkey legs, and turkey all fucking day and night. You know what I mean? So happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans out there who are loving it out there. But you know what? We don't eat turkey till Christmas over here. But the Americans are getting turkey on fucking Thanksgiving. What do they eat on Christmas dinner? Because over here, we have a lot of turkey on Christmas dinner, bro. You know what I mean? But big shout out to all the people that must be getting drunk, getting high, and eating that turkey. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's talk about Oscar De La Hoya and his clapback Thursdays. And we're supposed to be getting a guest. Yeah, your mate, Rick Glazier, who's celebrating Thanksgiving, said he's going to come on for a little short time. So we're supposed to see Rick Glazier in a bit. But boy, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we learned a lot from Oscar De La Hoya's Clapback Thursday. And I'm sure if you haven't heard it, you need to go rewind and hear it again. Oscar De La Hoya let off a lot of shit on his Clapback Thursday, bro. Oscar De La Hoya says, wow, let's go straight to this one. Now, Kid Austin and his dad, and we know that we had Kid Austin over here a couple of weeks ago. And you've been hearing Kid Austin and his dad going everywhere. And I'm sure his dad said that we already had a meeting with Oscar De La Hoya. But Oscar De La Hoya says Bruh, you guys want to fight a prospect? He's only 22 years old? Well, let's stop right there. 22 years old was when Devin Haney became a champion. 22 years old is when fucking Tiafimo went to become a champion. At 22 years old, many guys like Floyd Mayweather, like Wilfredo Benitez, like Salvador Sanchez, and many, many fighters at that age, if they wanted to prove it, they were the guys that will go and prove it, including Muhammad Ali. So, Oscar De La Hoya says that Kid Austin is just a prospect, and you guys want to fight my prospect? So that tells me that Oscar De La Hoya is not confident and he is not backing Kid Austin, bro. He's trying to say that Kid Austin is not ready for no Shakur Stevenson. And you heard that from Oscar De La Hoya. So now, I need to go back from today's Clapback Thursday to last week's Clapback Thursday. What did Oscar De La Hoya say last week? Oscar De La Hoya said the only people that are not making the fights are the fighters. The only people who don't want to fight are the fighters. The fighters are making it hard to make the fights. Well, right now, Oscar De La Hoya is sounding like a hypocrite because he was saying that fighters were ducking, but now Kid Austin's been offered the fight from Eddie Hearn and Shakur Stevenson, but Oscar De La Hoya sounding like, now he's saying that his fighter's not ready, that Kid Austin is just a prospect. So there's been a lot of back and forth on Twitter regarding this situation where Kid Austin he's meant to be fighting Shakur Stevenson, right? But his own promoter doesn't believe in Kid Austin yet. He believes Kid Austin needs to, continue with his journey and have experience and build himself to become a world-class fighter. So Oscar De La Hoya basically saying that Kid Austin is not ready, right? So Shakur Stevenson now, after going back and forth with Kid Austin all that time, right? Is it now all fake that this fight ain't gonna happen? So the latest after that is that Kid Austin said, no, the fight is still gonna happen. Yeah, Kid Austin's dad came out on Twitter and told Shakur Stevenson, I messaged Oscar De La Hoya and I told Oscar De La Hoya, we ready for the fight? And Oscar De La Hoya, he showed him Oscar De La Hoya's message on Twitter, and he showed him Oscar De La Hoya's message to say, look, I can build your fighter, but if you want the fight, we're going to make the fight. So now, from what we're understanding, that the fight is still on, right? Even though that the promoter is not really, not really appreciative of putting Kid Austin in that fight with Shakur Stevenson. But the fight is still on. From what we're seeing on Twitter, that even though Oscar De La Hoya doesn't approve of the fight with Kid Austin against Shakur, that on Twitter, Kid Austin's dad is saying that Oscar will still make the fight. Now, Oscar criticized Tim Tszyu team for putting in Tim versus Bakram. Oscar just another boxing spin doctor. I'm so over the bullshit talk, says Joe. But listen to this, Joe. At the end of the day, last week, Oscar De La Hoya was saying that he fucking wants the fighters are the ones who are not making the fight. But this week, he's saying, oh, my fighter's not ready. I mean, which one is it? Is Oscar becoming a hypocrite now? Is Oscar playing two sides of the game? Oscar's being two-faced, you know what I mean? But anyway, is Oscar trying to keep his fighters and trying to protect his fighters now? Is Oscar playing a protection racket for William Zepeda and Kid Austin? Yeah, it don't look good, does it? But look, at the end of the day, let's see if this fight is still going to happen with Shakur Stevenson versus Kid Austin, right? Now, the other thing is, which was a little bit by surprise, is, did you hear what Oscar De La Hoya said about Eddie Hearn? Bro, Oscar De La Hoya is exposing Eddie Hearn in a different level. Oscar De La Hoya is taking these Clapback Thursdays real personal. What he said about Eddie Hearn, woo, he's saying that Eddie Hearn is basically having an affair, yeah? And he's having an affair with the Australian fighter, which is Sky Nicholson. Yeah? That there's a reason why Eddie Hearn is pushing Sky Nicholson, because Sky Nicholson is his piece on the side. Wow. Now, Eddie Hearn, he's got a lovely family. He's got a few children, right? He's got a few kids and a wife. And Oscar De La Hoya is out there exposing Eddie Hearn, saying that Eddie Hearn is actually having an affair and he's fucking Sky Nicholson, bro. Wow, Eddie Hearn, man. He's trying to say Eddie's got his leg over the Australian finest Sky Nicholson. And that's why Eddie Hearn is pushing Sky Nicholson to fight Amanda Serrano. Wow, Oscar De La Hoya is definitely going somewhere else. Oscar De La Hoya is going somewhere else with this. Man, this is crazy. They took it down, that part of the video, on all of it. They took it down. His socials, Fight Hype must be powerful, and still on there though. Man, I would too. I've only seen her in her boxing kit. I didn't realize she looked like that. Hey, look, man, there's been rumors that Eddie Hearn has been seen with Sky Nicholson a couple of places. And there are rumors that those were from back in the day. But Oscar De La Hoya is bringing that to the front fire. Oscar De La Hoya is exposing Eddie Hearn to say that Eddie is basically got his leg over, yeah, on Sky Nicholson. He said, Eddie, man, that is crazy, bro. Woo! Eddie Hearn's out there being a dirty, dirty one, eh? Dirty old Eddie. Dirty old Eddie, man. But yo, stay with me. Let me see if I can get Rick Glaser over here. And let me see if we can send Rick Glaser the link. We're going to catch up with Rick Glaser after he was sick. But yeah, smash that like button. And to everyone who's celebrating, happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans that come on this channel. You know what I mean? But yeah. But yo, Oscar De La Hoya. Is Oscar De La Hoya being a hypocrite? Is Oscar De La Hoya now trying to protect his fighters? Yes or no? And I'll be back.
What up?
How are you?
I'm great.
Can we meet you?
My name is Tunde Tupac, aka the Rap Killer,
Tunde Tupac.
the Rap Flexer, kill them all.
Your
Rappers.
name.
Your name is
Tunde
Tunde.
Tupac.
Tunde Tupac.
You can write the Rap Killer there.
But Tunde is your
It's
name.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Tunde, with your dressing, I know the kind of song that you're about to present.
Yes.
So you want to tell us about it?
Just rap game. I kill the rap game because the haters want us down, but they're not gonna get us.
You don't
Calm
need to
down.
tell us about the haters now.
Rappers, right? You're a
Yes.
rapper.
I'm a rapper.
Good. Let's hear you.
Check it. Ha ha. Check it. Ha ha ha. Check it. Check it. Check it. I rule everywhere. I rule. They want to take me down, but they cannot take me down. Yeah. I rule New York. I rule Lagos to Atlanta. We go to Chicago. Check me out. Check my game. My game is tight. All the haters, I shoot them in the brain. Boom, boom, boom. I've been around with my guys, 50 Cent, Tupac, Biggie, Snoop Dogg. We're all in this game together because I kill them all. I kill Tupac and I kill Biggie. I kill them all because they can't contain my rap game.
Hey!
It's off the
Wait,
hook because I'll
calm
kill
down.
you all now.
No, calm down. You killed?
You killed who?
It's just a lyric. Don't fear.
Lyric.
Your lyric
Hey.
will put you in trouble. You have to be very careful. You don't just go about saying things that you don't know.
It's a rap game. That's how it is.
Oh, okay.
How old are you?
I've been in this game for more than 20 years.
How old are
What's
you?
it?
I'm 15 years old.
What?
Just forget my age. Just focus on how long I've been in the game.
And you know Tupac. You know Snoop Dogg. You know
By the
50
grace of
Cent.
God, we met in the States.
Oh.
Which state?
Akwa Ibom.
This guy.
You're just a joker. You know what? Just go. We'll get
Just-
back to you.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me now? Loud and clear, can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me again. So, if for the ones who haven't watched the Clapback Thursdays with Oscar De La Hoya, can you hear me? Loud and clear. Mic check. All right, good. So, for the ones who haven't heard the Clapback, if you've heard it, Oscar De La Hoya did go in and speak about a lot of stuff. And he tried to, Oscar De La Hoya saying that Kid Austin, basically, he's not ready for this fight. And Eddie Hearn is offering the fight to Kid Austin, and Oscar De La Hoya seems not to be approving the fight. You know what I mean? So, Kid Austin's dad has come on social media saying that he spoke to Oscar De La Hoya, and Oscar De La Hoya has had a change of mind and allowing the fight to happen. But it seems to me that Oscar's trying to block it. That Oscar De La Hoya don't want that fight with Shakur Stevenson and Kid Austin. But last week, Oscar De La Hoya said that he wants his fighters to fight everyone. And the fighters are the ones who are blocking the fights. But now it seems like Oscar De La Hoya is trying to block this fight. Or he wants to build Kid Austin to become ready for those world level opportunities. Right? And Kid Austin's been going back and forth with Shakur Stevenson the last few days. So we don't know if that fight's going to happen now. You know, it don't seem like Oscar De La Hoya is happy with Kid Austin wanting to fight Shakur. So let me just say this. At the end of the day, to me, I don't know how Oscar De La Hoya can say last week that the fighters are the ones who are blocking the fight. And today, he's showing that, he don't want his fighter to go and try and do something great. You know what I mean? But anyway, so Oscar De La Hoya takes digs at Eddie Hearn and says that Eddie Hearn, he's doing a lot of capping and basically saying that Eddie Hearn is having an affair and exposing Eddie Hearn's private life. Eddie Hearn's married, and he's showing that Eddie Hearn is having an affair out there, you know what I mean, with the Australian boxer Sky Nicholson. Yo, today's clapback is crazy. And then Oscar De La Hoya says that he's going to sue Ryan Garcia's team. Oscar De La Hoya saying that he will sue Ryan Garcia and Ryan Garcia's team because there's a contract in place. And if you don't go and oblige by the contract, Oscar De La Hoya saying that he don't even approve Ryan Garcia's exhibition fight. You get me? He's even saying that he don't even approve of this. Yo, Oscar De La Hoya, you need to get the blessings of Oscar. Oscar will cock block everybody that fights with him. But yo, let me see if we can get your mate Rick Glazier over here for your Thanksgiving special. Give me a sec. And let's see, we should have Rick Glazier here in a minute. Give me a second. Let me set it up. I don't know, he's supposed to come in a minute. Give me a sec. Well, anyway, so the Ryan Garcia exhibition fight, yeah, with a Japanese guy, it don't look like that's going to happen. Yeah. Oscar De La Hoya said that ain't happening. You ain't gone through me. Oscar De La Hoya goes, what, you think I'm a fucking idiot? You need to go through me. You are exclusively signed to Golden Boy. So he goes, that fight ain't happening, bro. And that Kid Austin and Shakur Stevenson, I don't think Oscar De La Hoya is approved of that fight. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. And Eddie Hearn is having an affair, woo, with Sky Nicholson. Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yeah, let's see Eddie Hearn's side piece. Oscar De La Hoya is trying to say that girl over there next to Eddie. Ah, look who we got. We got only Rick Glazier in the house. Rick, people were worried about you. They thought you were sick. You were sick. We couldn't hear your voice the other day.
I'm still sick. I'm laying in bed, but I'm doing what I got to do. What's happening?
Well, you can't be that badly sick, Rick. You were doing a big international deal, while everyone's celebrating Thanksgiving, mate.
Yeah, but it's I got to do what I got to do. I just said it.
No, I hear you, Rick. Well, nice seeing you back, chirpy as well. Bit worried about you when you said you couldn't even speak the other day. So
Yeah,
nice to
two
see
days
you
I
back,
couldn't
Rick.
even talk. I couldn't even talk. The voice was that bad.
Anyway,
What's
Rick,
happening?
people call you Slick Rick. That's a wording out there, Slick Rick. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's par for the course. When I came into business, not too long after, Don King started calling me Slick Rick. So there you go.
They say that a lot in England. Yeah, you are Slick Rick.
Yeah, I don't.
Anyway, Rick, so I'm going to go to a couple of things that's going on, especially with the latest news out there. We need to talk about, and I don't know if you've been in touch with boxing on the social media as much since you've been sick,
I have
but
been because I've had nothing to do but lay here and be sick. So yeah, I've been paying attention.
anyway, we want your opinion on this. So, as you know, Shakur Stevenson was lined up to fight Zapata, right?
Right. You're right.
Zapata had a fight with Tevin Farmer, and it seems that Zapata's hand got injured.
Yep.
And Shakur Stevenson has been going back and forth with the number two after Zapata in the sanctioning body, which is Floyd Schofield.
Yep.
And Shakur Stevenson and Floyd Schofield came on the channel last week, says he wants that fight. He was over here with his dad.
Yep.
So they've been going back and forth. So Eddie Hearn made an offer to Floyd Schofield and for a fight with Shakur Stevenson.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
Now, Oscar De La Hoya comes out today on his Clapback Thursdays and says Eddie and Shakur should be, what did he say? Ashamed of themselves, sending me a contract for him to fight my 22-year-old prospect. Right? Now, there's been a lot of shit going back in social media that Shakur and Floyd Schofield is a load of bullshit, and Floyd Schofield's doing nothing but clout chasing when his own promoter does not believe in him. What do you think of that?
I'm not saying his own promoter doesn't believe in him, but he's a 22-year-old kid, and
No, he doesn't believe in him to fight this fight. But what Oscar did say is, I know how to make world champions, and I know how to make
right. And
champions
this isn't the
stay
way to
as a
do it.
world champion.
Yeah, this isn't the way to do it. I agree with Oscar.
I mean, I know you guys say that you agree with as a business, but there has been a lot of back and forth with Floyd Schofield and Shakur, and they want the fight. And they also came out on social media and said, well, Oscar said, if you guys really want the fight, then you can fight him. But it's like, you know, they don't want to be known as ducks. If they don't fight, they're going to be known as a duck.
That's all right. He could be known as a lot worse too. So what the fuck, you know?
All right. The other thing now, Rick, Oscar De La Hoya has exposed some of Eddie Hearn's business by saying that Eddie Hearn is favoring a fighter, Sky Nicholson, because he's having an affair with her on his Clapback Thursdays. What do you think of that?
Well, it's the truth. Everybody knows it. I mean, it's been out there for a long time. I don't know if Oscar just found out about it or what, or if Eddie pissed him off or what, but it's been out there for a while. I mean, it's not a secret.
Yeah, but isn't that going a bit too far between businesses of boxing with promoters?
No, nothing goes too far. That's the way the business is. Believe me, if Eddie had something bad on fucking an Oscar, he'd do the same fucking thing. Believe me, that's just the way it works.
Okay, you're right about that. Eddie Hearn has no respect for Oscar when it comes to both of those guys, because even Eddie Hearn will say, "Look at him, he takes cocaine. Yeah, you know, he's with this, he's doing that." He tries to expose him as well in other ways where he goes low.
Right.
But this is something that the social media is like. I don't know if everybody's trying to keep quiet about it. It was something people heard about before, that Eddie Hearn is actually, that's his side piece or his side chick. His bit on the side is Sky Nicholson.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Eddie Hearn's got a lot of money. He can get a better side chick than that. Jesus Christ. Whew. Talk about bad taste in women. Woo.
I mean, it is what it is. You guys are ruthless. Oscar De La Hoya has become a bit ruthless when it comes to people crossing his path. He is going in and saying things like that. But now I want your opinion on this. Last week he said the fighters are the ones which are difficult and they don't make the fights. And I can't get fighters. I can't
As a general rule, he's correct. As a general rule, he's correct.
He said fighters are difficult sometimes. They don't want to make the fight. We can't force them. It's like
Correct. But then on the flip side, Oscar's trying to say, hey, you know, Floyd, you're not ready for this fight, and Floyd wants to jump to it because it's a lot of money.
Yes,
Because he's
that's
never
my
seen
next
that
question.
kind of money. So you got to sort of control the fighter, and sometimes it doesn't happen that way.
But Oscar's sounding like a hypocrite when he says that. Last week he says it's the fighters. This week he says
No. You're missing the situation. When you try to make a fight that a fighter's supposed to take, then they don't want the fight because they're afraid to lose their zero. Then when you don't want them to take a fight because they're not ready for the fight, the idiot fighter wants to jump to the money. It's just the way it works. Not being a hypocrite. He's telling you like it is.
I mean, you can say that, but then only he says a fighter doesn't want to make the fight, and now he wants to save a prospect from actually fighting somebody trying to be great.
No, because the guy's not ready. That's why he's a prospect.
But why is he number 2?
Well, that you have to ask the organizations that.
You know,
I
it
mean,
seems to me fighters want to try and make an opportunity when they do, but then is it a promoter who needs to advise the fighter to let him know, don't get antsy. I need you to get to the world champion level so you can keep a belt. I don't want you to just go and make quick money. I want you to be a champion.
right.
I
Well,
want you to stay a champion.
that's what Oscar's saying by saying this about Floyd Schofield. You know, it's a juggling act,
Mm.
and he's not being a hypocrite. It's a juggling act. He's correct.
Mm. I mean, okay. I mean, look, at the end of the day, right? Eddie Hearn and Oscar have got a bit of beef. It's very open. They got a bit of beef. And it just seems to me this has gone a bit far with Oscar De La Hoya really exposing Eddie for his personal life. You don't think it's behind the line. You think this is just
No,
what it is.
because if Eddie had the same kind of shit on Oscar, he'd do the same fucking thing. Who we shitting here?
Okay, now let's talk about the business. Did you see the Ryan Garcia press conference with the Japanese dude for the
No,
exhibition?
no, I don't watch such horse shit.
Okay, so Ryan Garcia had an exhibition. A lot of people from boxing turned up. It was a big media press conference like it was Ryan versus Tank. Anyway, Oscar De La Hoya now is saying that that fight is a fight that is not approved by him, and he will sue Ryan Garcia's team if they don't oblige by their contract. What do you think of that?
I think he's 100% right.
Yeah, but he might be right. But what is going on? I mean, how is
Yeah, the
this going
promoter,
back?
the fighter has to follow his contract. All Oscar is asking is for Ryan to live up to his contract. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, but now I want to ask you this. You saying that Oscar's right in the guy being a prospect, but he's number two. And you said him being only 22, but Muhammad Ali was 22 when he beat Liston.
So
Tiafimo
what?
was 22 when he
So
became a
what?
champion.
Everybody's
Devin
development.
Haney was 22 when he became a champion.
Right? What's his name? Schofield just came off a tough fight over a guy 20-3. It wasn't supposed to give him a tough fight,
Yeah.
and he looked a little shaky at times. Wouldn't you say in the third round, the 11th round,
Yeah,
you looked
yeah,
a
no,
little
no.
shaky?
There was a few rounds and he got fatigue at the end.
Well,
In the 11th and 12th round, he got fatigued and he also turned his back. So that was a bad move from him. But the problem here is Oscar wasn't impressed with that last performance with him. But him and his dad have been very vocal. They've been going on every channel saying they want the fight. What do you do in that position, Rick, if the father and the son wants to fight and the promoter?
I wouldn't succumb if I was Oscar. I wouldn't succumb to them. Now, if I was a promoter who needed the money, that's a different issue. But Oscar doesn't need money.
He's more into building the fight with
Right. He wants
building a
to do long
foundation.
term and build a fighter into a star.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay, the other thing is I haven't met you since the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight. I want to start with the co-main event. Big fight with Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano.
I don't watch women boxing. Wrong guy.
You didn't even watch the Amanda Serrano versus Katie
No.
Taylor.
No. Had no interest at all.
You have been saying that for a long time that you totally don't watch women's boxing. So you don't know about the headbutts or anything.
No. Didn't watch it.
Okay, let's go straight to Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. What the fuck you think of that?
Well, you saw a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. He had no legs and could barely walk, talk, and chew gum at the same time. And Ryan, as bad as Jake Paul is, he held back on trying to knock him out.
It was fixed. It looked like it was fixed, but
I'm
they're
not
saying
saying
you
it was
can't.
fixed.
They're
All
saying
I
you
know
can't
is
fix a
he
fight
didn't
like
try
that.
to knock him out. He even admitted he didn't try to knock him out.
I hear you. Now, did you hear about Turkey saying that he's going to announce a card today or tomorrow?
He's what?
Turkey Al Sheikh's announcing a big card, 5 fights. You know about it? Daniel Dubois,
I
Joseph
know the
Parker.
card he's talking about, but I didn't know he was announcing it already.
He'll be announcing it tomorrow, I think.
Oh, that's good.
5 fights, 5 big fights. Each fight should be a main event in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you don't know nothing about that. at all at the
I
moment,
know
right?
he's talking about February 22nd. I know that, but I didn't know it was getting announced tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's announced tomorrow, but he said that he will be letting the world know and the fans what the fights are. That's what I heard.
Mhm.
So we're hearing is Dubai. I don't know what's happening with Boots and Virgil. Any update? Have you got anything for me on Boots and Virgil?
I heard it's going to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Boots and Virgil Ortiz at 154.
Yep.
That'd
Hmm.
be a great card fight.
Hmm.
Okay, so look, so for me, the events which are happening like that is Oscar putting on fights with Turkey for his fighters on the Riyadh season when it for the fights that Turkey wants.
What are you
Is
saying?
Oscar working with Turkey now properly?
He's been working. He just had a complete show November 16th with Turkey.
Yeah, so he's doing that Riyadh season now. Probably going to do a 5 versus 5, isn't he?
I don't know about that, but I'm sure they will somewhere along the line.
Mm. Now my thing is this though. At the end of the day, Rick, we still um, give me a sec, Rick. Yeah, so we still got to have that conversation with what do you think's going to happen with Turkey taking all these big fights away from England and America? Does that just mean that this guy is in for boxing long term, or if he fucks us off,
I
that
don't know what his
if
game
he
plan is.
fucks
I've
us
never.
off, is there a bad side to this? Could there be a bad side?
Um, it could be if the fighters will only wait for the fight on Turkey shows because he's paying more. That could be a bad side. Yeah. Yep. Everybody will want to fight over there. Oh, I want to fight over there for all that money. I'm not going to take that fight. Not enough money. I want to fight in Saudi Arabia. Stuff like that.
Okay, but there's a lot of people coming in the chat right now, and they're not happy with this Kid Austin approach from Oscar De La Hoya, it seems, and you approving that he's only 22 because they feel like a fighter like Kid Austin, who's been having his opportunities for
Listen,
the
listen,
last,
listen, listen, listen. He
he's
just
number
main
2 in the
evented for the.
sanctioning
Wait, well,
body.
hold it. Let me talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
He just main evented for the first time November 2nd. He
Mm.
didn't exactly look sterling. He's not ready for a Shakur Stevenson. That's me talking. I don't know what Oscar's saying. That's up to him. But
Yeah,
that's
but when you
he's not,
say that, and Oscar says that, and I speak to his father says, my son has been training. He's been training Shakur Stevenson in his time. I know what my son can do. So I mean, we're confused here. This guy has been working the last 3-4 years. He's got himself an opportunity to number 2 behind Williams Zapata. When is a fighter going to be ready then, Rick? When?
probably another 4 fights another year from now, I would say.
Another year. So you'd say another year until he goes for world honors.
He just was in his first main event. November 2nd. What the fuck?
So are they comparing Kid Austin to all the other 22-year-olds, which
I
have
don't know what
actually...
they're comparing him to. You're asking me something about what the other people are doing. I don't know what they're doing. All I know is he was just in a tough fight, okay, in his first main event. He's not ready.
Oh,
Whether
you
they
heard
take
that,
the
JB
fight,
Sports. JB Sports keeps saying in the chat. Now ask him. Go on, JB Sports. Go ahead.
Yeah. I heard what you said, Rick. You say you don't think he's ready. Oscar don't think he's ready. But if the fighter thinks he's ready, and his father, who is
And he
his head
came
trainer,
over
thinks he's
here
ready, he
and
should be
told
able to
us
take the
he's
shot at the
ready.
title.
well, I mean, that's a different subject matter. Whether he should or not, that's up to them. I wouldn't do it. Let's leave it like that.
Yeah, Keyshawn Davis, he's gonna be fighting for a title in this next fight. He's gonna be fighting a Barinchek, from what I'm hearing. He's
And the
gonna be
guy
fighting him
and
in the next fight.
the guy's 20% as good as Shakur Baranchek. Okay, it's 20% as good
Yeah,
as Shakur. So
he got a good
you're
skill. Yeah,
talking
I
about
mean,
you're
listen
talking
to
about
what
two
the
different.
man's saying, JB. That we're talking about Shakur as the world champion, a man who's got experience, right? We have to look at what Oscar's saying. You could actually go in there and actually kill a young boy's career right there. Like you could build a fighter. I know all the people in the channel are upset, and everybody's upset with what Oscar's saying, and Rick Glazier's actually approving what Oscar's saying, but I'm gonna tell everybody a story that people gotta recognize and respect Rick. Do you know that Rick don't say much? Rick knows this fighter from many years. Rick is a guy that used to work with the Schofields years ago with Rick Ross. He just don't do no business with them no more. But Rick knows them, and Rick has actually seen them before they've even come in the game. I just want to let you know that, JB. Rick,
Well,
how
they
long
win
have,
the game, but
how
not
long
at,
did you
not at
meet?
the 10-round
When
level.
did you meet Schofield, Rick?
2001.
Look at that.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
knows the
2021.
fighter,
I'm sorry,
JB.
2021. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know, like I said, you know, the guy I done seen Schofield fight. He guy is a little green. He's an explosive fighter, very athletic. Kind of reminds me of a young Sean Porter. You know, the guy's ranked number 2 in the WBC. You know, the number 1 contender, Zepeda, has pulled out. You know, he don't want to fight because he allegedly hurt his hand. This is like the 5th or 6th time that he's bypassed the Shakur fight. So now they go to the next guy. He's number 2 on the list. And him and his father believe they ready. I think they should make the fight. Oscar should do what the fighters want. You know, he always campaigning that the fighters should make these fights happen. And if they believe they're ready, he should make the fight happen. Even if he loses to Shakur, you know, that's not the end of his career. He's a young guy. He can work his way back up.
So let's
You
talk
know,
about
Erickson
that,
Lubin.
Rick. Let's talk
Erickson
about
Lubin
what he
fought
said, Rick.
Jamel Charlo and got knocked out in the first round.
Let's ask Rick. Rick, can Oscar or the promoters do what the fighter wants? Is that their job? Or is it their job to protect the fighter to build their champion?
Yeah, but sometimes you got to protect the fighter from himself.
Oh, that happens a lot in boxing?
It sure does. Of course it does. You know?
But in this situation, what happens when a fighter is forceful? What normally happens, Rick?
Well, we seen it with Errol Spence. He forced PBC to make the Crawford fight. PBC didn't want to make that fight, but Errol Spence Jr. stood on his square and made the fight happen. He said, "I'm not fighting anybody but Crawford," and they made the fight happen. So sometimes the fighter can force the promoter's hand. Say, "Hey man, I'm not fighting anybody
Let's
but
be
Shakur."
honest, though. Let's be honest. When you go against the promoter, you don't come on top most of the time. Because
Yeah,
look
right.
at even Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia forced Oscar De La Hoya's hand to fight Tank. He didn't approve it. He said, "I did it because Ryan really wanted this fight." And he goes, "I didn't approve the weight rehydration clause." So Ryan lost, right? You see what happens to fighters like Teofimo when he went against Bob Arum. And he went against, then he found Triller. Then he went to, I know he did it for the money, but when he fought on DAZN, it didn't work out for him. Sometimes a fighter might want something, but the promoter knows what's best for his investment. He's not stupid.
Yeah, but Tio worked his way back up. Now he's a champion, 140-pound champion. So, like I say, one loss early in your career is not end of your career. You know, if you do take
but you're missing something. He was already champion when he lost. This kid's on his way up. He's not champ yet. You're talking about a guy that could write a different ticket when the fight's over if he lost. An ex-champion versus a prospect. Different scenario. Anyways, listen, I'm starting to lose my voice here.
Okay,
I'm still not feeling
question,
well.
Rick. One more question.
Yeah.
What has Dimitri Salita done, bro? I've seen you going. You really have something.
He fucked the fight up with Jarrell Miller with Derek Chisora.
Yeah, that was a fight I was looking forward to too, man. I sure hated that fight. He fighting Otto Wallin. I'm not excited about that fight. I was excited about Chisora Miller. That was going to be a great fight, a great lead up to the fight with the promotion and the trash talking.
What did he do to fuck the fight?
He used to have a contract. He's got right of first refusal, and he threatened to sue Frank Warren. He's just an asshole. So, end of the story. I'll talk to you guys another time, hopefully next week. Okay, guys?
All right. Well, thanks.
Thank
you. Get yourself well better, and I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Okay, Rick, get well, man. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Well, you can hear Rick's voice is not all there, JB.
Yeah, I can hear it.
No, but JB, what do you think about this now? Do you think Oscar De La Hoya is being a hypocrite, what he said last week and this week, or do you agree that in the business that the fighter and the father might want the opportunity, but there's a business to be done, and the promoter does not believe Kid Austin is ready?
I believe he's been a hypocrite because, like I said, in the last clapback Thursday, he was talking about, how the fighters should be always the ones that's, trying to make the big fights happen. If they want to make the big fight happen, we should all be applauding those guys for trying to make those fight happen. And now here you is trying to stop a potential big fight in the 135-pound division from happening, saying the guy's not ready. Why? If he's not ready, then why is he ranked number 2 in the WBC if he's not ready? He's the next guy up. Zapata pulled out of the fight for the 100th time. Now you got another guy that's willing to step in the ring with Shakur, and we all know that's kind of hard for Shakur to get guys to get in the ring with him. He seems like he go through this every time he's got a fight. He got to go down the list of fighters that's in the ranking because they all turning down fights for one reason or another. He finally got a guy that wants to fight him, and Oscar De La Hoya want to block him.
Right? You're talking as a fan.
I'm talking about facts, though. What I'm saying is not.
Yeah,
it's
but
facts.
they're not facts, though, innit? Because after speaking to Rick and hearing Oscar De La Hoya, right? You got to think about. Let's look at it this way. You know Kid Austin for the last 10 years. You've been investing your time in him, right? You've been putting him here, putting him there, working out stuff behind the scenes. Now, Oscar De La Hoya's invested his time and money in this guy, right? Are you looking to throw him in the deep end? After you saw the last main event that Kid Austin put out there, people weren't that impressed.
He thought that guy was a good fighter.
To Kid Austin and his dad, I do believe that it showed that he want that ready for the lights when you saw his last fight.
Yeah. Styles make fights. The last guy that Kid Austin fight was a very tough style for Kid Austin to look good against. That guy was a tough fighter. Just because we don't know not too many people know anything about the guy. The guy's not a household name. Don't mean he's not a good fighter. That guy Tellez that Kid Austin fought. That guy's a good fighter. He's gonna beat a lot of those contenders coming up, man. That guy's no joke. He was able to get through that win. He had to deal with a lot of dirty tactics by that guy. That's a learning experience for him, and I think he'll be better going forward. So, like I said, he deserved the opportunity, and I don't see any reason why Oscar De La Hoya should get in the way of this fight.
But we got to look at both ways. You haven't invested your 10 years in this fighter. You've seen in the last fight, Oscar De La Hoya said, "Nah, kid's not ready." You know that Oscar De La Hoya wasn't very happy with Kid Austin's last performance, so he knew I need to build this guy. Right now, it looks like he's a bit of a hypocrite because he said fighters are not making the fights, but at the same time, the fighter needs to be the guy who's ready to go win the world championship. Should he be the guy to get a lifetime opportunity, or should he be the guy who actually can go in there and beat this guy?
He should get his opportunity. Who say down the road he'll be able to beat Shakur? You know what I'm saying? You can say, oh, we need 2 or 3 more fights, and you might get 2 or 3 more fights and still lose. This might be the best time to get Shakur. Shakur is coming off a long layoff. He had hand surgery. He ain't been in the ring since when? When was his last fight? He fought that guy that fought Frank Morton. I can't remember the guy. Artem. There he is, Artem. And that was last year. So you're getting a guy in Kid Austin that has fought more recently than Shakur. He's coming off a hand injury, so you never know about maybe re-injuring the hand in the fight, and then he become a one-handed fighter. You don't know what is all going to play out in the fight. But I think this is the best opportunity actually for Kid to fight Shakur. This is the best chance he probably ever have of possibly beating Shakur.
Well, you say that, but we're not in that business of Kid Austin. But let's talk about that. So let me ask the chat: do you think Kid Austin should listen to the manager and his dad, or listen to the promoter like Oscar De La Hoya, who's experienced, who knows that Kid Austin, is no point in putting him in there now? Should Kid Austin go in there now? Yes or no? Or should he listen to his promoter? Because at the end of the day, it takes an intelligent person and not just a fan to answer that. Because if you answer as a fan, you know that everyone's going to say yes. But is he ready to beat a Shakur Stevenson? Is he ready for that, JB?
He's as ready as anybody else would be. He's as ready as a Muratalia would be. He obviously is more ready than Zapata, because Zapata been ducked the fight 5 or 6 times. So he's ready. He's ready. He say he's ready. Who am I to say he ain't ready? He's ranked number 2 in the WBC. He's next up. He seems to be the only guy actually chomping at the bit to get in the ring with Shakur, unlike Zapata and all these other guys, Pitbull and all these other guys that have turned down fights with Shakur in the last couple of years.
What's the time in America right now, man? Maybe I need to call Kid Austin. What's the time out there?
It's 11:36. I think it is right here in Houston time where I'm at.
Is that too late to call Kid Austin?
I believe, yeah, they stay in San Antonio, so that's what time it is with them too. They could be up, you know. I know they got this Clapback Thursday video from De La Hoya this afternoon, so they might be still up. Maybe I don't know.
Anyway, yeah. Tell me your views on this whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think they should. I think they should take the fight. And I think the fight actually going to happen. You know, I kind of been on Twitter looking at Kid Austin comments, and he's basically saying, man, the fight is on, and that Golden Boy has already approved of the camp earnings, or what they're going to pay the sparring partner. They already approved of the camp funds. So if they already approved of the camp funds for their training to get ready for Shakur Stevenson, the fight is happening. I think that Kid Austin, his dad, probably got on the phone with Oscar De La Hoya and said, hey, man, we can beat this guy. Let us make history. Let us become one of the youngest champions in boxing history, you know, to become a champion. Let us try to make history. You know, we're 22 years old, same age as Cassius Clay was back in 1964 when he was able to beat the baddest man on the planet at that time, Sonny Liston, was able to stop him after the round 6. So they believe that they're going to be able to make history in a similar fashion. And if I'm his promoter, I would not deny him that opportunity or that belief in themselves of stepping in the ring and becoming a world champion. I'll let that fight happen. Now, what I think that's in play here, number one, I think Oscar De La Hoya don't want to lose to Eddie Hearn. He's been going on these clapback Thursdays saying that Matchroom Boxing is 0-16, and every time his fighters go up against another promoter's top fighter, his fighter loses. So he don't want to be the first guy that Matchroom Boxing is able to get off that snide and get a win against his fighter. That's in play here. Another thing in play is they got two guys that are top names at 135 pounds. That is William Zepeda and Kid Austin. And I think what they probably want to do is they probably want Zepeda to get a belt, you know, maybe IBF belt if Lomachenko decides to retire, become champion, and then make an in-house fight with William Zepeda versus Kid Schofield. They could put that fight in Texas. That fight will probably do some good numbers in Texas, as Schofield is from Texas, and Texas has a huge Latino population. They can do some good numbers here in Texas. So I think that's probably the long game for Golden Boy Promotion. They probably want to match that fight up. They don't want Schofield to get beat before that potential big fight that could probably happen maybe in another year and a half to 2 years. That's what I think is in play.
Yeah, but Shakur saying that their promoter now, after what he said on Clapback Thursdays, Shakur saying that his promoter knows that he's a kid. He ain't ready for me. I'm just calling their bluff. I'm going to have to go fight the Mortello. What's the other guy's name?
Mortello's not going to fight him either.
Yeah, but he's saying I'm going to go fight. I'm going to go look for someone else. Right?
Yeah.
Because he goes, Kid Austin just talking cat. Their promoter's not in it with them. Right? But then, after a little while, Kid Austin and his dad put out a message showing Oscar's message that, look, I'll back you guys if that's what you want to do. I just feel that kid needs to build a bit. But if you want that fight, we'll make that fight. So now they're showing that we're still in the fight and we still want the fight.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Oscar De La Hoya. Yeah, you know, you got your opinion, but at the end of the day, the fighter's got to get in that ring and swing. And if he want to make the fight happen, he wants to get in there and test his skills against one of the best fighters in boxing. Let him get in there and test his skills, and then let's see what happens. Let's put all the chips on the table, and let's see what happens. Because we can all predict on about how we think the fight's going to happen or how we think the fight's going to play out, but that's not necessarily how it might end up playing out. So let's let these guys get in the ring, 2 undefeated fighters, and somebody old must go. And let's see which fighter gets the first loss on his record. You know, that's what I say. And hopefully they'll put that fight on that February 22nd card too, and that'll be, you know, it's looking like that's going to be a loaded card, maybe the best boxing card in boxing history. So if that fight's on there, it's going to be another great main event on a fight.
This is a message from Kid Austin to show Shakur after all the back and forth. You see it?
Yeah. He say, yeah.
This is a message from Oscar De La Hoya. It's on Shakur Stevenson. They're saying you can't run now. Basically, Shakur saying you guys ain't serious. You guys ain't going to fight me. But now he's come back showing that Oscar De La Hoya is sharing this message. My man, I seriously believe in your son so much and have love for him. But he's 22. and I know how to make a champ for the next 15 years, not run the risk of getting beat because he had no experience. If you're telling me make it happen, then I will. Happy Thanksgiving and have a blessed day.
Okay, that's okay. That's what I'm talking about. Like I said, you got your opinion, Oscar. You don't think he's ready. You know, you're trying to build a guy for 15 years, go on a 15-year run. There's not a lot of fighters going 15-year runs, by the way. He throws that word around too cavalier. Oh, well, you know, I'm gonna build you for a 15-year run. It don't always work out like that. 15-year run and all that. Especially talking about 15-year run at the highest level. You might be fighting 15 years, but you ain't gonna be no 15-year run, you know, at the highest level in your prime. It don't work like that. Especially his style too, Kid Austin. He's a guy that comes forward, you know, takes a lot of chances, a lot of risk, very explosive guy. He takes a lot of shots coming in, going in. So, you know, he's not like he's some kind of, you know, technical fighter, defensive oriented fighter where you maybe can see him fighting at a high level for 15 years.
Yo,
That's not
but
his
it goes
style.
to show you, bro. The promoter does not believe in Kid Austin to fight these fights right now, bro.
Yeah, he don't believe in him. He looking at the last performance, last couple
Yeah, he's
performances. He
looking
didn't
at
look
that
that
last
great. So he don't think he's ready.
performance.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at. But you know, Shakur didn't look that great against Artem. You know, he wasn't listening to his corner. He didn't look that great. Let's not act like Shakur coming off like 12 straight knockouts in a row like a Terrence Crawford. That's not him. That's not acting like that. He didn't look too great his last fight. So let these guys get in the ring and let's see. You know, his style against Kid Austin's style might make for a great fight. You know, I think he'll take more chances than De Los Santos. I think he's just as explosive as De Los Santos, Kid Austin, and I think he'll be a little bit more aggressive than De Los Santos, who was basically, you had two counter punches fighting each other in that Shakur De Los Santos fight, which made for a real boring fight. I don't think you're gonna have that in this fight. You're gonna have one guy coming, trying to press the issue, trying to get in his 1-2, jumping in, real explosive, going against a guy that's gonna be trying to time him coming in and try to counter what he's doing. So I think it's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah, but I don't think you guys understand this. That if the promoter is not in the fight, yeah, and the fight is showing, well, we'll do the fight if we have to. We will find out in the next couple of days when Eddie Hearn turns around and says these guys don't want it. And then when we hear that, then we know that the promoter is not really ready to put the fighter in the fight. So there might be situations that will occur, regardless, even if the dad or the son says that they want the fight. The team behind that and the promotion team, they don't believe it. So at this point, it's a catch-22. There's going to be discussions being made, maybe to show Kid Austin a different and a better route. They're going to probably show him how to be a world champion without going into a fighter like Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah, but then he's a hypocrite if he's capping right now. You just read the text where he's saying he's going to go and make the fight happen, even though he don't believe that he's ready. He's going to make the fight happen because the father wants to fight and the son, you know, and the fighter wants to fight. So he's going to do what they want, and that's what a promoter should do. He should always give his input in, but he shouldn't be shutting down no fights. That's the problem with all these promoters out here. They got too much power to shut down big fights. I don't like that. You know, I ain't like it when Eddie Hearn shut down the AJ Wilder fight.
Well, you do know how it works. If you don't get the approval of the obliged contract to the promoter that you're signed with, then the fight don't happen. Okay? It's like Ryan Garcia, who's doing this exhibition with this Japanese guy. You saw it, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oscar De La Hoya goes, fuck that fight. That fight ain't happening. You need to negotiate through me. Don't because they offered you a deal. Nah, bro. He goes, fuck that. I'll sue the fuck out of everyone. Ain't no fight happening.
Yeah, as well as he should, because he's got a contract with Golden Boy Promotions. He know that Golden Boy Promotions must sign off on any fight that he does, real or exhibition. So he should know that. That's I agree with Oscar on that. Yeah, he should. If Brian Garcia did not call them and get their approval, and they heard about it in the media, like Oscar said that's what transpired, then yeah, he need to contact them. You know, as early as tomorrow, I guess we in the holiday today, and get their approval. If not, then Oscar De La Hoya is well within his right to sue Ryan Garcia. I have no problem with it. So I agree with him on that. I don't agree with him on the Kid Austin situation. You know, I agree. I understand his opinion, but I don't agree with him if he's talking about shutting that fight down when he's next in line, especially when your other fighter ducked him. I don't want to hear all this. Oh, he hurt his hand. Zepeda hurt his hand. He's not gonna be ready for February 22nd, man. I find that
Well,
very
let's see
hard to
how
believe.
let's see as the fans how they feel. Do you guys agree that Kid Austin should fight Shakur Stevenson now, not later? Should he fight Kid Austin now? Should Kid Austin fight Shakur now? Yes or no? Should Kid Austin fight Shakur even if you think he can win or not? Now, yes or no? Now, the other thing is, JB, Oscar De La Hoya has gone out there saying that Eddie Hearn is having an affair with this girl, Sky Nicholson.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That kind of came out of left field. When I was watching it, I was looking. I was listening for the the Ryan Garcia situation and the situation with Kid Austin. Then he came with that at
Happy
the end, and I was like,
Thanksgiving,
man,
you
this guy here.
cunts. Go
This guy really
ahead.
don't like Eddie. For you to dime somebody out like that, he really don't like Eddie Hearn. He really got a lot of hate in his heart for Eddie Hearn. For him to come out and get personal with him like that, that's that man business. I know he married and got kids, and if he's stepping out on his wife, that's okay. I'm not gonna do no video talking about another man's personal business, man. That's just me. That just let me know Oscar De La Hoya really can't stand Eddie Hearn. For him to drop that out and get personal, it's one thing to talk about the boxing and what he ain't doing for his fighters. He not building his fighters, but for you to take it to that level of talking about this man's personal business, I don't like that. I don't agree with that. Don't like that, man. You really, especially when y'all not cool. Y'all not friends, and you come out here on video trying to dime this man. Now you ain't no dime. He dimed him out, basically saying he's having an affair with one of his fighters that he's promoting. That's messed up, man.
is that a bit low?
I don't get down for stuff like that myself.
Yeah, but look, don't forget, Eddie Hearn will say that Oscar De La Hoya, he's just taking his cocaine, or Oscar De La Hoya. We've heard about what's it when Oscar, what was it, wearing fishnets.
Yeah. I understand.
I mean,
That's
Oscar De
that's
La
what
Hoya listens to all that stuff from people.
Yeah. And that's on. He's we got evidence of him in them stockings. So we got evidence. But then I didn't know nothing about this. I don't know if you know. I know maybe you probably heard about rumors about him and Scott Nichols. I never knew nothing about it. And for him to put that out like that, man, I was like, what? Yeah, no,
Hey, yo,
man, that's messed up right there, man.
Rick Glazier was saying that Sky Nicholson, she ain't even that nice. That Eddie Hearn can get any woman he wants. Why is he stuck with Sky Nicholson? Why is he having an affair and doing her on the side? But Sky Nicholson don't look that bad, Out of all the boxers, when she does herself up, she looks like not a bad girl. She looks all right. She don't
Oh
look.
yeah,
She's not a supermodel. None of them are. None of them are in boxing. They're boxers. But Sky Nicholson, I would say she looks all right, bro.
yeah. She nice. Like I said, she ain't nothing bad looking. She nice. Eddie. You able to get him a young tenderoni like that. Hey, it is what it is. Like I say, I don't know his situation with his wife. That's another thing. You come in on this like, oh, he married, got kids. You don't know people's situation. You don't know what kind of marriage arrangements that people have. You really don't know. It's supposed to be sacred, but these times, these days and times, you got a lot of stuff going on with a lot of these people. Open marriages. We seen it with Will and Jada, open marriages and all that. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what they got. I'm just saying that for him to drop a video and talk about this and getting personal and talking about this man personal business like that, man, I guess you could say it's related to boxing because she is a fighter that he promotes, but at the same time, man, just keep it boxing, man. You trying to get into the personal man business about what you think going on. You have no proof just because they was maybe at a restaurant or something. You don't know. Hey, that don't mean that the man is having an affair with them until you see them coming out of a hotel together or something, walking out of a hotel. Even then, they might be in a hotel. That ain't even just automatically think that's something going on. But yeah, it's got to be something like that. Just for you showing them going out to a restaurant or something and all
I
that, and
mean,
he dressed up.
there's been
I
for a
can't.
few
You
years.
trying to assume a lot to me.
I mean, there's been a few years that people have said that Eddie has been seen with Sky Nicholson in a club or in a place or somewhere. Um, so obviously, at the end of the day, people have they've reported about this long time ago. But now, Oscar De La Hoya trying to say that Eddie Hearn's favoring this fighter because he's sleeping with her. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, he said he's trying to get a fight with Amanda Serrano for Scott Nicholson, you know, and he doing that for his side piece, basically, you know, and all that. But I don't want to see that. I want to see Serrano Taylor 3. That's what I want to see. You know,
Well,
Serrano,
we're gonna have to talk
she
about that in a
beat
minute,
Nicholson.
though. But the truth is, Rick Glaser, when I asked him about Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, he goes, "I don't watch women's boxing shit because I don't care about women's boxing." But talking about that, what do you think about Carissa Shields and the Amanda Serrano? All the fans going back and forth to Carissa Shields because Carissa Shields turned around and said that these girls only got big viewing because of Mike Tyson. If you take Mike Tyson out of it and Jake Paul, nobody would be buying this fight from Netflix. Okay? That they got the biggest viewership because of Mike Tyson. Carissa Shields got a lot of hate from that. Even Cameron in America, the Cameron and Mays, they were giving it to Carissa Shields about certain things about Carissa trying to be jealous. Carissa's a hater. Is Carissa Shields a jealous, hating cow? What do you think?
Nah, she's speaking facts. You know, people, that's the thing about it. People going after her like she was lying. She's speaking facts. That was not the main event. The main event was Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. When we talk about main events, they did 1.5 million at the Madison Square Garden. That was the first fight. Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall did 2 million when they fought in the UK. So they are the most watched women boxing main event in women's boxing history. That is Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall, 2 million. And number 2 is Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 1, which did 1.5 million. So the people trying to jump
What they're
on
saying is that
Clarissa for speaking
Shields,
facts.
they're saying that Carissa Shields is angry and upset because she didn't get that kind of viewership. That these two girls, they had 50 million watch her, and that Carissa Shields isn't the girl who got the biggest views. Cameron saying that Carissa Shields is a jealous bitch.
Well, you know, that's Cameron. That's Cameron's opinion. I believe she's speaking facts. Now, if you just saying it like in a roundabout way, like, okay, what women's fight generated the most views, the most eyeballs? Just leaving it at that. Yeah, okay, then yeah, Serrano Taylor too. You know, it was 60 million people on Netflix watching that. So yeah, they number one. But when we talk about it, like main event, when I'm, you know, people going into it looking at, okay, I'm coming to see Clarissa versus Savannah, and whoever else on the card, that's cool. But I'm coming to watch Clarissa versus Savannah. You know, just like when they was going to see Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. You know, I'm sure, you know, Serrano and Taylor had their fans, but they was going there to watch Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. You know, and then whatever on the card is, you know, I see that too. But I'm coming in for the main event. I bought my ticket, paid my money for the main event. You know, if she's speaking on that, then she's speaking facts. So it's basically how you word it, how you phrase it. You know, I guess most people may be getting mad at Clarissa saying, well, we were the main event, they weren't. So let's just
Tell
keep it a
everybody,
book on
bro,
that.
who is the best woman boxer right now?
The best women boxer right now is Clarissa Shields. Clarissa T-Rex Shields.
Carissa Shields doesn't have a resume like Katie Taylor.
Well, how you say that? How you figure that?
Because Katie Taylor fought 8-weight world champion and Amanda Serrano, Natasha Jonas, Olympian. She beat Chantel Cameron. Katie Taylor's got some of the best names of the fighters who have accomplished a lot. With Carissa Shields, she only fought that couple of girls that nobody even knows like that. And I'm just thinking, is it Katie Taylor? People have been saying in America, Amanda Serrano is better than Shields. What do you say to that, bro? Because you're in America.
Yeah, let's just put it like this. We talking about the best of the best. We talking about the creme de la creme. Carissa Shields, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, all pound for pound fighters. You know, if I had my top 5 women's pound for pound fighters, I have them 3 definitely in the top 3. You know, so definitely. But I just have Clarissa number 1. You know, Clarissa beat Hannah Gabriels. Hannah Gabriels was a champion in the heavyweight division. She beat Dezern Cruz. She beat her. She's a champion at 168. She's a champion 168. She beat her in the second fight. So she fought some top caliber fighters. Beat Savannah Marshall, another woman I probably put in my top 5 pound for pound. Beat her. She beat that other lady. I can't remember her name.
The girls that Carissa beat, they haven't been the champions that Katie's beaten.
Yeah, but Katie also got
Amanda Serrano, let's be honest, is better than anybody Carissa Shields has got on her resume.
Okay, so Let's put it
Is
like Katie
Amanda
Taylor. Katie
Serrano
Taylor
better
best
than
win.
anybody that Carissa
Okay,
Shields has got on her resume?
Katie Taylor best win is Amanda Serrano. Carissa
And
Shields
Chantel
best
Cameron.
win is Savannah Marshall,
But
right?
what I'm saying is Amanda Serrano the better fighter than anybody on
Yeah,
Carissa
she's a better.
Shields' resume?
She's the best. She's better than anybody on Carissa Shields' resume. But Carissa Shields has never lost. I don't know if she ever even lost a round. Maybe she lost that round when she got dropped by Hannah Gabriels. How many rounds has she lost? She's undefeated. Katie Taylor took a loss. Then she lose to that girl Cameron. Then she get
came
beat.
back and beat her.
Yeah, she came back and beat her. But
But
Carissa
she got a
Shields, she
better
gets it right the
resume.
first time. She ain't got to come back and beat nobody. She
Yeah, but
dominates the
didn't
first
Muhammad
time when we
Ali
don't even
come
see
back
no
and beat?
rematch.
Muhammad Ali didn't come back to beat Joe Frazier.
Yeah. Floyd Mayweather had rematches too. He ain't never lost. And sometimes you
Yeah,
do
but
take
didn't Muhammad
rematches.
Ali come back after losing?
Yeah. He came back after losing. But Carissa Shields ain't lost though. She hasn't lost. She ain't even been in no close fight. I guess Savannah Marshall probably was the most competitive fight she's been in.
Yeah, but you
I
do
thought she won
realize,
that fight.
right? There's a very small handful of fighters in the women's boxing, bro.
Yeah, and that's the problem with Carissa Shields. Most of the good fighters are at the lower weights. She don't have a lot of depth at where she fighting at. She fighting in 168 or above. She's willing to go down to 154, but it's not a lot of great fighters outside of 154 and up, actually. 147 and down, they got a lot of good fighters out there.
And Carissa Shields always having close fights. She don't have no knockouts, bro.
Yeah, that's why they need to do them 3-minute rounds. Maybe she might get
That's
some
why
more
she don't even
knockdowns.
have no knockouts. That hurts her situation. So people don't really talk about her like that. And maybe Carissa Shields' personality sucks. Have you ever thought that?
Well, people that talk with confidence and got a mouthpiece,
Yeah,
especially
but
they're a
there's a lot
woman,
of
they gonna hate
American
on her.
men, saying that Carissa Shields stinks, that she's a bitch, that why she talk to the men like men ain't shit. Like who takes her serious when she says she wants to fight Keith Thurman? Because
Yeah,
people know that the man which got beaten up by Rolly Romero knocked out Carissa Shields in sparring. So people know that Carissa Shields is doing too much when you're talking about other men like that. So I feel like there's a lot of people in boxing, whether you're man or woman, they don't like Carissa Shields' attitude because she don't condone herself like she's appreciated. She speaks to men like Golovkin and all these guys like they're shit. But she ain't shit compared to the men.
Well, she's the GOAT, ain't she? Greatest woman of all
All right, let's
time.
ask everyone. Is Carissa Shield the GOAT or is Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, and them girls doing more?
Yeah.
Right? And we got to remember,
Yeah.
some men
Uh-huh.
don't like women who are feisty, talking
Yeah.
to men like they shit.
Yeah. I didn't agree with the whole Keith Thurman situation. I thought she was just really tripping with Keith Thurman, man. Basically saying she would fight him and she could beat him, had her skills was better, and basically, I don't know I don't know why she got so much disdain for Keith Thurman. I don't never remember them having any kind of negative interaction. I don't know why she hating on a man like that, but yeah, I don't agree with what she was doing with that. But she's a woman that speaks with a lot of confidence. She talks such shit and she backs it up. So I ain't got no problem with it,
Did you
man.
see when
And
she
I
got
ask you this,
knocked out by that
Rap
guy?
Star. I ask you this. If Katie Taylor and Carissa Shields were at the same weight, and with the skill set that Katie Taylor has and the skill set that Carissa Shields has, who you think win that fight? Who would you favor to win that fight?
Katie Taylor.
Oh my goodness. Katie Taylor would get dissected and watched. She would
You
watch
know
Katie
why?
Taylor.
Katie Taylor's Olympian. Katie Taylor knows she's fought every kind of style, toughest fights. I mean, look. I can say it could be anything, right? To be honest, I'm like, I don't really watch the women that hard. You know what I mean? I'm not really big into women's boxing like that back in the day. But as
Yeah,
time has gone on, from Layla Ali and Wolf, and then, these other girls, they came along. Now I just feel like they don't have the fucking competition, bro. So when you got two fighters, they give you good fights. That's because the rest of them can't fight, bro. There's
when
a
you watch a
big,
lot,
big level of competition out here that is the big difference out here. Now with Carissa Shields, she don't have that killer punch either. She's just a boxer. She just fights. She throws punches. She was in a tough fight with Savannah Marshall. It's a close fight, bro. So
You remember last fight? She got a first round knockout. When she went to heavyweight, she knocked out the champion heavyweight in the
yeah,
first
but
round.
the heavyweights have got nobody, bro. They're picking up people from Uber drivers.
Okay, but it's like this. Though.
Heavyweight
When I
has
watch
got six
Katie Taylor,
people
when I
in the
watch Katie
division.
Taylor fight, when I
Heavyweight
watch,
got 6 people in the division, bro.
yeah, but when I watch Katie Taylor fight, she fight real amateurs, and it's almost kind of like a cat fight. A lot of
Yeah, but
that time when her and
Katie
Amanda
Taylor's
Serrano was
style.
fighting, it was like cat fighting. It was like you see some women out there fighting outside the club or something. It was like, but when you look at real technical ability and skill level, and actually a woman that fights like a lot of these guys fight, it's only 2 fighters out there I really seen that really technical on that level of a men fighter. That is Clarissa Shields and Alicia Baumgartner. All these other women, Katie Taylor, she's a good fighter, but she amateurs and a lot of like cat fighting. Even Serrano come in there looking for one punch, no head movement. She got a lot of limitations in her style too. But the only 2 women fighters I look at and say, okay, this is like real high level boxing, technical boxing on a men's level. That's only 2 fighters I actually seen. But since I've been watching women boxers, I see on that level. That's like I say, that's Clarissa Shields and Alicia Baumgartner. All them other women, very amateurs and a lot of cat fighting. Kind of remind me of 2 women outside of club
Man, now
fighting.
you're talking cat. You're telling me fighters like Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor, bro, they done way more than Alicia Baumgartner and all them, bro.
I'm talking about from a technical aspect. I ain't saying
Yeah.
that Alicia
At the end of
Baumgartner
the
is a
day,
better
let's not
fighter.
forget though. Let's not
I'm not
forget
saying
though.
she's a better
But
fighter. I'm
let's
talking
not
about
forget
technical.
Amanda Serrano's tough as nails. She
I'm
got
not
multi-weight world champion, bro.
I'm not talking about who the better fighter is. I probably, I probably might pick Katie Taylor over Baumgartner if they fought. I'm saying technically wise, technical skill level wise, fighting from a technical aspect. Like a lot of those men boxers at the high level do. Only 2 fighters I see out there right now that fight at that level. Like I said, that's Clarissa and Baumgartner. All them other women, they're good fighters and they got some skill. I ain't saying there's some, amateur
But let's
style
talk to
fighter, but
everybody in the
it's
chat. So JB Sports is saying that Carissa Shields is the GOAT, that she's the best. That if she fought Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor, or all the top girls at her weight, she would win with her style. I disagree maybe on certain things there. Because Amanda, she's tough as nails. She's a fucking girl that can fucking fight. And Katie Taylor's work rate and Katie Taylor's fucking consistency and Katie Taylor's head. Nah, bruh. We gotta talk. We gotta keep it real. Is Carissa Shields that good that JB Sports saying that these girls can't match them? That these girls cannot match Carissa Shields? But I don't see that in Carissa Shields. When Carissa Shields fought Savannah Marshall, she was in a tough fight.
Yeah. And she beat
Carissa
her, right?
Shields has to fight her fucking ass off in order to win all her fights. Amanda Serrano has blown people out the water. Katie Taylor has blown that kind of caliber out the water. So how does JB Sports stand over here and tell me that Carissa Shields is the best?
The best.
When the fucking foundation of boxing, there's only 7 fighters in the heavyweight division, bro. So is Carissa Shields really that good? Or is the women's boxing, it sucks? And one thing we got to remember about Rick Glaser, he did say that sometimes you don't agree with him, but on this, you might need to listen. Rick Glaser said women's boxing is 100 years behind. They don't have the same calibers. They don't have fighters who have the pedigree to fight each other. So when you got women that stand out, they're on their own.
Yeah, and women boxing don't have a lot of depth like men boxing. Obviously, that's the case, especially when you talk about the upper weight classes.
Saying that Carissa Shields is the GOAT and
I'm
the
going
best
by
of the best.
eye test. I'm going by eye test. Eye test, she is the GOAT. She's the best guy. She's got
So
the whole.
by the
She's a
eye test,
5'2" fighter. I'm going by eye test. I'm going by who she beat. She beat some top women fighters out there too. It ain't like she been
so
fighting
by the eye
a bunch of
test, she's
bums.
the GOAT, yeah.
Yeah, and accomplishment she's the GOAT. Look at it. Ain't she undisputed in 3 different weight classes?
Yeah, but have you not seen how much? Yo, have you seen Amanda Serrano kills every opponent that's been in the ring with fucking Carissa Shields? Amanda Serrano's resume and what she's done, it kills every opponent that's been in there with Carissa Shields, bro.
Yeah, but who she beat outside of? Katie Taylor was her toughest opponent. She lost her twice. I thought she won the first fight, but I don't think she won this rematch. But when she fought somebody on that elite level, so Serrano struggled to win. So we got to see when Carissa Shields was on that elite level, she wins. She wins in great fashion. So You know, Serrano's a great fighter, but she's not Clarissa Shields. She's not on Clarissa Shields' level. Clarissa Shields is a better fighter. When we talk about the creme de la creme, I'm not knocking Serrano, but she lost to Katie Taylor twice.
Did you
Clarissa
think she
Shields has
lost
not
to
lost. She's undefeated. Ain't been in a competitive fight unless you count the
So
Savannah
who's your
Marshall
top
fight.
3 women fighters right now? Who's your top 3?
I got Clarissa 1, Katie Taylor 2, Serrano 3. Let's see what I put 4. Probably Savannah Marshall 4 and Alicia Baum going to 5. That's probably my top 5 right there.
So do you think Clarissa Shields gets a lot of stick and a lot of bad attention, or do you think she deserves it?
I think she deserves it. I think she deserves it. I think she's earned it. I think she's earned the attention that she's getting. She's the best out there, you know, in my opinion. You know, yeah, she's dominating. She's got everything you need. Good jab, good right hand, knows how to go to the body, knows how to control distance, knows how to come forward. She knows how to fight going backwards. She's a complete fighter. She really don't have no weakness. You know, good defense. When you ever seen her just get touched up where she's, you know, cut up, bleeding and eyes swollen or anything like that? You don't see that. She come in looking the same way she lead the fight, looking the same way she came into the fight. So her defense is great. She's a great fighter.
So let's talk about a woman being the GOAT. Clarissa Shields, to be the GOAT, yeah, she has to be a great athlete and a person who has the great skills. You said she has that, all right? Number 1. Does she have a great personality to be one of them?
Well, yeah, I think she's got great personality, great charisma, great mouthpiece.
She got great charisma when she's screaming out there. Yeah. Yo, I can be Golovkin. I'll fucking fight Keith Thurman. What, is that a great personality? Yo, I know so many American men said, yo, rap star, she a bitch. She talks like a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
I don't know about you. You might like a woman like that. I've seen so many people in America say that she a fucking idiot, bro. She's out there screaming, talking that she can do something to Keith Thurman. Tell the bitch to shut up. That people don't like that kind of woman who talks like a fucking animal. Do you like a woman who goes out with you? So JB looks like he's one of them guys in America that takes a woman out, that goes to a restaurant and the woman's getting loud with everybody.
Did I say I want to take Clarissa Shields out? I'm talking about as a fighter, her accomplishment. I ain't say I want to take Clarissa Shields out. I ain't say I won't get no relationship with no Clarissa Shields. I never said that.
Nah,
see,
bro,
now you trying to converge the two. You trying to converge the two. You know, I'm talking about her as a fighter, her accomplishment. I ain't saying about her getting loud in a restaurant, and I'm okay with it. I'm just gonna sit back. Oh, okay, that's her. I ain't talking about all that. I'm talking about her as a fighter and what she done inside that square circle. You know, I don't agree with the whole Keith Thurman situation. I don't agree with her on that. I don't know why she was going after Keith Thurman. And when she talking about fighting Thurman and Golovkin, you know, I know better than that. So I don't really take what she say serious. I just look at it like, okay, whatever. We already know that fight ain't gonna happen, number one. And
so
if it did happen, you would get smashed.
Personality. Tell me what's so good about her personality, bro.
No, I look at it like she's a trash talker. She knows I like vocal fighters, period. Men or women. I like fighters to get out there and talk their shit. As long as you can back it up. As long as you can back it up.
Bro. You like vocal women. You want women to tell you what time it is. Hey, JB, get the fuck in bed.
No.
Yeah, you like that. You like it when a woman tells you, JB, turn around so I can slap that ass.
No.
Yeah. You listen to the woman.
I'm gonna be the man. I'm gonna be the man in my house. When me and my woman, I'm the man in the house. You ain't. I'm gonna be out there changing the oil in the car. You gonna be in the kitchen baking cookies. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, I ain't got no. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with a woman.
Okay, look. You say
being vocal about her.
You say all that about Clarissa Shields. I understand, right? Now, let's talk about Clarissa Shields and what gives her that position. Yeah. Let's talk about what gives her that position. She's an all-round good fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You say you like her kind of vocals. You like her being confident. You like her being loud. You like that about her. That's what you like, right? You think that she also represents the United States as the woman of the GOAT. Explain to me what she brings to the table.
She brings eyeballs to the women's boxing. You know, her and probably Katie Taylor Serrano are probably the 3 biggest names in women's boxing. They're the one that's really keeping women's boxing afloat, because them 3 wasn't in the picture. You probably wouldn't even really be talking about women's boxing at all, because there really ain't too many other fighters you can name outside of those 3. So you got to give her credit for carrying the sport. She's one of the ambassadors of women boxing. She's kind of, to me, she's kind of took that torch from the Layla Ali's of past. That probably took the torch from a Christy Martin, who's probably the original big name woman fighter to first come out on the scene in women's boxing was probably Christy Martin, the coal miner's daughter. Then after that, it was Layla Ali, Ann Wolf, and now it's Clarissa Shields, Katie Taylor, Marta Serrano. So she's one of the big names in the sport, man. She does a good job of promoting women's boxing. You know, when she does fight, you know, people are talking about her fights in the lead up to the fight on YouTube. A lot of people talking about it. A lot of people check out her fights. So she's definitely one of the big names in the sport. And one thing I like about her, she bid a lot of these fights too. She was at the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight. She bid a lot of other fights. You know, she'll be there and they ask her questions about what she think happened in the fight. She gives her opinion on what she thinks happened or who she thought won. And she's always out there promoting boxing, not just women boxing, but boxing in general. So you got to give her a lot of credit for that. So we'll see. I just like to see her get in the ring a little bit more often, be a little bit more active. Her last fight was a first round knockout, you know, real early fight for her, you know. So she should be trying to get another fight before the end of the year. It don't look like that's gonna happen. So she's probably gonna be fighting next year. So it'll be interesting to see if she gonna be able to get a big fight lined up. I don't know who is out there for her to fight that we would consider a big fight. You know, the fight I would like to see, I think they probably just the weight difference is just too drastic. But I would like to see her and Bumgarner fight. That's probably the biggest fight in boxing outside of Katie Taylor Serrano 3. That is Clarissa Shields versus Alicia Bumgarner. But if Bumgarner say she'll fight at 147, Clarissa says she's not going down no further than 154. So I don't see that fight happening. But I did see that she might be willing to fight Michaela. Maybe fight her. Now, Michaela's fighting at 147, just got a belt when she defeated Sandy Ryan. She said she probably want to get one more fight in early part of 2025. Then maybe they can make that fight happen maybe in the middle part of 2025 after Michaela has a fight at, you know, maybe at 147 or 154, maybe at a catch weight. And then Clarissa Shields get her fight in the first quarter of 2025. Maybe they can meet sometime in the summer of 2025. That would be a big fight.
Okay. So you think that Clarissa Shields she brings a lot of weight to boxing, where it's unfortunate for her because she don't get many eyeballs, apart from if she travels out of country or something. That's why she has to take crossover fights.
Yeah, she's in there with that PPL. She's had a couple of fights there, and now I think she's back, you know, on boxing, focusing solely on boxing now. I don't think she's gonna do that PPL anytime soon. And like I say, it's like really couple of fights for her. You know, like I say, she can get that Michaela fight at 154 next year, and maybe get the rematch with DeZern Cruz. They fought early in Clarissa Shields' career. I think that was her second fight, and DeZern gave her a good fight. And her second fight gave her a competitive fight, so they could probably do a rematch there. Now that DeZern is a champion at 168, she defeated Shadeja Green. She got the belt at a 168. They maybe could do a fight there at 168. So that's probably the only two fights I can see that's notable fights for her, really. Michaela and Cruz. Probably the only two fights I would be, kind of excited about. Anything else, I'd be like, Clarissa gonna win this fight pretty easy. The only outcome you're wondering about is she gonna get a knockout or she just gonna watch it for 8-9 rounds. I have a long run. Fight schedule 10 rounds.
I want to go to somewhere else and let's talk about the big news now. Teofimo Lopez is now offered a contract through Top Rank to Devin Haney and George Kambosos for a fight which is around 2.4 or 2.6 million, and you get 55 to Teo for holding the belt and 45 on the back end of the pay-per-view. What do you think of that offer for Devin Haney and George Kambosos?
Okay, let's deal with the Devin Haney. So he gonna get 55-45 pay-per-view split against Devin Haney, and he ain't never done no pay-per-view.
But he's a world champion. He got the belt. Devin Haney got nothing to the table.
Yeah, but that don't, that's cool. That's cool. Devin Haney champion too, ain't he?
No, he
He's
ain't.
champion
Devin
too.
Haney gave up his belt. He
Oh
vacated
yeah,
his
because
belt
he'll
because he
fight
wanted
Sandor
time.
Martin. They stripped him. Yeah, you're right. He champion in recess. You're right. No, it should be 50-50. It shouldn't be no 55-45.
Anyway,
Teofimo
we're talking
Lopez,
about 5% here and there.
nah, it should be 50-50, man. Devin Haney done 3 pay-per-views. He did one with Ryan Garcia that did 350,000 pay-per-view buys. He did one with Loma that did around 140,000 pay-per-view buys. He did one with Regis. That didn't do good. That did about 30-40,000 pay-per-view buys. But he's done 3 pay-per-views and 2 of the 3 were successful.
Man, even though
Teofimo
you're talking
Lopez
about that,
is
the
still
Haney's
fighting in a
haven't.
small room in Madison Square Garden. He ain't even made it to the big room in Madison Square Garden. So what are we talking about here?
So what
This
we're
man ain't
talking
got no
about
business
here
doing
is
no
that Devin
50-50.
Haney hasn't even replied to the deal that he's been offered.
I wouldn't
Right? His
reply to it
dad's
either.
been going out there saying that they want to fight everyone, right? But are they really ready for a fight that they've been through with a tough fight like that?
Of course he's
That you
ready.
think they're going to go into a fight with Teofimo straight away? Is there some capping going on for the Haney fans? Let me
Why
get Bill
wouldn't
Haney over here. And let's find out. Because Bill Haney's saying that Turkey Al Sheikh is giving him more money. But Turkey Al Sheikh, Teofimo and Senior said Turkey Al Sheikh ain't even offered us shit. But we're offering them a contract. Where they now?
Yeah. Like I say, that's the first offer. Send a counter offer. If you
The
team Haney,
offer
send a
was
counter
sent,
offer.
bro.
Huh?
The offer was sent.
Okay, well, sent. That's why I say you need to respond to the offer and send a counter offer. That's what Team Haney need to do. Send a counter offer. Say, okay, 55-45. That's cool, but nah, I want 50-50. I've established myself as a pay-per-view draw more than you have. You've never been on pay-per-view as a main event. So we don't know what kind of numbers you're doing. So I understand you the champion, but come on. You got an L on your record. I haven't took a loss. I'm undefeated.
The point is, Devin Haney coming off of a bad situation, bro. Okay? There's only 2 people right now getting cancelled out here. And who are those 2 people? The 2 people that's gone to court, going to the police. And that's Drake and Devin Haney. Devin Haney, no matter what you say, he coming off a fucking ridiculous fight with Ryan Garcia busting him up. Okay? The problem here is Devin Haney gave up his belt, bro.
Yeah, he gave us a belt. Champion in
So why ain't
recess.
Devin Haney want to fight Teofimo then?
I ain't. Why you saying that he don't want to fight Teofimo Lopez? Has he publicly turned down the fight? We don't know that. We just seen Teo on Twitter
Let's
talking about
go
he
to the
offered
other
him
side. Let's go to the other side.
55-45. We heard him say that.
I don't blame Haney's if they don't want the fight right now. Because the Haney needs to come back and take a tune up. I don't blame him for that.
But they
I don't blame Devin Haney for taking a tune up.
been saying. But that's not what they've been saying though. They ain't been acting like they
Yeah,
coming
but
back on
I
the tune
don't
up.
blame. Yeah, but you know how it is. Bill Haney said that he was gonna fight fucking T.O. years ago, but he got a fight with Jorge Linares. Bill Haney said they fight Lomachenko, but he fighting Jojo Diaz. You already know that that's how it's been going. We know that Devin Haney does not need to go into a big fight with Teofimo straight away.
Well, if he want to make the type of money he used to make, he got to take a big fight. That's the reason why he didn't fight Sandor Martin, because he didn't like to pay. Sandor Martin is not a name in boxing. He's a good fighter, but he's not. It's nobody checking for Sandor Martin. So if he wants to make the type of money he's used to making, he's got to fight a Teofimo Lopez. He's got to fight those guys on that level, a Rayo or somebody like that, a Ryan Garcia rematch. That's what he's going to have to take on. Now, he can take a tune-up, but he got to understand he's not going to make the money that he used to make. So that's what, we got to take all that into account of what Haney going to do in this next fight. I think he's going to come back and fight a top fighter. I don't think he's going to come back and fight some guy.
You think Haney like that?
I think he's gonna be working with Turkey, and Turkey ain't gonna put him in there with no BS fight. Turkey gonna Turkey put on fights that main event caliber
this
fights.
guy. Listen to what this guy is saying to you. He's sending you a message right now. See Epoxy Magic? Epoxy Magic says JB. Read that for yourself, bro.
Oh, let me see what he's saying. Hold on, let me see what he's saying. Hey, I'm on the thing. Let's see what he's saying. Yeah. Get up there. Hold up. Trying to read it here. Hold up. Trying to get it up. Trying to blow it up here. Let's see. Hold up. Megan, let me go to the comments. Okay, JB, Devin ain't got no choice but to take less. All that BS he did not help his stock. Yeah, if he do what rap stars say he should do and take a tune up, then yeah, he gonna have to accept less money. But if he fighting like a Teofimo Lopez, he's gonna get paid some good money for that. I don't know about no 2.4 million guaranteed and 55, 45 what T.O. is offering. I don't know about all that, but he gonna definitely make some good money fighting Teofimo Lopez. He fight somebody like that. So yeah, this just depends on who he's fighting.
I mean, if he doesn't fight Teofimo Lopez, who do you want Devin Haney to fight?
Yeah, if he don't fight Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia maybe rematch. He could take that fight on. Or
Well, you think Ryan Garcia is going to give him a fight after Oscar De La Hoya said this guy going to the police? Ryan said, I'm not going to give this guy a fight. He's acting like an idiot.
Okay, we don't get, but that's a fight that would probably do some good numbers. There'd be a lot of demand for that fight, especially with.
But Devin Haney's going to court.
Huh?
Devin Haney going to court.
Yeah. He going to court, Yeah, that's cool, but that's not stopping him from fighting, though. That's not stopping them guys from fighting in the ring. That probably will put because he's suing Golden Boy, saying Golden Boy didn't pay him his money, so that probably will stop that fight from happening. But he could probably fight the Power Hitchens winner. Maybe get that, maybe fight the winner of that. There's some fights out there for Devin Haney. He does have a name in the sport of boxing, so yeah, he can fight. He could take on that Teofimo Lopez, or he could fight Power Hitchens winner. I'm thinking Rayo. I'm hearing Rayo is fighting Gary Antoine Russell. That fight's gonna be on the undercard of the Tank Roach fight. So Rayo's not gonna be available, but there's some other fights out there for him as far as maybe fighting some champions. Power Hitchens winner, that'll be the IBF champion, or fight Tio. I haven't heard them publicly turn down the fight. I just saw the offer that Tio said he made to them on his Twitter page. And I guess he's saying he turned it down. And he's saying he offered Cambosos the same deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Cambosos probably should take that. Cambosos coming off, a couple of beatdowns. He got stopped by Lone Wolf. Got watched twice by Devin Haney.
Cambosos don't look like he's ready for a big fight with T.O. straight away after the Lomachenko fight.
Yeah, he probably ain't, but Cambosos gonna be, he don't need, Cambosos. I know he just signed a deal with Matchroom Boxing. Him and his promoter Luke DeBella signed a deal with Matchroom Boxing. So I think they probably got a plan for what they want him to do, but that's always gonna be a big fight because of the first fight in the storyline leading up to that first fight. So yeah, it's gonna be a big fight, even though Cambosos probably got kind of exposed since that fight. He got exposed. People thought he was probably better than what he actually was. That's still a big fight because of the first fight.
If I was Devin Haney, bro, I'll take a quick tune-up and I'll go take that fight for that belt with Ryu.
Who you talking about?
The one which Ryu fought Pitbull.
Okay, you saying if you were who? Cambosos, or if you was who? Tio?
If I was Devin Haney. I'll go get a tune-up. I'll go fight Ryu.
Well, Rayo fighting Gary Antoine Russell March 1st, so Rayo not available.
Yo, Rayo fucking fighting some good fight. He get taking the smoke.
Yeah, you gotta give him credit for that. That's gonna be a good card. That Tank Roach fight, the main event ain't that great, but the undercard gonna be good. They got some good fights on the undercard from what I'm hearing. So that's one of the fights that's gonna be on the undercard. That's a true 50-50 fight. That Rayo Gary Antoine Russell, that's a true 50-50 fight. So I'm always excited about fights that are really 50-50.
I mean, the main thing is Teofimo showing that he's ready to fight these guys anyway. Devin Haney, now it's up to Devin Haney, bro. But if Devin Haney looking to fight and he takes a fight like that, then Devin Haney's a gangster. He's about that life. I mean, he's about that life in a boxing ring. That's what I mean. Gangster as in a boxing gangster. Not a real fucking street guy. He's nothing to do with that. But Devin Haney to take a fight like that, Devin Haney don't play.
Yep. What was that guy that won? That was another guy. Oscar De La Hoya did offer one of his fighters to fight Devin Haney. What's that guy? The guy that fought Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia fought him before he fought Devin Haney. Huh?
Who? Oscar Durante?
Yeah, Oscar Duarte. Yeah. That could be a fight for that'll probably fit your bill in saying that Devin Haney should have a tune-up. He probably fit that category as a tune-up fighter. That guy Oscar Duarte. That could be a good comeback fight for Devin Haney. But that guy's tough though. He got power in both hands. You know, even
Yeah,
Ryan
this
Garcia
guy's
say he thought the
asking me
guy
a
power.
question. He says, Rabstar, what do you think of Devin Haney versus Cambosis 3? That's trash. Devin
Yeah,
Haney
that's
already
horrible.
beat Cambosis twice. There's no reason for a third fight whatsoever.
Yep. No reason whatsoever. Nobody trying to see that no more. That the first two fights wasn't exciting. It was one way traffic. I ain't want anybody want to see that no more.
I mean, if
It
you
wasn't
want to give
exciting.
Devin Haney an easy touch, let's look for an easy touch, right? At 140 pounds, let's give Devin Haney an easy fight, correct? Let's
Okay.
look
Yeah.
for Richard Comey.
Yeah, is he still fighting? I ain't seen
Mm,
that man since Teofimo Lopez stopped him. That was like 3 years ago.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Richard Comey.
yeah. I guess he gonna be fighting an older fighter that ain't been fighting recently. Hella inactive guy. That's older fighter, but that's a name, so that wouldn't be a bad fight.
I mean, you want to give Devin Haney an easy touch, yeah, to come into the next fight, then they can't be easier than Richard Comey.
Yeah, that's a good name. Yeah, that's a good one.
Maxie Hughes.
Nah, nobody want to see old Pillow Fist and Mac Hughes fight no more. Ain't he retired after that beating is a Baylor put on him? He's still fighting.
I don't know.
Nobody want to see Pillow Fist fight no more, man. Shut it
Freddie
down.
don't
Still,
care. At the end of
I
the
don't want
day,
to see
it's
that.
an easy touch.
I don't want to see them two fight. You got talking about two guys that ain't gonna bust a grape. I don't want to see that. And that Devin Haney gonna beat him, but I don't want to see that, man. That's horrible.
I mean, what Devin Haney gonna do now? I mean, you say that he's unbeaten, he got a no contest, but he's in a situation. If he's unbeaten and he wants to forget about that fight, then go carry on doing what you were doing.
Yeah, like I say, Oscar Duarte, that'd be a good fight for him. Yeah, Teofimo Lopez, if he wants that smoke, that would be a good fight. Wait on the winner, Para Hitchens. Take the winner of that. Either one of them three, I would prefer over Maxie Hughes or Richard Comey, man. What's left of Richard Comey? Because I don't think he done fought in 3 years. If he has he been fighting on some low level cards or something. I ain't heard nothing about him fighting since Teofimo Lopez stopped him. And I think was the second round. That was like 2.5, 3 years ago. So yeah, I don't want to see that. I'd rather see get Oscar Duarte. Oscar De La Hoya is on his clapback Thursday saying he'd be willing to sign off on that fight. So make that fight happen if you can't get the T.O. fight or the Richard Hitchinson Paro winner. Fight Oscar Duarte. I think that's probably be the fight I will try to make for Devin Haney. Oscar Duarte is coming off a win. He won on the undercard of the Zerdo Billum Smith fight.
Who do
He
you
won a
think?
decision on undercard. He looked at all right. But he's been in there with Ryan Garcia, gave Ryan Garcia a tough fight. He's got some decent wins. I think that'll be a good comeback fight for Devin Haney if he don't want to go to the top fighters off the bat. I think Oscar Duarte will fit that bill.
What do you want Oscar Duarte to do?
Hmm?
Oscar Duarte ain't bringing nothing to the table for Devin Haney, though. To be honest, it's a tough fight. You're just bringing in a tough fighter.
You say I'm saying for a tune-up. You talking about tune-up fight. That's what I'm saying for the tune-up or comeback fight. I think that's better than Richard Comey or Maxie Hughes. I think that's a better opponent. But Richard Comey, man, I don't know if is he still fighting? I guess he's still
I mean,
fighting.
you
He in the
got Jack
rankings.
Catterall out there. Jack Catterall and Devin Haney will be a good fight.
Oh yeah, Catterall. I forgot about Catterall. Catterall, that's who's probably gonna get the winner, Power Hitchens, because Catterall's with Matchrooms. That's a good in-house fight
Who
for
you got in
Matchroom.
that fight with Paro and Hitchens right now?
That's a 50-50 fight. I like these 50-50 fight. That fight in the Fury Usyk 2, them are the only two fights I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the year. All them other fights, I can kill. I can see it cool, but they ain't got me nothing excited about it. But yeah, that's gonna be a good fight. Power and Hitchens. I kind of lean toward Power a little bit. I think he's a little bit more aggressive. He's gonna probably let his hands go a little bit more. And I think he gonna push the issue a little bit more. Maybe he wins a close decision over Hitchens. I like the fight. It's gonna be a good, exciting. It's gonna be. I don't know how exciting it's gonna be, but it's gonna be a high level type of fight, high level type of chess match.
I mean, to be fair with you, I think Paro's got better names on his record. Hitchens is a bit more technical. He's going to look to keep that on defense and fight from range. He's not going to want to get busy on the inside. So it's about Paro cutting off the ring and making sure that he gets those heavy shots on in the inside. You know what I mean? So it just depends how the fight goes. I mean, You would expect maybe Paro, because he got the belt, he's confident. He might, you expect him to beat Hitchens. But hey, that's boxing, man. We'll see.
Yeah, especially the way Hitchens looked against Lemos. He didn't, a lot of people thought he lost that fight. I thought he squeaked it out, but he didn't look that great. He didn't look as dominant as he looked at other fights, and that's because he stepped up in competition. Lemos probably was the best opponent on his resume. So now he's taking another step up against a Paro. So we're gonna see, man. Hopefully, maybe he can rise to the occasion because he definitely got the skill set to beat Paro, but he's got to be able to be disciplined and execute his game plan. He's got to use that jab, double up on the jab, and control distance. He's able, like you say, if Paro's able to get close distance, and get on the inside and work his inside game, then he's gonna be in his advantage in the fight. So he's got to keep him on the outside of that jab. If he ain't able to do that on a consistent basis, he's gonna lose. So that's gonna be a good fight. That fight December 7th, and then we got Fury Usyk 2, December 21st. So them are the two fights I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to that Maginov fight too. I forgot Maginov and Boychek. That's gonna be the co-main to Fury Usyk 2. I'm looking forward to that. Them three fights there. Them are the fights I'm looking forward to. Maginov, Boychek, Usyk, Fury 2, and Paro and Hitchens. Them are the three fights I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Well, you better look forward to the biggest one big fight. Rick Glaser came in, confirmed the fight. He said the fight is done nearly. Jared Boot Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz. It's going down. Turkey Al Sheikh, Riyadh season. It's a done deal nearly. We got a fight. Jared Boot Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz. It's smoke season. Talk about that fight, bro.
Yeah, that's for 2025. I'm just saying for the rest of this year. Yeah, that's February 22nd, 2025. That's gonna kick off the year. Great, that card there. Finally, I'm glad Boot's moving up. He trying to stay at 147, but none of them other champions want no smoke with him. So go and move up in the bigger fights, in the bigger money fights at 154 anyway. 147 is down right now. So I'm glad he is decided to move up, and he's gonna be fighting Virgil Ortiz for a belt. It won't be for the main belt, but it'll be for Ortiz's interim WBO junior middleweight belt. So basically, you win that fight, you're a champion in waiting, a championship fight in weight. Because basically the WBO champion will have to fight you, or he gonna get stripped and you're gonna get elevated. And the champion right now is Fedora. If he goes ahead with the Spence fight and WBO strips Fedora, they'll just elevate the champion, the interim champion, and that would be the winner of Ortiz and Boots. So basically, this is a title fight without being a title fight. So that's gonna be good. I know Boots and his team were probably worried about, man, I'm gonna move up and I'm fighting this guy for no belt, and I end up getting my belt taken away from me, because the IBF, they real strict. You move up to 154, they gonna strip him. So I know he was worried about that, but I think Eddie Hearn probably explained to him, say, hey man, this is basically, if you win this fight, you're gonna be elevated to the champion, because Fedora is gonna fight Spence and they're gonna strip him. So it's going to be a good fight. It's a fight that is a true 50-50 fight. Fighting two young, undefeated fighters that this fight had been talked about for 2 or 3 years, ago. This fight was first talked about, because these guys were supposed to be the guys that was going to take over the 147-pound division after Crawford and Spence. That didn't happen as Ortiz moved up to 154. He couldn't make 147 any longer. And now that Boots has had a couple of fights at 147. He can't get fights with the champions at 147. And I don't think he's long for 147 anyway. I think he was kind of showing signs of a guy that needed to move up in his last couple of fights anyway. I'm glad that he's moved up to 154. So he should be much stronger at that weight. And he should be a much better version of himself at 154 than he was at 147. Have to cut down all that weight. So that's going to be a good fight. That card, February 22nd, that Turkey Al Sheikh is putting on like it's going to be one of the greatest cards of all time. It's going to have like 5 main event caliber fights. It's going to be one of them cards you'll be like, damn, what's the main event? Is it Boots Virgil? Is it Dubois Parker? Is it Beterbiev Bivol 2? Is it Shakur Kid Austin? You're going to be like, damn, what's the main event? If I had to guess, I think the heavyweights, if it's close, it'll always be the heavyweight gonna be the main event. If it's any kind of close, that's hard to call. We're gonna make the main event. They're gonna always put the heavyweight as the main event. So I imagine that Dubois Parker is gonna be the main event. That's a fight involving one of the champions in the heavyweight division. The heavyweight division is a top division in boxing. You know, so I would imagine that would probably be the main event. Bill will probably be the co-main. Then I think Boots Virgil will probably be right before that. Then go down to Shakur and Kid Austin if that fight get put on the card. That'll be the fourth fight, and then whatever other fight they have will probably open up the card. But the bottom line is that's gonna be some great day of boxing, and it's gonna be something to see. You know, it's gonna be all the way over there in Saudi Arabia where they don't get rowdy out there either. They sit down and watch the fight, observe the fight. Not a lot of yelling, not a lot of people jumping up and down and getting excited for it. It's like from what I've seen on TV, it's kind of like a real subdued atmosphere. So them fighters got to make the adjustment. If you ain't never followed it before, it ain't like you fighting like Boots was fighting in Philly the last 2 times. It ain't gonna be nothing like that. You're gonna be fighting in a surreal atmosphere, not a lot of stuff going on, real quiet. You know, you got to make that adjustment. You know, so that's the only difference is fighting over there. It's not the same atmosphere as when you're fighting over here in the United States or when you're fighting in the UK. So let's go to the chat, see what the chat talking about. We'll answer some questions from the chat. Let's see what's going on here. We got.
Now keep the same energy, bro. You were on the channel last year saying that Boots will beat Virgil.
Yeah, I believe Boots gonna beat Virgil. I ain't gonna, you know.
So you're still saying that Boots wins and beats Virgil even at 154 when he has
I think
never
Boots
fought at 154.
Yeah. Virgil fought at 154 one time? It ain't like he's just been
Twice.
fighting at 154 for years.
Twice.
You know, he got one fight at 154. So you basically still got 2 welterweights moving up. You know, he ain't like he jumping up and fighting a guy that been at 154 for a long time. Ain't like he getting up there fighting Tim Tszyu or somebody on Fundora. People been campaigning at 54 for years. He's fighting another guy that just moved up. So he's moved up one fight before you moving up. So I don't think it's a big advantage for Virgil. And both guys' defense is lacking, so both guys get hit. So it's gonna be one of them 5 fights. One thing I do like about Virgil Ortiz, which is underrated, he's got a real good jab, and he uses that jab very well. And Boots got a good jab too. So it's probably gonna come down to what fighter is more committed to the jab and more consistent with his jab. But both guys got good jab, but both guys kind of like to bang it out at times, and they kind of forget about their jab at times, and it makes their fights a little bit more tougher than it probably need to be. So I think it's gonna come down to the corner. What corner can get their fighter to stay consistent behind the jab? I think that's who probably might win this fight because both guys throw bombs, both guys throw good combination, both guys are hittable. So I just think at the end of the day, I think Boots is probably a little bit more athletic than Virgil, a little bit better footwork, and I think he's a little bit more twitchy than Virgil, a little bit more. Both of them are explosive, but I think he's a little bit more twitchy than Virgil. And I think at the end of the day, that's going to be the difference in the fight. But it's going to be a good fight. It's a fight that both guys can win. It's really a true 50-50 fight.
Texas says Virgil is going to cut off the ring and smother Boots in between rounds.
He ain't gonna have to cut the ring out. Boots ain't gonna be doing all that moving, all that running. They think Boots gonna be fighting off the back foot. You know, he gotta chase him down like. I don't know if Boots gonna be doing that. Boots gonna bang it out with Virgil. You know, he need to mix it up. You know, I advise him probably don't stay in front of Virgil all that time. For the whole fight. That'll give Virgil his best chance to win the fight. But that's probably what Boots probably gonna do. He probably going in there and banging out with him. That's how he been doing. He ain't been boxing and staying behind the jab since that fight he fought. What's that guy he fought? The guy he fought when he was with the PBC when they fought in Carson, California, in that soccer stadium. He fought and they had Errol Spence out in the audience. That guy there, he fought. He had fought that guy from Canada. I can't remember his name. That's probably the last fight Boots fought where he really fought a complete fight. Stayed behind the jab, controlled distance, pot shot on the outside. When the boy tried to close the distance, he made it pay and ended up stopping the guy. But ever since then, man, he been trying to bang it out with these guys, trying to be aggressive and all that. And I don't know if that's because he just decided to fight like that or inactivity or what's the problem, why he kind of just changed up what he was doing in that fight to what he's doing now. But that's going to give Virgil Ortiz his best chance to win the fight. But I still like Boots to win a fight. I think it's gonna be a good fight, though. But I like Boots to win it.
They're saying Boots' power is subjective.
Said boost power is subjective. Yeah, you know, boy got the boy. What he do with adversary? He stopped the adversary, and they broke his jaw, made him quit. He got some serious power. He dropped Karen. He got good power. He got good power. Knocked out Villa. I don't know why they say that. You know, Ortiz didn't knock out his last opponent. He got dropped twice. Actually, he didn't knock out bullshit. I know that's a 154 pound, a big 154 pound at that bullshit. He's a big 154 pound. So I guess you can say that. But Ortiz has stopped what he had 20 fights and he had 19 knockouts or something like that. So he's a guy that is stopping people version when he was at 147. We got to see how he is at 154. He's had one fight at 154. So we had to see. You know. It's gonna be a good fight. I'm excited for that fight. It's probably the most that's probably the fight I'm looking forward to on the February 22nd card, even though I'm looking forward to all the fights. That's really the one I really.
Now, the winner of this fight deserves to have a fight with Crawford.
Yeah, but Crawford ain't trying to fight them. Crawford's gonna fight Canelo. He's gonna retire. That's he basically said that he's not trying to fight nobody but Canelo. If he don't get the Canelo fight, he's gonna retire. So
no, the winner of this fight deserves Crawford.
Yeah, they deserve it, but they're not gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. They deserve it, yeah, but they're not gonna get it. Because Crawford ain't fighting none of them young guys. He felt he'd fought all the guys in his era. He fought Sean Porter. He fought Errol Spence Jr. and them guys that was in his era. He think these guys are in a new era. They're not part of his era, so he's not really checking for no Virgil or Boots. He's not checking for those guys at all. He's looking for fighting another guy in his era, Canelo. These guys that's in his era. He's not trying to fight none of them young guns. Let them create their own history off each other and off other fighters that come up when they coming up.
So what other fights you think Turkey is going to put up? He's putting 5 big fights up. Dubois, Joseph Parker. Dimitri Bivol versus, let's talk about Bivol versus Arthur Beterbiev rematch. That's going down. Who you got in the rematch, JB?
Beterbiev. I got Beterbiev. I think he might stop Bivol this time. What people don't understand about that first fight, Beterbiev had been out the ring for over a year. Yeah, because he was coming off surgery, and he was able to put up that type of performance. Now, and that's not going to be the case in the rematch. They talk about fighting February 22nd because the first fight was just a month or two ago, October or whatever it was they fought. So they're going to be November, December, January, February. We're going to be back in the ring in 4 months. So he's going to be in rhythm. So he knocked off all the rust in the first fight. Second fight, he gonna be like the old executioner that he was before that fight. I think he gonna stop Bivol. Bivol, a great fighter too. I ain't taking nothing away from Bivol, but if he was gonna beat Beterbiev, he should have beat him in that first fight when he's coming off inactivity and surgery. He couldn't beat him in that fight. He ain't gonna beat him now. You better hope for all the time tap Beterbiev on the shoulder. And I don't think it is. He ain't tap him on the shoulder in the first fight. I don't think he's gonna tap him on the shoulder 4 months later. So I like Beterbiev to win that fight late stoppage. I think it's going to be a good competitive fight like it was the first fight, but I think he's going to slowly close the distance, slowly chop him down with them hard body shots to keep touching him, and he's going to eventually break him down and stop Bivol somewhere in the championship rounds, round 11, round 10, round 11, round 12. Somewhere in them championship rounds, Beterbiev is going to stop Bivol. That's my prediction. Bivol should have got him that first time. Yeah, that was his best chance. He ain't get him then. He's not gonna get him now in the rematch. But you got Turkey said they're gonna have 5 main event caliber fights. So we got, like I said, we obviously got. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know why Dubois is fighting Parker when you got a fight lined up with the winner of Fury Usyk. Why you taking on a dangerous fighter in Parker? Parker is dangerous and he's tricky. I'm surprised they actually taking that fight. I guess Turkey say if you want to make the money that you want to make, you got to fight Parker. You ain't finna fight no tune-up fight just waiting on the Usyk Fury winner. You're going to have to fight a major opponent. And he probably might not get the win anyway. They saying if Fury wins, they're going to do Fury AJ. If Fury win or lose, and Usyk. If Usyk win, though, I think Dubois probably can get Usyk rematch. But I got to give him credit for taking on an opponent like a Parker when you could be trying to wait on a Fury Usyk winner or waiting on an AJ rematch. I wouldn't. If I was his advisor, I'd probably say, hey, hold up, man. You fighting Joseph Parker. Yo, Parker's a good fighter. Just got through beating Wilder and Zane back-to-back. Good, tricky fighter, very crafty. got decent power, can box. He got a great team too. He got some great corner. What's his name? Lee. Oh, Mike Lee, whatever his name is, Lee, the guy that worked up under Manuel Stewart was his fighter. They got him in the he's one of the top young trainers in boxing, man. They gonna come up with a good game plan. This is gonna be a tough fight for Dubois. I think Dubois probably gonna win the fight. I think his power and athleticism and youth gonna wear down Parker as the fight go on. But it's a very tricky fight for Dubois. I gotta give him credit for taking a risky fight like that when you got big fights down the line here that you could be possibly in. You know, a loss to Parker, a loss to Joseph Parker would derail all that. So
That's fair.
give him credit for taking that fight. But that could be on there. That's Stavi said Effie Ajagba, yeah, he is the mandatory for Bacoli in the IBF. You know, but Bacoli is like the Shakur Stevenson of the heavyweight division. You got people just ducking fighting him. He got to keep going down the rankings to try to get a fight. That's what Shakur got to do every time he try to fight. He got to go down the rankings because the first 3 or 4 guys not going to take the fight. You got to keep going down the ranking. That's what Bacoli got to do because he was supposed to be fighting Zhang. Zhang turned the fight down. Then he was supposed to be fighting Kabayal. Kabayal turned the fight down. I mean, that's the 5th fight we was talking about, Rap Star. Now that I'm talking, that's the fight that's going to be on that February 22nd card too. But those 2 guys turned down the Bacoli fight. Now, Effie Ajagba is mandated to take on Bacoli, and the winner of that fight will be the mandatory contender for Dubois' IBF title. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if Effie Ajagba takes the fight. Top rank back till Effie Ajagba. Hell no, we ain't taking that fight. Well, no, our last time we let one of our fighters fight Bacoli, they got assassinated in the ring. Oh, Big Baby Anderson, he went down there and got slaughtered. That was sad. That was sad to watch right there. What happened to Big Baby Anderson? He got destroyed in that fight. Damn, near knocked out the ring. That was like old school heavyweight boxing. Them niggas getting knocked out the ring. I was like, God damn. That was on some Sonny Liston, Joe Louis type of stuff, knocking people all out the ring. That was a slaughter. So we'll see if Top Rank be willing to put another one of their fighters in the ring with Bacoli. Now, Ajagba is older than Big Baby Anderson. Big Baby Anderson was a young fighter that got a bright future. So they might not feel that way about Ajagba. Ajagba is an older fighter, and he's not a guy that they really still trying to build. He's a veteran fighter that been around a while. So they might be willing to let him fight Bacoli if the money's right.
Yo, Hugo, go ahead, bro. Yo, somebody was at the back. They just jumped off again. So JB.
Yeah, but that's the 5th fight. Though the 5th fight is it's gonna be Zhang versus Kabayal. That's gonna be on the February 22nd card. That's probably gonna be the opening fight. Probably all them fights we named. That's got to be the opening fight. Zhang versus Kabayal. That'll be the opening fight. Then we'll go to hopefully Shakur and Kid Austin. Then we go to Boots and Virgil. Then we go to Better Beeve and Bivol 2. And then we go to Dubois versus Parker. I think that's how that card gonna go. Parker and Dubois, that's gonna be the main event because it's heavy. They're heavyweights. Turkey love heavyweights. So I think he's gonna put them as the main event. Based on fighter capability, should be Better Be Bivol. That really should be the main event, but I don't think it is. That should be the main event.
I'm hearing that Hamza Shiraz is on the card as well.
Oh yeah, he sure is against Adamas. That's 6 fights. That's 6. One of them fights probably ain't because he said 5 main event caliber fights. Maybe Shakur and Kid Austin. Maybe that's not gonna be February 22nd. Maybe they might move that fight. That fight might be a main event here in the United States. That's 2 American fighters that got a little, got some name. Shakur is known, and Kid Austin he's developing his name here in the United States. So they might say, nah, we gonna have this fight over in the United States. We can put this fight over in on the East Coast, or we can put it in Texas. So yeah, that fight might not be on there. I know they've been saying that fight gonna be on February 22nd card, but maybe not. That's if you said 5 main event caliber fights. You got Zhang, Kabayal, you got Adamas, Shiraz. And then you got Boots, Virgil, and you got Bivol, Better Be 2, and then you got Dubois and Parker. You know, put it like this. Yeah. So maybe one of them fights might not make it. Unless they might have 6 then. Maybe you're gonna have 6 main event caliber fights on this card instead of 5. But Turkey said 5, so if that's the case, we named 6 right there. So one of them ain't gonna make it. If I had to choose one that probably wouldn't be on this, it's either gonna be Shakur and Kid Austin, or it's gonna be Boots and Virgil. One of them ain't gonna be on the card. I don't think both of them. If he's talking about 5 main event fights, one of them 2 might not be on that February 22nd card. But both of them fights, you know, them big fights over here in the United States. So they might want to say, hold on, we gonna do Boots Virgil. We can do that. We do that in Philly, or we can do that in Texas. It'd be a big fight. Or maybe that fight. He might put that fight in Vegas. That's a big fight. So same with Kid Austin and Shakur. You can put that fight in Texas or on the East Coast, or maybe you can put that fight in Vegas. So we'll see. We'll know tomorrow because you're saying Turkey gonna announce the card tomorrow, so we'll know. We'll see what all fights what fights gonna be on that card. We got a pretty good idea of 3 of the 5 that's definitely gonna be on there. Parker and Dubois, Bivol, Better Be 2, Shiraz and Adamas, and Zhang and Kabayal. I think them folk gonna definitely be on there. What's gonna be that field fight? Is it gonna be Boots Virgil, or is it gonna be Shakur and Kid Austin, or will it be both of them? We'll see.
Name all the winners out of all those fights that you mentioned.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the bottom. We got Zhang and Kabayal. That's an interesting fight. Kabayal, man, he ain't never been on this level before, but you know, he looked good against Frank Sanchez. You know, that shocked everybody. I didn't see him beating Frank Sanchez. So he's a good fighter. I'm gonna go with Zhang. I just think Zhang been in there on that level, been in there with the better competition. I think Kabayal inexperience is gonna show up. I think Zhang beats him, but it's definitely a competitive fight. It wouldn't be a big surprise if Kabayel pull another upset, but I'm gonna go with Zhang to win that fight. You gonna line him up with that straight left hand, touch him, maybe stop him, maybe in the second half of the fight. But Zhang gotta get his gas tank right. Zhang get tired easy. He slow down in fights. It didn't hurt him against Wilder because he knocked Wilder out early. But it hurt him against Parker, and it hurt him against what's my boy name that fought Daniel Dubois got stopped before Dubois beat AJ. I can't remember his name, guy. His gas tank let him down in that fight. Even though I still thought he won the fight, but that fight was way too close for comfort. He should have beat that boy decisively, but he ran out of gas. So if he got his gas tank right, he should take care of business with Kabayel. But that's Kabayel's best chances to try to take him to deep water and drown him, because Zhang is shown to have a bad gas tank. So that's the only thing I kind of worry about. If his gas tank right, he's gonna beat Kabayel. Okay, then we go to Shiraz and Adamas. Shiraz is gonna knock out and stop Adamas. Adamas' defense is way too bad, man. He's way too hittable. Shiraz is a precision, accurate puncher. Precision with it and accurate and got good power. He gonna stop Adamas. That's why they took that fight. It's the reason why they turned down the Janibek fight and took the Adamas fight. They took the weaker champion. He gonna stop Adamas, man. Carlos Adamas is a guy that's got a lot of flaws on defense. He's a guy that's got a lot of heart, and he's got some explosive power, and he got some, and Shiraz got to be weary of that. But Shiraz is a better boxer, better jab, more consistent fighter in his style, better defensively. He's gonna beat Adamas. I believe he's gonna stop Adamas. Actually, he's gonna stop him. So I got Shiraz beating him. Then we're gonna go to the next fight. I just say it be Shakur and Kid Austin. It's going 2 undefeated fighters. One fighter has been at that level, the other fighter hasn't. He's kind of green in Kid Austin. Not to say that once he gets to this level, he won't show up and show out, but he ain't never been on this level before. And his defense is kind of leaky too, that being Kid Austin. I think that's going to be a problem against a guy that is a very accurate puncher, great counter puncher, and a guy that his defense ain't leaky. I think that's gonna be a difference in the fight. You got a guy that's a high level defensive first type of fighter going against a guy that's leaky on defense. It takes a lot of chances. Explosive guy, he'll have his moments against Shakur because I think it's gonna take Shakur a while to get the timing of his in and out because he does a lot of what Sean Porter used to do. He uses a lot of his athleticism. He jumps in, gets off his combinations, and kind of jumps back out. I think early on in the fight will be his best chance to get to Shakur. I think Shakur probably ain't gonna have a good understanding on how explosive he is, how quick he is from getting from point A to point B, getting from mid range to punching range. Very, very explosive fighter in Kid Austin. I think when he do that early on in the fight, he might be able to catch Shakur with some shots early in the fight. But once Shakur gets an understanding, he gets his timing down on how he jumps in and lets his hand go, real explosive, like he does in this fight, he's gonna start countering him and start timing him jumping in like that. And I think Shakur gonna start catching with shots, and that's gonna make Kid Austin a little bit less reckless. He ain't gonna be jumping in like that, and you gonna see him following around Shakur a lot. And once he do that, then the fight's over for him. When he start following around Shakur, it's over. Shakur is gonna be touching with the jab and hitting him with the 1-2 and just controlling the fight from that point on. But I think early on it's gonna be his best chance to do something is early on in that fight, that being Kid Austin. I think he might have his moments early, but then once Shakur figures him out, it's gonna be the Shakur Stevenson show, like it's been in all his other fights. He's gonna win a comfortable decision over Kid Austin. Then we go to the next fight. What we got? We got Boots versus Virgil. I think I already gave you my breakdown on that fight. That's a true 50-50 fight. I just think that Boots' athleticism, and I think he's a little bit more twitchy than Virgil. I think he'll be able to get his shots off a little bit more consistently than Virgil. I think both guys are hittable, but I think both guys have underrated jabs when they decide to use it. So whichever fighter stays consistent to his jab is probably gonna have the advantage in this fight. But I think both guys, at the end of the day, are warriors, and that warrior spirit gonna come out and they're gonna bang it out. And I think it's gonna be a great fight. But I like Boots to win the fight. I think he wins it by decision or maybe late stoppage. But I think it's gonna be a great fight. Then we go to what's next. Okay, we go to Better Be Bivol. I kind of gave you my opinion on that fight. I think if Bivol was gonna ever beat Better Be, it was gonna be the first fight. Some people say they thought he did win the fight, but I didn't. I thought Better Be eked it out 7 rounds to 5. It was a close fight either way. And again, Better Be was coming off of surgery in over a year and a half inactivity. Now he's coming off fighting 4 months later, so he's gonna be in a better rhythm. And I think that spells bad news for Bivol. I think he's gonna slowly but surely break down Bivol and stop him late in the championship rounds. It's gonna be a close competitive fight like it was the first time, but I just think Better Be shots gonna be doing more damage, and I think he has a better understanding on Bivol's style, and I think he'll be able to get to Bivol and stop him late. And then let's go to the Parker Dubois fight. I kind of told you about that fight. I got to give Daniel Dubois a lot of credit for taking a risky fight like this, especially when you got big fights in the future with Fury or Usyk or AJ rematch. You're taking a fight of a guy that's very, very crafty type of fighter, a guy that knows how to fight in that ring. Great crafty fighter. Decent power, knows how to mix it up, knows how to change styles, give you different angles, and has a great trainer in Lee. I think his name Mike Lee. I can't remember his name. He used to be a fighter. He's a good trainer. He kind of learned up under Emmanuel Stewart. Great trainers. They're gonna come in with a great game plan. I thought they had a great game plan for Deontay Wilder. That's how they was able to defeat Wilder in a decisive fashion. And I thought he had a great game plan against Zane. Was able to beat Zane. So they're gonna come with a good game plan against Dubois. So this is gonna be a tricky, risky fight for Dubois. But I just think he's a little bit too powerful for Parker. I think he's gonna slowly but surely take over the fight in the second half of the fight with his power, and him being a fresher fighter, him being a more youthful fighter. I think all that will come into play. But I think early on, I think it could be some problems for Dubois. He's gonna have a hard time adjusting to the style of Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker As you've seen in a lot of his fights, he can fight in different styles. He don't have no one style that he's married to. He gonna come with whatever style that's gonna work against that particular opponent. That's what I like about his training. His trainer. He don't you watching the second fight with Derek Chisora when he knocked out Chisora. He fought a more aggressive type of fight. He didn't do that in the first fight, and a lot of people thought he lost that first fight to Derek Chisora. And you look how he fought against Wilder. He mixed it up against Wilder, gave Wilder all kind of different looks, and Wilder was confused from the round 1 to round 12. They had no answers for Parker. Then you see how he fought against Zane. He fought a little bit different than he fought against Wilder. So they're gonna come with a good game plan against Daniel DeBoss. So they gonna come with a game plan they think it's gonna work against his style. So this is a risky fight. I'm going with DuBois to win this fight, but I wouldn't be asking that, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if Parker won the fight. I'm telling you that right now. But I think DuBois is going to win it based on the power, him being a little bit fresher. I don't know how old Joe Parker is, but he got to be in his mid-30s. He got to be somewhere around the age of what AJ is. He 33?
I think so.
Hey, he's still young. AJ, what, 35? Hey, he's young. He been fighting. He started his career early though. He been fighting. I've been hearing about Joseph Parker for about 15 years. I remember when he first came on the scene, so he must have started real young. But but he's been in a lot of fights, a lot of wars. So he might be 33, but he's not as fresh as Daniel DuBois. So Daniel DuBois got to use that to his advantage, and I think he will in a very, very tough competitive fight. So that's who I got. I got DuBois, Beterbiev, Boots, Shiraz, Zhang, and Shakur. That's who I got winning these fights. All great fights, all great matchups. Yeah, I agree with you, MAW. Some quality fights, man. Some great matchups. Yeah.
What else we got coming up this year?
What we got? Like I said, we got the Paro Hitchens fight. On that same night, we got Valdez and Navarrete rematch. We got that, and we got the Robishi Ramirez and Rafael Espinosa rematch. That fight's gonna be. That's the problem with that fight. It's a good card, but it's gonna be on the same night as Paro and Hitchens. So I'm gonna be watching the Paro Hitchens fight. Now, if they can somehow have them fights come on after or before Paro Hitchens, I may be able to catch some of that fight. But I kind of wish they would have put that fight maybe the day before, put that fight on December 6th, put that fight on Friday, so I could have watched that card. But that's a decent card, but it don't have me excited like Paro Hitchens and Usyk and Fury 2 and Maginov and Boacek. It don't have me excited like them three fights. But it's a solid card by Top Rank.
I mean, we got the ultimate fight, which is Tyson Fury and Usyk in the rematch. Tyson Fury could have won that first fight. He just got himself a little bit complacent. He was outboxing Usyk in certain rounds. He took his foot off the gas. He took a big shot. So, could this fight now be different? Is this fight not undisputed anymore, but it's still free belts on the line? Now, what do you think of that, bro?
Yeah, like you said, Fury, he started out kind of slow in that fight, but the middle rounds, it was all Fury, man. He looked at the best he ever looked in the middle rounds. He looked good. I don't know if he lost focus or he just got tired, because one thing that Usyk did in that first fight was he was able to apply constant pressure. He's always walking down Fury. That's why I couldn't understand, but I was like, damn, Fury fighting off the back foot. I thought he stopped doing that after the first Wilder fight. He been a guy coming forward, looking to sit down on his punches, but he kind of went back to the old Fury style early on in that fight. But then in the middle part of the fight, he was able to do good like the old Fury
Puppy
did.
ain't shit, bro. He's saying fat fuck like Mirage. Mirage is a fat fuck. Who's a pussy now, Mirage? You fat pussy. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. I know Mirage happy about the Benavidez Morel fight, huh? I know he happy about that fight, huh? That's gonna be a good fight. Benavidez versus Morel. That fight is
Mirage is playing with himself with Benavidez' poster.
Oh man, what?
Mirage makes pornos thinking about Benavidez, the cunt.
That's gonna be a good fight though, Benavidez and Morel. You gotta give both of those guys credit. That's a 50-50 fight too. That's gonna be February 1st. And you got a good undercard too. You got Fulton and Figueroa 2 rematch, and Pitbull is gonna be on the card. We got a pretty good solid undercard too on that fight. So we got some good fights coming up. End of this year and then beginning of next year, we got some good fights coming up. You know, we got the February 1st card with Benavidez Morel, and then we got obviously the February 22nd card, which is fire, that Turkey Adeshiki gonna be putting on, and then we got the March 1st card, Tank and Roach. I ain't really excited about that fight, but the undercard's gonna be good. They got some good fights on the undercard. You know, like I was telling you earlier, Rayo versus Gary Antoine Russell is on that card. I'm hearing about some other fights too. I think Jamal Charlo gonna be on that card too against Lamana in his debut. His debut at 168. Huh?
Charlo is a forgotten fighter the way he's carrying on.
Yeah, he fighting in 168. He going up to 168 to fight. You know, they still trying to get him that Canelo fight. I think the PBC. They still trying to get him that fight, but he got a fight in March on the Tank undercard fighting Lamana. He win that fight, they probably line him up for Canelo in September. He won't be the fight for Canelo in May, fighting in March, but he could be a fight for Canelo in September of 2025. Jamal Charlo. So, yep. That's one thing about the PBC. They take care of their own, boy. They gonna make sure they own top, especially when you've been in with them from pretty much the jump, like Keith Thurman, Charlo twins, and Leo Santa Cruz, Wilder, Danny Garcia. They take care of all their fighters. They gonna get them. They gonna always look out for them and get them the biggest bag and the biggest fight if they can't line it up. So, what will Canelo do in May? I think we're looking at, man. I'm gonna say this right here tonight. I think we're looking at Canelo versus Crawford in May, more than likely. Now, only fight I can see maybe outside of a Canelo Crawford fight in May, maybe Canelo takes care of his mandatory in the WBA. He fights that guy from Canada. Maybe he fights him. Maybe that's the case, but I think it's a good probability we're going to get Canelo Crawford. That's the biggest name and the biggest money fight for Canelo out there. And it's a fight that Canelo believes he probably can win with no problem. So I think that's what we probably get in May, Canelo versus Crawford.
Is that what you're waiting for, yeah?
Huh?
Is that the fight that you want?
Oh yeah, I want to see it. I would like to see that. Two of the best fighters of this era fighting. Who wouldn't want to see that?
You can see Crawford can't do much at 154. He can't do much at 160.
He can't do nothing but beat the champion at the WBA. That's all he can do at 154.
Can't do much.
Can't do much but beat the champion at 154.
His power's definitely not transcending, and he shows that he's in a confused. He's got constantly be just trying to box. I don't think at 168 Crawford should go there. Personally,
maybe Marjanov got a good chin. Maybe Marjanov didn't really let his hands go like he did in other fights.
Marjanov got a good chin. Canelo's got a granite chin.
Oh yeah, he got a granite chin, yeah, for sure. But Crawford, anybody can get hurt. Anybody getting dropped with a punch they don't see, and that's what Crawford's a master at, hitting you with shots that you don't see. He's a master at that. There's no fight out there greater at doing that than Crawford. That's why he had a 11 straight knockout streak, catching guys with punches they don't see.
I don't know, man. I don't think there's levels to this of weight class.
Yeah,
there's levels in weight class, bro.
I like people to show, test their greatness. Crawford want to test his greatness. I'll move up to your weight class. I'll move up 2 weight classes, fight you at your weight class where you comfortable at and beat you. And then they ain't gonna never be able to deny that I'm the greatest fighter of this era. But that's what's on the line in that fight. We just got out of the Floyd Mayweather Manny Pacquiao era, and those two fought to see who was the fighter of that era, and Mayweather beat him. Mayweather was a fighter of that era. Now we trying to see who the fighter of this era. Right now, it's out of Canelo and Crawford. So if they fight, then we can find out who is the fighter of this era. Canelo beats Crawford. I'm not gonna say, oh well, Crawford was coming up from 147. Crawford was a little man coming up. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say Canelo beat number 1 pound for pound fighter. Canelo Alvarez is the fighter
number
of
1
this
pound
era.
for pound.
He's a fighter.
A lot of people got Usyk.
I ain't talking about
A lot of people got Usyk, Norway ahead of Crawford now.
I'm not talking about no pound for pound. I'm talking about fighters of this era. And Nue just came on the scene. People just started talking about Nue a couple of years ago. I'm talking about of this era. We talking about era of the last 10 years. That's what I'm talking about. We ain't talking about pound for pound fighter. Who's pound for pound fighter as we sit here today? I'm talking about of this era. That's what would be on the line with Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. You know, both of those guys are pound for pound fighters. I got Crawford number 1. I have Canelo in my top 5, top 6, 7 at least. But so it's an argument that the winner of that fight will be number 1 pound for pound fighter.
I don't think they're gonna give Canelo the credit that you're talking about, bro, for beating Crawford. I don't think Canelo gets this credit that you're just talking about, bro. Crawford gets credit, but not Canelo.
What style has gave Canelo his biggest trouble? It's
The chat
just
saying
the boxer.
Crawford
It's the
is
guys
not
that can
number
fight off the
one.
back for the technically
The
sound
guy in the chat
boxer.
says Crawford is not number 1. Stop your cat.
Well, go argue with ESPN.com. I believe they got
Usyk
Crawford
is
number
1, not
Usyk number 1.
Crawford. Stop the cap, says the chat.
Okay, Usyk number 1. Okay. Like I said, I'm not gonna argue. I can if you say Usyk number 1, I'm not gonna argue with that. If you say Inoue is number 1, I'm not gonna argue with that. I think Crawford number 1. It's out of them 3. It's out of them 3. I'm not gonna sit up here and say you on crack or something like that because you say Usyk is the number 1 pound for pound fighter. He's undefeated, ain't lost, beat the top guy in the heavyweight division in Fury. So yeah, I wouldn't argue with you. I can argue with that. Beat AJ twice. Yeah, he got some good wins. I would say Crawford, though. I just think Crawford is, when he got in there with the top guy in his division, he destroyed Spence. Usyk went life and death with Fury. A lot of people, that was a split decision. So one judge had him losing. We ain't had no judges making no kind of decisions in no Crawford Spence fight because Crawford stopped him. So, like I said, you like Usyk, cool. I ain't gonna argue with you too much. I'm just saying, you think I'm capping because I'm saying something asinine saying that Crawford is number 1 over Usyk? Come on, now.
This guy saying you looking like a bum. Yes, Spence car crash. Don't ignore the car crash, bro.
I ain't gonna ignore nothing. I ain't gonna. So we don't want. So you want me to ignore the cocaine binge that Fury was on? When he on the cocaine binge? When he messing with depression on drugs? So we ain't gonna ignore that.
That was many years ago. Then he came
it was many years ago.
Beat Deontay Wilder's ass.
That was many years ago.
He beat up Deontay Wilder real bad. You forgot what he did to Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
Fury did to Deontay Wilder, bro.
Did it happen or not? You saying it happened years ago.
You know what happened to Deontay Wilder? You see what the American king, and what happened to all Deontay Wilder fans? Fury came and beat that ass.
Yeah, but did it happen or not?
1, 2. That's it. That's it. That's it. With your arms now. That's it. That's it. Move. 1, 2.
You didn't see how he looked against Ugas? That was after the crash. He stopped Ugas. That was after the crash. So, like I said, Crawford stopped. Crawford dominated.
You didn't see in the same
We're not gonna do that.
But did you not see how Ugas hurt Errol Spence? The same Ugas who got beaten up by Mario Barrios. He hurt Errol Spence, bro. That was a sign. That was a big sign, bro.
This is boxing. You're going to get hit. This is boxing. You're going to get hit. But he got stopped. He got worked in that fight. Make no mistake about it. He got worked in that fight.
Errol Spence looking shaky in that fight with
Okay. If that's looking shaky, I would like to look shaky every time I get in the ring. That's looking shaky. That man stopped him. They had to wave the white flag, broke him down, broke his eye socket, beat him down. Usyk wasn't the same. How did Usyk look after that Spence fight? He got beat by Mario Barrios.
Forget what happened to Errol Spence when he was damaged. He couldn't even fight Manny Pacquiao, and his eye was busted up. And then he had to come back from that, and then fight Ugas. Bro, the Errol Spence was never the same, bro. He was never the same. Stop lying to yourself. He can't even fight Fundora. He's still taking that long to come back and fight Fundora, bro. Errol Spence has lost that man down. He's lost that man down. Strap season, that's gone.
That's an assumption on your part. Let's see it in the Fundora fight. All I seen is he got beat by the greatest of this era in Terrence Crawford. That ain't no shame in it getting beat like that with Crawford. Crawford was locked in that fight, so it wasn't nobody gonna beat Crawford that night. You could have put Godzilla in the ring with Crawford. He wouldn't even did nothing with Crawford that night. Crawford was in the
Crawford done apart from Errol Spence, bruh? That you're trying to say Canelo. Canelo's fought great fighters. Canelo beat great champions. Canelo has done some Golovkin, Kovalev,
Yeah,
Shane Mosley, Miguel
yeah,
Cotto, Austin Trout, Mayweather. Canelo fought the
yeah. Mayweather
best.
beat him, right?
Yeah, but Canelo fought the best. What has Crawford done compared to Canelo, bro?
He done everything, man. Any
He ain't done
undisputed
shit,
two-way
bro.
class,
What's he
undisputed
done?
two-way classes, undisputed two-way class. That ain't
Yeah,
that ain't
fought and
doing nothing.
tell us the opponents that he beat.
He beat guys with put gloves on and guys that train and
Yeah, but
guys
give
that
us the
are
names.
licensed fighters. What are
Who
you
are the
talking about?
names, bro?
He ain't
I
like he
gave
fought the
you fucking
dishwasher.
Hall of Famers, one after another.
All you can do is fight the people in your division. You ain't got no control over is that Hall of Fame fight tonight. He beat the other
Crawford
champions
hasn't
to
got the
become
names like
undisputed
that,
at
bro.
135. He beat the other champion to become undisputed at 147.
Crawford ain't fought the names like that, bro.
Well, sometimes a division don't have the names of the other division. You just fight the people that you're supposed to fight in your division. You fight the champions in your division at the time that you fight, and he did that.
Yeah, but who did he fight, bro? He fought Undango.
He beat Errol Spence,
He beat
Sean
Indango.
Porter.
He beat
You remember Sean
Gamboa.
Porter?
He beat Gamboa, Indango,
Yeah,
Ricky
Gamboa was
Burns.
undefeated too.
Yeah, but that's his legacy, bro. Ricky Burns. He
What
fought
about
a
Ricky
one-legged
Burns was the
fucking
champion,
Jose
right? Went over
Benavidez
there to the
Jr.
UK and
He
beat
fought
Ricky
fucking
Burns.
Amir Khan, washed up Amir Khan, a washed up
Yeah.
Kell Brook,
Amir
a
Khan,
washed
the one
up
that beat
Sean
Zab
Porter,
Judah.
bro.
That Amir Khan,
Washed up,
the one
proper
that beat
washed up
the Amir
fighters,
Khan that
bro.
beat Marcos Madonna.
Trash,
That Amir Khan.
washed up, bro.
The Amir Khan that beat Paulie Malignaggi. That Amir
Yeah,
Khan
but
that beat
Amir
him.
Khan came back after many years and they was finished. Amir Khan was finished, bro. He came back to cut down on Austrain and it didn't work.
You want to give all the excuses to that same Amir Khan that fought Canelo Alvarez, right?
Yeah, that was many
Was
years
piecing
before that.
up Canelo
And
Alvarez
many
before
years
Canelo
before
Alvarez
that, he
stopped.
got knocked out by Canelo. He shouldn't even be fighting after that.
Yeah, he fight
Amir
Canelo.
Khan was
He fighting
destroyed, bro.
Canelo at
Stop
155.
talking about Amir
He had
Khan.
fought past
Amir Khan was
147.
dead weight.
He beat. What
You
about
saying
Sean
that
Porter?
he's the
Sean Porter
pound
had
for
never
pound
been
number
knocked out
one, bro?
before.
I'm
What about the
putting you
Sean
on
Porter
the
fight?
I'm putting
What about
you on
Sean
the
Porter fight?
listen, let me tell everybody, JB, I got a lot of respect for JB. JB is my friend and on the channel, so it's not like that. But I'm putting you on the front line now. You calling him pound for pound number one. Give me his 3 legacy fights.
Spence, Victor Postal, Gamboa. That's it right there. Ricky Burns going over there. You can't beat Ricky Burns for his belt. Yeah, man. Beating them.
Now you fucked up,
Let
bro.
me ask you this about Sean Porter. Who stopped Sean Porter before Crawford stopped Sean Porter? Who knocked
went in for
down
a
Sean Porter
retirement
before
check.
Crawford knocked down Sean Porter?
Sean Porter went for a retirement check, bro.
Oh, there you go.
His
There
dad
you
was
go.
ready to retire him.
Always an excuse to try to downplay Crawford win.
Yo, come on, man. You
Try
know
this
that's
man
not
had
true.
that man was coming off a win.
Hey, yo, come on, bro.
Coming
Don't
off a
lie on
dominant
Thanksgiving,
performance.
bro.
That guy
Don't
gave
lie
Errol
on
Spence.
Crawford's name on Thanksgiving, bro. Before I get Crawford's woman to punch you up. Don't be lying on Crawford's name.
Ain't nobody unstopped Sean Porter. And Sean
Don't be
Porter fought
lying on
Spence. Sean
Crawford's
Porter
name, bro.
fought some big names. Sean Porter fought Keith Thurman. Sean Porter fought Danny Garcia. Ain't nobody do Sean Porter like Crawford did him.
Man,
You gotta give a man credit.
Sean Porter was ready for a retirement check, bro.
Oh, okay, there you go. He ready for retirement, but he hadn't retired yet.
You already know that, and I know that.
He had a fight like 3 or 4
Crawford
months
might
before
be
he
the
fought
best
Crawford.
American
He's ready to
boxer,
retire.
but
Okay.
he's not the top 5. Wow, look at this guy, bro. Hawker Mustang says Crawford might be one top American boxer right now, but he's not the top 5 in the world.
I got him number 1 on my pound for pound list. That's my pound for pound list. I got him number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, he says that Crawford's number 1 in the world.
Number 1 in boxing.
Now, you heard what I said. I asked him to give me the names. I asked him, and he was stuttering. You know what I mean?
I'm not naming you 4. I named you 4 people. You asked for 3, and I gave you 4. So come on.
Man, you name me whatever you wanted to name me, bro. But that is not what is selling Crawford out here, bro.
Crawford is the number 1 pound for pound fighter. You look at the eye test, he's number 1. You look at the accomplishment, he's number 1. And you look at the dominance that he had in the ring. What is it, 11 straight knockouts? So he was taking it out the judges' hands 11 straight times.
Against
all these other
who?
people going to judges, losing controversial decisions. He ain't got to go through all that. He's stopping people, getting them up out of there. That's what a great fighter does. That's what a pound for pound fighter do. Usyk won a split decision over Fury. So one judge had Fury winning the fight. And that's despite he knocked down Fury. He went for the knockdown. He loses that fight to Fury. So that's not
Bro,
acting like Usyk.
Usyk is going up there and fighting heavyweights, which are 20, 30 pounds more than him.
There we go. Like who? Like the heavyweight division and just start doing it. He's been
Usyk's
doing that.
doing what
What
Evander
was
Holyfield
Holyfield
did.
doing? Wasn't Holyfield giving up some weight? He was doing that before Usyk
Bro,
going up some weight.
Usyk's
He came
doing
up from
bigger
light
than what
heavyweight.
Holyfield's doing.
He came
bro.
up from light heavyweight. Usyk come up from cruiserweight. So spare me the tears for Usyk coming up from cruiserweight to heavyweight. Holyfield came up
Bro,
from light
Usyk's
heavyweight.
coming up to heavyweight and beating the best names in the division
Yeah, that's what Holyfield did.
and become undisputed at
Holyfield went up there and beat
heavyweight.
Buster Douglas, the guy that beat Mike Tyson.
Wow. But
Holyfield went
Douglas
up there
didn't
and beat
beat two
Riddick
great
Bowe.
names. Douglas
Beat
didn't
Riddick
beat
Bowe.
two top
Beat Mike
guys.
Tyson.
He only
Huh?
beat one hit wonder. Usyk is actually stabilizing the division and holding the belt.
Okay, let's look at who he beat in heavyweight division. He beat Derek Chisora.
And he beat Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, bro.
Yeah, he beat Chance Witherspoon. Let's see who else he beat.
And you comparing that to fucking Terence Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford beat some names up there. He beat the top dog at 147.
Who's
Remember
the top
Spence?
dog, bro? He beat Errol Spence, which was damaged coming out the fucking... Don't you know that Errol Spence went 150 feet in the air? He was getting chased by rappers.
Yeah, after that he beat...
Don't you know that the whole thing's out there? He was getting chased by rappers out there, bro. And they were trying to shoot him down.
And
or
after
whatever.
that, he beat Danny
He
Garcia.
fucking hit
Remember?
his car.
After that, he beat Danny
fucking jumped
Garcia
out of the fucking car, nearly died. And Errol Spence just about survived in the Ugas fight. And then he fucking cancelled the fight. He waited. He wasn't right, bro.
After the car crash, he beat Danny Garcia. He ain't just beat no Ugas. He beat Danny Garcia after the car crash. Washed him. Nobody did that to Danny Garcia. Every Danny Garcia fight he lost was controversial. Split decision loss to Keith Thurman. Split decision loss to Sean Porter. Some people thought he won both of them fights. I didn't.
So
but
this guy has come
Errol
over
Spence
here.
Jr., we weren't saying that Errol Spence Jr. after that fight. We weren't saying, oh man, maybe Danny won that fight. We weren't saying that he got washed. That's after the car crash. And then he stopped Ugas. Had Ugas ever been stopped before that? No. He stopped him well before the championship round. He stopped him round 7, round 8? He stopped Ugas. And then when he got in there with the best of the best, #1 pound for pound fighter, maybe the fighter of this era, Terence Crawford got washed, got dropped multiple times and got beat down like you have never seen Errol Spence Jr. get beat down before. That's because Terence Crawford is that great.
You don't think that Terence Crawford only did that to him because that guy had a very bad off night and he wasn't himself?
Nah, because Ugas didn't do that. And,
because Ugas nearly beat Errol Spence. And Ugas got beaten up by fucking Mario
He ain't nearly beat
Barrios.
no, I don't know.
Ugas got beaten up by Mario Barrios, bro. And this
that was
guy
after
said that
Spence
Bud
demolished him. That was after Spence demolished him.
I don't know about that, bro.
He wasn't the same after the beating. That was a comprehensive beating that Errol Spence Jr. administered to Ugas. He wasn't the same fighter as we seen in the Mario Barrios fight. That's why he retired now. He knew it's over. They ain't the same fighter.
Man, you talking like Victor Conte right now.
I'm talking like a truth teller. I'm just spitting facts. I know there's a lot of people want to set that.
I asked you to give me the best names, and you know that everybody was subjective. Nobody ain't saying that Crawford ain't a great fighter, but in today's climax, there's other fighters doing more. There's other fighters that are beating up better names, and you know Crawford is only fighting once a year, and at this point, Crawford's biggest names. You said it yourself. They're nobody that anybody speaks about apart from Errol Spence. You know what I mean? So Crawford, nobody's saying ain't a good fighter. It's just that right now, it's very subjective, his resume, bro. Look, Crawford, the problem is, JB, that he's the fighter and he beat the names when the names were not relevant anymore. Amir Khan, stop talking about Amir Khan. Amir Khan was done. Finished. Yeah, Kell Brook was finished.
Kell Brook was finished.
Kell Brook was done.
Kell Brook had how many losses Kell Brook had? How many losses Kell Brook had before he fought Crawford?
He lost to lucky in his life.
And he lost to Golovkin.
Crawford has never fought them.
The man only had 2 losses. So you say he was finished?
These guys at the right time.
So you say he was finished and he only had 2 losses?
Yes.
Nah, he wasn't finished. Yeah, he finished. He was finished.
He
was finished after Crawford knocked him out. You right?
Stop lying out here on Thanksgiving. Stop lying.
I'm speaking facts. The man had 2
You are
losses going
lying
to the
out there
Crawford
as
fight.
an American on
He only lost to
Thanksgiving.
Golovkin
You
at
lying out there
160
for Bud
and
Crawford, bro.
lost to.
Stop lying out there for
Who else he
Bud
lost to?
Crawford.
Lost to
Bud Crawford ain't got that resume. Bud
Yeah,
Crawford
he
ain't got that
got a Hall
resume,
of
bro.
Fame. He's a
He
Hall of
ain't
Fame
that
fighter
guy.
with a Hall of Fame resume.
Nah. He ain't got that resume. Stop
You a hater.
comparing Bud Crawford to Canelo Alvarez.
I ain't know you was a Terrence Crawford hater, man.
Nah, man, Crawford's a good fighter.
He's a great
Stop
fighter.
lying.
He's a
Stop
great
lying
fighter.
on my channel.
He's a
Stop
great
lying
fighter.
on Thanksgiving.
He's a great fighter with a great resume. You can't see it because of your hate for
I'm
Crawford.
telling the truth, bro. I don't hate Crawford. I like
Yeah,
Crawford.
you don't hate that.
Nah,
hate
man,
that.
I like Crawford.
Yeah, I just
yo, JB, he has never faced that real smoke.
so Crawford Spence wasn't no real Spence wasn't real smoke. Okay, a fight that was 50-50 going into it. So you looking at it after the
Amir
fact. Now you
Khan
want
was
to bring up all this
finished.
stuff.
Kell Brook was finished.
Kell Brook was finished. Nah, I don't think
Yes,
so. I don't think
finished.
so. He had won his last 3
Stop
fights
your
going into the
lies.
Crawford fight, but he was finished. He had won his
Stop your
last 3
lies.
fights prior to the Crawford fight, but he was finished, right? You said Kell Brook, a guy that won his last 3 fights since the Spence loss, and won out last 3 fights, but he was finished going into the Crawford fight.
Finished.
It's funny how you say stuff like this after the fact, but you don't remember going into the fact the man had won his last 3 fights. The man was begging for a Crawford fight.
Fighters,
He was at Crawford's fight before he fought Crawford, saying he wanted to fight Crawford. And so they went on, gave him his wish. Your wish is my command.
I'm just
look,
bro. I'm telling you, I don't want to sound like I'm hating on the American fighter. I'm not. He's a good fighter, bro. But when you look at world beatings, he doesn't have that resume, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this: you think Fury got a great resume? Tyson Fury, you think he got a great resume?
Yeah, because he beat Deontay Wilder and Wilder had 10 defenses.
You hate Crawford.
He beat a
Klitschko, he don't have no great resume.
having 10 defenses.
He don't have no great resume, Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury don't have no great resume.
Klitschko had 10 defenses. Just Klitschko is better than everybody that Crawford.
Who else he fought? He beat 2 people on his resume.
Klitschko is a better name than anybody Crawford fought.
Yeah, Klitschko.
Klitschko is a better name than anybody that Crawford fought.
Yeah, okay. He's better than Spence. He's better than Spence. As Spence was at that time?
Yeah, Klitschko.
Old boring Klitschko.
Klitschko is a bigger name for me.
Jab and grab Klitschko.
Let me tell you the problem here is. Let me tell you what the problem here is with you.
Jab and grab Klitschko.
Let me tell you the problem here is with you.
He ruled the heavyweight division when there wasn't no great heavyweights.
Hey, bro, come on. Errol Spence is the only fight that makes Crawford look like he's some guy that did everything.
Yeah, okay. So you ain't giving him credit for the Sean Porter win when he stopped Sean Porter. Sean Porter's
dad took him out there like nappies.
Oh, there you go.
Come on, bro.
His dad stopped. I think he got dropped twice. His dad stopped the fight.
Sean Porter nearly got beat by that guy that Conor Ben beat the fuck out of him before he went into the fight in Formella. Okay, do you remember when Conor Ben and fought? Do you remember Formella? Do you remember
Formella every round? He won every round with Formella.
You remember how Formella gave Sean Porter a tough fight?
Oh, you stop capping, Ralph. You know good and well Formella didn't give no Porter no tough fight. Porter won every round in that fight. Stop capping.
Sean Porter went in there for the paycheck. Stop lying.
He won every round. That fight was doing
Stop lying to yourself, bro.
That fight was doing
lying to yourself.
That fight was in a PBC studio. Porter won every round. Just because he didn't stop Formella, you saying Formella gave him some tough fight just because he didn't stop Formella. He beat the mess out of Formella.
Sean Porter didn't go into that Crawford fight like the Sean Porter, which was a world champion. When you're a world champion, JB, listen to me. When you're in your prime and you're a world champion, you're going in that fight to make sure you're going in there with a fucking meaning that you're going to win. You're going to do what it takes to try and win your belt. When Sean Porter went into the fight with Crawford, he never had the same mindset, bro. He wasn't the same man going into that fight.
Then why did Crawford own trainer Bomac tell him he behind in the fight? You saying this guy that was half retired, had 1 foot in the ring, and 2nd foot in retirement. This guy that was didn't look good against Formella, arguably lost the Formella fight and all this, that, and the third. Why was he ahead in the fight? And why was Bomac telling Crawford that you behind in the fight? And then Crawford went out there and stopped him, dropped him twice, and ended up getting a stoppage. So you want to talk about all this stuff after the fact, but you don't want to talk about what was going on before the fight and what was going on during the fight. Porter was doing good in that fight. You need to go back and rewatch that fight. Porter was doing good in that fight. He was doing things that he always do. He was jumping in with his athleticism. He was giving Crawford problems. He had Crawford on the ropes, going to the body, doing some good things. He was winning early on in that fight. And according to Bomac, he was leading
But
before
this
the
is the
knockout.
problem with dumb fucking fans out here, bro. When we see that Crawford hasn't been in there with a killer, that we know that Crawford needs a hungry guy who's ready to win. We can't forget. I already broke it down to you that Errol Spence came from a damaged second car accident. He had a fucking
right after
eye
that, he beat
injury.
Danny
He
Garcia,
came
Big
out of a
Uber.
fucking elevated
He was damaged,
100 fucking feet and
enough to
nearly
beat
died.
Danny Garcia
Listen to
and,
me.
Ubers.
Listen to me, bro. That's why when we told you throw fucking even Teofimo Lopez in there. When we told you throw Teofimo Lopez in there, what did you do? You said, nah, Crawford's too good. Crawford don't need to fight Teo. But Crawford ain't fought nobody.
Teofimo Lopez, why'd you even bring this dude up? This dude lost to
Even
Camboso.
fucking get Teo.
And this dude
Because
lost
that's a big name for Crawford.
This dude
Crawford
lost to
needs to fight
Camboso. This
somebody,
dude
bro.
fighting at 140 pounds. And I thought he lost to
Stop the
Jermaine
cap.
Ortiz.
Teofimo
This dude
Lopez
lost
is
to
the
Jermaine
biggest name
Ortiz.
for Crawford right now.
Who?
Teofimo Lopez is the biggest name for Crawford right now.
This guy's at 140 pounds. What are you talking about? He's at 140 pounds.
Man, I'm telling you, even a name like Teofimo is a big name for Crawford on his resume.
Man, Teofimo Lopez got George Camboso's problems. He needs to write
done.
that.
That's buried. We're talking about the man has to get his man hasn't got the
him an
name.
offer? He sent him an offer, right? It ain't gone. He just sent Camboso's offer, right? It ain't gone.
Man, I'm
he
asking you.
He need
I'm
to get
saying
that
to
right.
you. I'm
Get
saying
that
to
right.
you.
And give
Instead of
Jermaine
sitting there,
Ortiz his rematch.
you sitting over
Give
here.
Jermaine,
You
talk
told
about
everybody
rematch.
on
He
my
need to give
channel,
Jermaine Ortiz a rematch.
JB,
I
you
thought
told
he lost that
everybody
fight.
on my channel that you are waiting for Crawford should fight Canelo only because that's the biggest fight. That's the best fight. Crawford needs to fight Canelo Alvarez. I said to you, there's other fights for Crawford too. He can't just be sitting there thinking that he should get the Canelo fight because he ain't done what Canelo's done, bro.
He is the best name and biggest name out there for Canelo Alvarez. Name me another opponent out there for Canelo to fight that's available.
Did you not see how difficult the fight was for Crawford at 154 pounds?
Okay, I'm saying give me a name
Did
that
you
Canelo
not see
can fight.
that Spradrimov had Crawford second guessing and Crawford couldn't even land nothing significant, that he had to play a very, very smart fight to get through that fight?
You been watching two different fights. I seen Madrinov not let his hands go. I seen Madrinov throwing one shot at a time because anytime he tried to open up, Crawford made him pay. So he was throwing one shot at a time, and he wasn't trying to really let his hands go in that fight. You know the reason why he wasn't trying to let his hands go? Because he knew if he did, he was gonna get knocked out. Like Crawford last 11 opponents got knocked out. That's why he survived. But you failed to answer my question. I asked you a question. Who is the best name out there for Canelo for his fight in May? That's available. Who would you
right
pick
now?
over Crawford?
Canelo got fights with Dimitri Bivol rematch. He got a fight with
Bivol fighting better be. Bivol fighting better be.
Of Arthur Beterbiev, Dimitri Bivol.
He can't wait. That fight in February. They're not gonna be available for May. You know that.
Everybody been waiting for Canelo to fight a Benavidez. Everybody even
Benavidez
saying that
fighting
Canelo
well.
should fight. Yo, even Demetrius Andrade is a bigger
Andrade,
fucking
they got
fight.
knocked out by
And the
Benavidez.
Demetrius
Nobody wants
Andrade,
to see
yo,
that.
shut up, bro. Demetrius Andrade will give a better fight to Canelo than Bud Crawford.
Oh my god! I'm saying best available name. Andrade ain't nobody checking for that. That fight ain't gonna do the numbers that a Canelo Crawford does. You know that, and I know that.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm telling you,
saying
Canelo,
the best available name was gonna
Canelo
produce the
say to
biggest
you?
fight.
What did Canelo say to you, bro? Canelo said that he don't give a fuck about anybody else. He don't want to follow Turkey. He's the biggest name himself. He can make any money he can with any fight.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see what he's gonna do. I think Crawford's gonna be the fight for him. If you're looking for the biggest and best name and the biggest fight out there for Canelo is Crawford. That fight there will probably do
so
a
how
million
about this?
buys.
How about this? Do you think Bud Crawford fight Benavidez?
Benavidez is at 175. So what you talking about?
Yo, Benavidez said that he'll fight at 168 if he has to.
Yeah,
Benavidez' dad. Benavidez' dad told me.
Turkey was talking about making the fight happen at 164.
Dad came on my channel.
Turkey was saying make that fight at 164. He didn't say 168. You remember Turkey said he wanted to do Benavidez and Crawford at 164. Benavidez said I can't make that weight.
Yeah, but David Benavidez' dad told me, right, JB, right, that Bud Crawford will never call my son's name. My son will beat the brakes out of that guy.
Yeah, he ain't got no belt. He's chasing legacy. Benavidez ain't got no belt, man. I like Benavidez too. He ain't got no belt though. He ain't got no belt.
Look,
He
man,
chasing legacy. He chasing legacy. Name and legacy. That's what Crawford chasing.
Who?
Crawford is chasing legacy. But Benavidez ain't got no belt. Benavidez is a mandatory for a bit of beef belt at 175. He don't have no belt. He might have an interim belt, maybe. I don't know. I know he had an interim belt at 168, and Canelo didn't want to fight him. But he don't have no major belt, Benavidez. So Crawford, you know, like I said, Crawford is at this point of his career where he done what he done. He's a surefire Hall of Fame fighter. So he's gonna fight Canelo. If he can't get Canelo, he's gonna retire.
Yo, Punch Drunk Boxing said that Bud was falling for all the feints, most of the feints against Madrimov.
Well, why wasn't Madrimov letting his hands go then? Why was he not letting his hands go? Why was he throwing one punch at a time, Punch?
So let me ask you a man-to-man question. Who wins? Demetrius Andrade versus Bud Crawford. Who wins?
What weight are we at? What are we talking about?
At 168, like you're gonna fight Canelo.
Styles make fights, right? That's
So
gonna be a pretty thing.
Demetrius Andrade versus Bud Crawford. Who wins?
Styles make fights.
Who wins, bro?
Probably Crawford.
Crawford beats Boo Boo Andrade.
Yeah, Boo Boo a bit too inactive, man. Boo Boo a bit hella inactive, and I think his best days are behind him. His best days are behind him.
Yo, Crawford beats Boo Boo Andrade.
Yeah, he beats Boo Boo.
Let's go.
Yeah, the Boo Boo that got destroyed by Benavidez. He got destroyed by
JB's ready
Benavidez.
for the smoke.
Yeah, he
Crawford
beats
beats Boo Boo, he said.
Yeah, Boo Boo best days are behind him. Boo Boo best days are behind him.
At 168.
I like Boo Boo. Boo Boo, I think he got a bad deal in boxing. A lot of the top fighters didn't want to fight him. He should have got the Canelo fight years ago, not when he would call him out in that press conference. He should have been and got the Canelo fight when they were both at 160. So, but not when they both were at 154. My bad. He should have been got the Canelo fight. But you know, he just a lot of guys didn't like that style, like his style of fighting. He didn't get a lot of fights, and I think he made a lot of bad decisions who he signed. When he signed with a lot of bad promoters, guys that really didn't have a clout to get him the fights that he wanted. He should have
Crawford versus Canelo.
Remember,
and I don't want you to hold back. One thing I love about you, JB, you don't care. You say it as it is. Say what you said last year. Crawford versus Canelo. Don't hold back.
Oh yeah, I think Crawford beats Canelo. I think that's a good fight.
Let's go.
I think he beats Canelo.
JB is Crawford's #1 fan. He says Crawford beats Canelo. He says Crawford beats Canelo. Go on, tell everybody how he beats Canelo, and I want you to break it down.
I think what he do is, even though, look at the reach. He got a longer reach than Canelo. He got a 78-inch reach, 77, 78 reach. I think Canelo reaches, 74, 73? So he got the reach advantage. He can try to control Canelo on the outside. Now, Canelo's a great fight. He got great upper body movement. He knows how to fight in the mid-range. He know how to close distance. He's good at going to the body. And he's good at walking you down. He's very patient pressure fighter. So he knows how to do that. He knows how to close distance. So it's going to be a difficult fight for Crawford. Crawford going to have to hit him with something to get his respect. If he's not able to get his respect, then basically Canelo is going to come in behind a high guard and walk him down and just start landing big shots on him, start breaking him down. So he's going to have to catch him with a shot that hurt him. And I think with Crawford being one of the best fighters out there and catching his opponent with punches that they don't see, I think if he can catch Canelo with a punch he don't see and hurt him and get his respect, maybe even wobble him or something like that.
Listen,
that's going to be the key to the whole fight.
You don't see. The punch that Crawford sees from Canelo is going to fuck him up. The punch that Canelo don't see.
Yeah,
the punch that Crawford will see and you will see is going to fuck up fucking Crawford.
You know when Canelo throwing them hooks? He like throw them hooks to the body. Crawford going to be throwing them straight short shots in between them hooks that Canelo's throwing. That's what Crawford going to be looking to land. That's how he hurt Spence multiple times in that fight. You know, Spence was loading up on them shots, trying to throw them wide shots. Crawford came right up under them with a short, accurate shots. Hurt Spence real bad. Never recovered from that punch, actually. Crawford is a master at catching with shots you don't see. You saw how he knocked out Kell Brook with the ankle punch. That's Muhammad Ali versus Sonny Liston 2 style of punch. Caught him with that shot off the ropes that he didn't see. Knocked out Kell Brook because he never saw that punch coming. That guy is a master at setting them type of punches up, setting them type of shots up. It'll be a great fight. I'm not saying if Canelo beat him and walk him down and punish him to the body, maybe stops him or beat him by decision, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he wins it like that. Canelo's a great fighter. I would like to see the fight. I think there's no more appealing fight out there for Canelo than a Crawford fight. He fight anybody else, you know, it's Canelo fight, so it's always big, but it's not nothing that's gonna get me real excited to watch. If he fight that guy, what's that guy in the #1 in the WBA over there in Canada? #1 contender in WBA, I can't remember his name right now. His name escapes me. If he fights him, I can watch that. That's a solid fight, but that's not as exciting a fight to me to watch or get ready for than a Canelo and Crawford fight.
Wow. Some people are saying that Bud won't even make it to 6 rounds.
Who's out there for him to fight? Because Skull is an IBF champion. He got to fight that guy Sensation in a rematch. The IBF just ordered that last week because the first fight ended in controversy. So he got to run it back with the guy he fought last time. So he's not available. Berlanga is out there partying. He out here, on a moral victory tour. You know, he just happy he won 12 rounds with Canelo. He chalking that up like that's a moral victory, like they do that in boxing. They don't even do that in sports in general. You trying to do that in boxing? That's crazy. So he's not available. So who's out there for him? You know, McGill, he beat him. You know, he's got a fight coming up in Mexico, I think, coming up at the end of the year. He already beat him, so there ain't really nobody out there. Either fight the WBA mandatory or fight Crawford. I think that's gonna be the next fight for Canelo. Nobody in the PBC really available. Like I said, Jamal, he fighting March 1st, and his first fight at 168, so he's not gonna be available to turn around and fight May 2 months later. He's not gonna be available. So I think it's Crawford or the WBA mandatory.
I mean, we gotta be honest and logic here, bro. At 154 pounds, Crawford's got some work. You got that Backroom, the guy Backroom who just beat Tim Tszyu. You have Jamel Charlo still sitting there, right? At 154 pounds. There's some challenges there for Crawford. It's not like it's a easy walk in the park. He's still got Fundora. There's people out there still at 154, bro, before you think Crawford can go up there 2-3 weights and just beat the best of the best.
Yeah, but Crawford, I wouldn't mind none of them fights. Him against Bakram or him against Fundora. I wouldn't mind none of them fights. But Crawford came out and said that he's wants to fight Canelo or he's going to retire. So he's done enough in his career, Hall of Fame fighter, that he's on his time. He's on his. He wants to fight who he wants to fight. If he can't get those fights, he can retire. He's not gonna fight no Virgil Ortiz. He's not gonna fight no Boots Ennis. He's not gonna fight no Bakram. He's not fighting none of those guys. I think it's either Canelo or bust. Now, is it an outside chance he maybe a fighter Fundora or maybe fight the Fundora Spence winner? I doubt if Spence win. PBC let Spence back in the ring with Crawford after the first fight. I doubt the PBC allow that to happen. They let it go the first time. I don't think they're gonna allow it to happen the second time. So I just don't see nothing out there for Crawford actually, outside of the Canelo fight. I think he's gonna take that fight or retire. So we'll see. We'll see. Canelo got to fight somebody in May. You know, he's coming back in May, so it's just a matter of who it's going to be. And I just, it's pretty much who available. You know, Benavidez is in another weight class and got a fight coming up, so he's not available. So Berlanga, like I say, he's on a moral victory tour right now. He's out here partying and having a good old time out there. So he's not available. So Pacheco, a young gun, he's fighting McCumbee. That fight's going to happen early next year. Andy Cruz is going to be on the undercard of that fight. That's going to be a matchroom card. So there's not a lot of fighters out there available right now. So I think it's what's the boy? I got to remember that guy name the WBA #1 contender, guy from Canada. What's that guy name? The super middleweight contender from Canada. He's a solid fighter, and I think the WBA about to call that mandatory for Canelo. He might fight him. That he's with Top Rank, so Top Rank, that would probably, I guess that'll be a joint promotion with the PBC and Top Rank. Maybe that fight happens. But outside of that, I don't think nothing else. It's got to be Crawford.
Wait. Carl M. Guy. Carl says Punch and Rapstar are welcome at my dad's channel. Who's your dad's channel? Who's the guy's dad's channel? Who is this? Who's your dad's channel, bro? Who are we talking to? The clown's biggest idol, Bud, has said in the past that Canelo and Usyk are #1 at some point. Boxing Truth are saying
Boxing Truth, they even call him Boxing Lie because Crawford ain't never said that he was #1. He ain't never came out his mouth and said, "Oh, I'm not #1 pound for pound. It's Usyk. I'm not #1 pound for pound. It's Canelo." He ain't never said that. Boxing Lie. Cause you damn sure ain't talking about no boxing truth in that. You just making up stuff. Send me a link, Boxing Lie, and show me that he's saying that. He quoted as saying that, because that's a lie.
He did say that Usyk, if Usyk's number one, I can see how fans would see that, and I
Like
agree with him.
he said just like I'm saying,
He
told
said
you.
that if
If
Usyk's number
fans say
one,
that Usyk
he
number
said that
one,
if Usyk's number one, I understand that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand that too. If somebody say Usyk number one, but he ain't saying that. Nah, man, y'all need to take me down from number one. It's Usyk's time. He should be number one. He ain't say that. He's saying if some fans believe that Usyk is number one, he beat Fury, the number one guy at the time of heavyweight. I ain't mad at you. Basically, what he said. And I'm saying the same thing. Like rap stuff. You believe Usyk number one? I ain't mad at you. I ain't gonna say you asinine. That's crazy. That's your opinion. If you say Inoue is number one, I ain't mad at you on that. But that's the only people. Now you start talking about Canelo number one or Bivol, he coming off a loss, or even better be, then I'd be like, hold up, man, you might be, they top five, but they ain't got no case for number one. There's only three people that got a case for number one: Usyk, Inoue, and Crawford. That's it. That's it. Everybody else, I really can't hear no argument for nobody else, really. So.
I don't know, man. Everybody got their own opinions, bro. I feel like every country or guy who comes from that country, they push that fighter. And I don't blame you for that. Crawford's American, you're an American. Usyk's Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Inoue's from Japan. And I would expect the Japanese people to be pushing their fighter as number one. I'd expect the guys in Ukraine saying, no, Usyk is that number one. So if American says that Crawford is the number one, I mean,
Yeah,
it is what it is. Everybody pushes their fighters, bro. And let me tell this guy one thing. Yeah. I don't go to people's channel like that, bro. I got my own channel. I don't visit and go around like other people. If you got something to say it over here, bro. You know what I mean? There's the link. You want to come and speak to the great almighty rap star? There's a link over here, bro. Anybody who wants it, or you want to say something, come over here. You know what I mean? Stop telling me to go here, go there. I'm not made like that, brother.
Now Boxing Rules saying, yeah, he did say that Boxing Truth, this guy tripping. Okay, Boxing Rules, send me the link of him saying that, because Grafstar just said actually what he said, and y'all want to twist the words and make it seem like he said that Usyk should be number one pound for pound guy. He said if you believe Usyk is number one pound for pound, I'm not a hater. I ain't mad at you. He ain't saying that. Oh man, yeah, Usyk number one. I'm number two. Send me a link. Him saying that. I remember exactly the comments he got on his Twitter page and saying that. I know exactly what Crawford said. I read the same comments you read, Boxing Lie and Boxing No Rules. I read the same comments both of y'all read. Y'all just twisting his words up.
Yo, let me ask you this. What was your best fight of 2024 so far? What's your best fights?
Let's see. Best fight of 2024. Let's see. There's a lot of great ones. Let's see. Best fight of 2024. We had, let's see what we had. We had Canelo Berlanga. No, that wasn't that. Let's see. Benavidez, Andrade. Nah. Let's see. Best fight of 2020.
What about Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, that was a good fight.
What a great fight that was.
Yeah,
Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia, bro.
Yeah, that was a great fight. That might be up there. The way Ryan Garcia came out there and hurt him right off the bat with that left hook, and everybody couldn't believe that Devin Haney didn't get caught with his main weapon that early in the fight. But yeah, that was good. And give Devin Haney a lot of credit, man. He got a lot of heart. He got a lot of dog in him. He got back up and got back in the fight before getting dropped again. That pretty much sealed the fight for Ryan Garcia. That was a great fight. That popped right up there. Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. I'm trying to think of another fights. Yeah, it's probably right up there.
Versus Usyk, Beterbiev versus Bivol.
Yeah, Tyson Usyk. Yeah, I'll probably have to say Tyson Usyk first fight. That's probably the fight of the year.
Daniel Dubois versus Anthony Joshua, epic fight.
Ooh.
Epic.
Oh, you talking about Daniel Dubois? Yeah, he destroyed AJ though. That was one-way traffic. AJ got dropped early. AJ came back though. He did hurt him before he got knocked out. He did hurt Dubois. Hit him with a right hand. He went in for the kill. He tried to hit him with an uppercut from too far away, which was very, very stupid. Got knocked out, but that was an exciting fight. That wasn't the fight of the year. Dubois dominated him. I think it's Usyk and Fury, the first fight. I think that's the fight of the year. And then, Ryan and Garcia and Devin Haney is probably number 2. That's probably my top 2 fights of the year. Yeah. Great
I
fight.
mean, we had a lot.
Well, what about my fight? My bad.
We
Tim
had a lot
Tszyu.
of fights.
Tim
Tank Davis
Tszyu.
versus Frank Martin, bro.
Yeah.
What are you
Tim
talking
Tszyu
about?
versus Sebastian Fundora. That's up there. I got to put that ahead of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. My top 2 is Usyk Fury and Sebastian Fundora and Tim Tszyu. Those are the 2 fights of the year right there. That Fundora Tim Tszyu fight was a bloodbath too. Both guys bleeding. One guy bleeding top of his head, the other guy bleeding out the nose. Yeah, that was a great fight, man. That Tim Tszyu Sebastian Fundora fight was a great fight. That was a replacement fight. Remember, it was supposed to be Tim Tszyu versus
coming
Keith
over
Thurman.
here. This guy keeps coming. His name's Rip Gloves, and he keeps saying that I need you to listen to that. Terence Crawford gloves are very suspect. What have you got to say to that guy, man? He won't stop telling you about it.
Oh, this guy probably believe in Bigfoot. He probably believe in UFOs. He's a conspiracy theorist, man. He believe in anything he see on the internet, out here in these internet streets. He fall for it. If you fall for anything, you can't stand up for nothing. So that's what I always learned. That's all I always know throughout my years on this earth. You can't fall for everything, man. You can't believe everything you see or everything you read. So that's my advice to that guy. Don't believe everything you read. Or that glove gate stuff, they probably the same people came up with the glove gate on the Fury Wilder fight rematch. They tried to say his gloves were loaded, he spiked his water, and the costume was too much weight. All kind of conspiracy theories. Now his Fury is just a better fighter than Wilder. That's actually what it was. And so I and I'm a Wilder fan. See, but I keep it consistent. I'm objective. I'm not a fan of these fighters. I call it like I see it. I'm a Wilder fan, but I didn't subscribe to all that glove gate. I don't believe in none of that. Fury's just a better fighter. And he showed it in the second and third fight, so nah. I don't believe in all that. But these people can believe what they want to believe,
The glove gate skin color is why they lose. Ryan taking roids, that aren't roids. What about that?
Well, he got popped dirty. He's on suspension right now, so the man is guilty. I don't know why. I don't know what we talking about here. It ain't like we, somebody out to get Ryan. He could have fought it. He could have presented his case in front of the commission and fought the case. He decided not to do it. He took his punishment. So
there's a
he
movie
copped the plea.
coming out.
That what you call copping the
There's
plea.
a movie
If you
coming
cop the
out
plea,
soon.
you guilty.
Do you know there's a movie coming out soon on Devin Haney about what he's doing, guilty himself behind the scenes? That Devin Haney's working with Victor Conte and doing things that are basically screening other fighters, finding ways to get them caught, but they're also doing things which can't be detected. How do you feel about that?
Don't feel too much about it. Just people talking, and all I know is Devin Haney has never failed a drug test. That's all I know. All this other stuff is speculation.
Don't you think it's suspicious that he's hanging out with one of the worst cheats in the whole world?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of fighters fight up under the snag, and I don't think he's actually with Victor Conte. I think he was working with him before a fight, but he's not with Victor Conte. I think that's a misnomer, saying he's with Victor Conte and all that. I think I haven't seen him with a snack t-shirt on in a while, Devin Haney. So I don't think he's with Victor Conte. I think he was working with him during a time he's getting ready for a fight. But there's a lot of fighters who was working with Victor Conte. A lot of fighters. Wasn't Crawford working with Victor Conte for a time? He's not with him. I've seen several fighters work with him. I think Mikey Garcia might have been working with him too when he was fighting. So I don't, it is what it is, man. Just because he was a cheat, he's gonna be a cheat the rest of his life. He's gonna continue to cheat. Sometimes that's the best people to work with, because they're the people that know what's good and what ain't good. So they're able to get you on the right stuff that's not on the ban list. They're just like somebody that went to jail and got out of jail. And they able to tell people that's maybe going down the wrong road, hey man, you don't need to do this, because I've been through this. I did the wrong end of getting locked up. You don't need to go down that same road I went down. And sometimes those are the best people for you to be listening to or working with. People that have been down there and know how to tell you what not to take. So maybe Victor Conte is in that mode. he know what not to take, and he can kind of tell you what to take, what's not on the ban list. So maybe that's why they're working with him. See, people always want to, you know,
I mean,
have
you
people
have.
put a jacket on somebody and put that jacket on them for the rest of their life, like they can't
What about Victor Conte?
turn their life around.
What about him being with Victor Conte? Because Victor Conte also is a guy that can give you a lot of stuff undetected. He's the best at showing you what to take before
Yep.
even if those drugs are available on the market. He has the
Mm-hmm.
understanding and the education knowing that what Valda's looking for, before they're looking for it, he can give you something else.
Yep.
And
That's
he's the best at that.
that. Yep, you're right. That's exactly that could definitely be a reason why they're using it. And that's why that's one thing about that. That's why you got to constantly update the ban list, because the chemists, they're always ahead of the drug tests. So you always got to constantly. I don't know how often they update these lists. I don't know if it's like once a year or twice a year, but whatever it is, they need to update them things like maybe every 3 months or every other month. They need to constantly update that stuff and have stuff on there that maybe not went on there the other month and put it on there. You say, okay, well, this has the same effect that this here that's banned. It's just a different name. So let's put this on the list. So you got to constantly update the list, I think. So
Hey, this guy's got no balls. You see this guy, he keeps talking, he wants my attention, yeah? I'm gonna give you my last second attention. Everybody knows Rapstar don't play. You got any balls, hit the link and let's see who's weak. Let's see who's weak. I will smoke you on your own on Thanksgiving. I will destroy you on your own Thanksgiving, bro. Yeah, let me send that link one more time. I guarantee you, people speak a big thing on the fucking chat, but they're scared to hit the link. Why are they scared to hit the link, JB? Explain that to me. Are they
I
not?
don't know.
No. One thing I'll talk when we talk over here, I've noticed only people that come here are either articulate, people that can speak, people which are strong-minded, and that's one thing that you've got. You got a very strong, thick skin, JB. You don't let people really get to you too much, and you'll still stick with your views. And that's just the kind of channel we are. Why are people scared to hit the link when they talk so much big talk and they're even cursing you out? But this guy cursing and he don't even want to hit the link.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
see
you're
that?
saying quit standing in the background, being a background singer. Come on out here to the stage and perform and sing and do the duet with us. No, we don't want no background singers. We don't want you back there in the shadows. Come on out here and come to the front stage with me and Rapstar, and let's sing some
Yeah,
songs
hit the
and see
link,
what's really
bro. You
going
got
on.
something to say? Hit the link, bro.
Yeah, and my tone 505. So a pedophile that's done time as a pedophile ain't a pedophile anymore, and a snitch that snitched before isn't a snitch anymore. See, you talking about apples and I'm talking about oranges. That's the problem. What I'm saying is maybe Victor Conte with his experience. Rapstar had a good point about him having knowing some stuff that maybe ain't on the list, but maybe him with his experience, like I said, I just said it in a different way. He can tell them guys what to take that ain't on the list, that give them the benefit that they're looking for, and what not to take because he's got experience in that field. Maybe that's why they with him. Maybe they ain't in, maybe that basically is another way of cheating, another form of cheating, but it really ain't cheating because if it ain't on the ban list, it ain't cheating. That's just the bottom line. So that's what I'm talking about. You talking about pedophile and all this. Yeah, pedophile is a pedophile. But can a pedophile have remorse for what he did? Being a pedophile and turn his life around? Of course. If you just think he's just a piece of POS and need to be thrown away from good, that is bad. When you do that to a child, to somebody
So these
that
people want to keep asking
ain't
you this
of age,
question.
that's crazy. You should do time for that. Don't get me wrong.
So these guys are asking you that what do you think about the gloves situations with fighters like Bud's gloves? When you've seen Bud's gloves, people have been complaining about it. David Avanesian complained about Bud Crawford's gloves. And Bud Crawford also changed his gloves last minute. You think these people are making a big thing out of saying that's not there?
Yeah, I think they're making a mountain out of a molehill myself. I think it got much to do about nothing. I don't think it had no effect on the fight. Was Avenesian gonna get knocked out? If the gloves fell apart, if it didn't fall apart, he's gonna get knocked out. Maybe them gloves, or sometimes maybe them gloves wasn't put together properly. Maybe they had some kind of glitch in the making of the glove, some kind of default in the glove. That can happen. I'm sure that's not the first time that's happening, but it's the first time they got a lot of publicity because it happened to a fighter of the caliber of a Terrence Crawford. So people talked about it. But it had nothing to do with you seen in his next fight with Spence. Did the gloves come apart against Spence? I don't see no glove coming apart against Spence. I saw him picking apart Spence, but I ain't see no glove coming apart. So miss me with that. Hey, he don't need no special glove to be no David adversary. That's for damn sure. So we got a lot of Bud Crawford haters out here talking about so good. This dude probably didn't even watch the fight. This dude probably heard about it on the internet. Listen to the internet and thinking what the internet say is gospel. That's the problem with you people, man. You don't watch the fight for yourself. Go back and watch the Crawford fight and then come back and tell me that the gloves falling apart made a difference. I didn't even notice the glove fell apart watching the fight. I didn't even pay anyone. There wasn't nobody even talking about that during the fight. The man got knocked out, man. Got knocked out. Yeah, Crawford's resume is one of the best out there currently in boxing. The man has done what he's done in the ring, and he's a Hall of Fame fighter, no doubt about it. He's at this point of his career where he's looking for certain legacy-defining fights. He's not going to be fighting none of these guys that he don't think bring anything to the table where he got nothing to gain and everything to lose, and they got everything to gain, nothing to lose. He's not going to be in them type of fights anymore. He's looking for a fight with Canelo. He can't get Canelo fight, then he's going to retire. That's just what it is. The man, 37, 38 years old, the man is on the back nine of his career. He's done what he's done, and to me, it's the argument is down to two fighters that's the best fighters of this era. It's out of Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford. Those are the only two guys that have an argument as a fighter of this era. Since the last era, it was Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was a fighter of the era.
Now, I just want you to answer these chat one by one. At least you can interact with them because they're listening to you. This guy, Oscar Jotsu, says, you're just a coward. To talk about it because your hero cheated, bottom line. That's why you don't want to talk about it. Doesn't mean it's not true. This is lame. What do you say?
Yeah, just Oscar, just because you heard about it on the internet and heard some people talk about it and stuff like that, and maybe you saw an article talking about it, don't mean it's true either. The man didn't cheat. The man don't need to cheat to beat no David adversary. You know how stupid that sound? Bud Crawford got to cheat to beat David adversary? Really? You need to cheat to beat him. If he was gonna cheat, you mean maybe cheat against a Spence or somebody, or maybe a Sean Porter. He ain't gonna cheat against Sean Porter. He's not gonna cheat against Errol Spence, but the big bad David adversary. Let me cheat against him. Let me get these gloves specially open up for me so I can hit him with straight brass, basically brass knuckles, and just beat this guy down because he's so dangerous, he's so tough. This is gonna be my toughest fight. How asinine does that sound? Come on, you got to look at things from a common sense perspective. You people just look at it from a hating perspective. You don't like a certain fighter, so you try to throw all kind of bad things at him that you know don't make no damn sense, and try to say that he cheated and he had the gloves open up so he could beat David adversary. That sounds stupid. Makes no sense. Just think about what you're saying.
So now answer this. Hawker Mustang says all fighters connected to Snack are doing something dodgy. You can't blame that people to think they're cheating. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can believe. Yeah, Oscar, you probably believe in Bigfoot. You probably believe in UFOs. You probably believe in the tooth fairy. You probably believe in a whole lot of stuff that ain't true. I can't change your mind. You believe that. You just believe what you believe. You believe that Terrence Crawford was tried to cheat to beat David adversary. That's on you, dog. I don't believe that. I just believe it was I believe if it did happen, it was just an innocent mistake. I don't think Crawford was trying to cheat against no David adversary. No, I don't. If you believe that, then hey, you fall for anything. You one of them type of people. You believe in anything you read. I guess you got. I read stuff, but then I think about stuff. Say, okay, that makes sense. I think hell no. And I go on to the next thing. I don't just read stuff and then go off that and believe it. And that's just me.
So you think everybody connected to Snack, there's something suspicious?
No, I don't think they're just because they were Snack. That's what I'm saying. I don't just because some people see him with Snack and see Victor Conte being a guy that was known to be a cheater, and they just say that they cheat. I look at it like they ain't failed no drug test, so they ain't cheated. Some people say, well, yeah, but they would have got to know how to give them the stuff to pass the drug test. Yeah. Like I say, the chemists are always going to be ahead of the drug test. So that's up on the drug commission. They probably need to update them lists more frequently. Instead of once a year or however they do it twice a year, they probably need to do it every 3 months at the very least, or every other month. Update those the ban lists. It'll probably catch more guys cheating if they do that. Yep. Oh, Nation 509 said, if you believe Crawford would beat Canelo, then you believe in UFOs too. Yeah. Well, Crawford undefeated. He ain't lost. Canelo, he didn't got beat before. Remember Mayweather watched him? Yeah, no, he lost before. And I thought he lost the first Triple G fight. And Crawford ain't never lost. So we'll see. I know it's weight classes for a reason. And sometime a great big man beat a great little man. And maybe that'll be the case in this fight. But I would like to see it. I think there's no other better opponent out there for Canelo for May than Crawford. I don't see nobody else that would, get me excited to watch Canelo fight. Hawk Mustaine say Marchala smokes Crawford. Maybe he does, maybe he don't, but we'll never know because Crawford ain't fighting him. Crawford say I'm fighting Canelo or I'm gonna return. So you can throw out all these names and say they'll beat Crawford. We'll never know because he ain't gonna never fight him. Hawk Mustang said Crawford is good, but he's not great. Yeah, he's great. I don't know what you call good, but he's great. He's great. He's great. He's a fight. To me, like I say, Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford, them are the two fighters of this era. That's why I hope they do fight so we can find out who is the fight of this era. Because last era, it was Floyd Mayweather Jr. Okay, that was the last one. So we don't know. The one before it was Floyd, I probably say it was probably Roy Jones. Before Floyd, it was Roy Jones era. So we'll just have to see. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Booze Traveler. See, I can respect your comment, Booze Traveler. He say that's right. You can't take it away from Crawford. I mean, the guy is good, but I still say he's not beating Canelo. Yeah, like I said, yeah, he might not be Canelo. Canelo's a great fighter. That's why I want to see it. Yeah, I ain't taking nothing away, and I'm not gonna take nothing away from Canelo if he beat him. I ain't gonna say, oh man, he made a small guy come up, he beat him. No, I ain't gonna do that. Crawford ain't never lost. If he beat Crawford, he did something other 38, 39 opponents couldn't do. That's beat Crawford. So I'm gonna give him full credit. And I'm gonna say that Canelo Alvarez is the fighter of this era. And it ain't gonna be no qualifying to it. Ain't gonna be no, he beat. Nah. Canelo Alvarez beat Crawford. He's the fighter of this era. Point blank, period.
Hey, pound for pound king, that's not your account. Your account is an original account, bro. That's not your account, bro. Stop the cap. The real pound for pound king don't even speak like that. Go on, bro. Epoxy Magic says, but like you said, Roy had losses. Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis too. Nello versus
Ryan Garcia too big, man. He too big. He damn near fighting. He fighting the junior middleweight. He fighting the exhibition. That fight is at 153. He damn near finna be a junior middleweight. He too big for Tank. Tank 135. He fought at 140 when he fought Mario Barrios. He felt the weight difference. He said he ain't going back up. He fighting at 135. I don't think he's going up to 140. So I don't see it. I don't see Ryan Garcia fighting below 147.
He's trying to fake it that he's pound for pound. He's not pound for pound, bro. Anyway, this guy says, yeah, the chat saw the ripped gloves. You are defending cheaters now. You admitted he cheated, but now it didn't mean nothing to you. So did you admit that
No, I ain't admitted
cheated?
nothing. I ain't admitted nothing. I ain't said nothing about no Crawford cheating. That's y'all making up stuff saying he cheated. I ain't never said Crawford cheated. I ain't never actually see the gloves come apart. I heard them talking about it. I heard an article about it. I watched the fight live. I never saw no gloves coming apart. Never saw it. So I don't know if that's just some internet gossip people making up. I heard people talk about it and they kind of running with it now, but y'all need to go watch the fight. I actually watched the fight. I don't like a lot of you guys. Y'all guys going off what y'all heard on the internet. I actually saw the fight. I ain't see no gloves coming apart myself. So that's y'all. Y'all saw that? Cool. I ain't see that. I watched the fight live. I ain't see that. So hey, it is what it is. I ain't see it.
Are you sure? You never said that you saw like there
I
was
know.
something wrong in the glove.
All I saw was Crawford knocking the guy out. I seen it was. Adversary was doing good in the fight. You know, he was doing some stuff, doing some good stuff. He
But
was
why
working
did
in there.
Avenetian complain so much about the gloves? See,
Man, you know,
Terence
I don't know.
Crawford, I don't care what you say. You might be in Terence Crawford's #1 fan, but he got to beat Errol Spence. Fair enough. But Errol Spence don't get hurt like that, bro. Now, the gloves that David Avenetian said that Crawford's gloves are fucked. They took pictures of it. They tried to go to the commission about the gloves. I hope
Oh,
you know
okay.
that. It's all on Google. But
Oh, okay.
don't you think Crawford has got some suspicious activities with Snack and the power that he showed against Errol Spence?
Yeah, but what about the other 10 opponents that he knocked out before he knocked out Errol
But
Spence
those were
Jr.?
wash fighters. Even
Oh,
with those fighters,
all of
but
them was
even
washed.
with those fighters, is there something that David Avenetian said that the gloves have been tampered with?
Yeah, you know, he got excuses. You know, he got excuses. That's his excuse for him. He got beat. That's
Okay,
all I know.
let's talk to D Calico. D Calico, is there any suspicious activities in the American fighter Terence Crawford? How he looked against Errol Spence?
100%.
Can you please talk about it?
Yeah, he like there's no jab in boxing. Nobody has a jab like that in boxing unless maybe Martin Bacoli, a heavyweight that's 285 pounds. Like nobody can do Errol Spence like that. Not based off a jab. A jab, you never seen that much damage from a Terrence Crawford jab. Not even a Deontay Wilder jab. I mean, it's not a boxer really. Like I say, it's not really a boxer you can think of. You know what I mean? That can do Errol Spence like that with minimal damage. I mean, with minimal effort. You know what I mean? The effort was effortless. You know, like he beat him like it was a slap boxing match. Like man, like I didn't think I was slapping your teeth out your mouth. You know, but that's what it was looking like, man. It was horrible, and I don't know where that kind of power comes from, unless it's the fact that his gloves bust every fight. You know, he's busting every last gloves. These gloves don't last forever. When you Terrence Crawford, they could be brand new. He'll bust the stitching out of. So, you know, we got to slow down images. Like we see funny business going on. I don't trust him.
You like Errol Spence? Huh? Errol Spence, one of your favorite fighters. You a
He
big Errol
was.
Spence fan, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
You
he
a big
was.
Errol Spence fan. Yeah,
Yes, he
yeah, I
was.
figured that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he was.
figured that. Yeah, I figured you
But
was.
I just like boxing. Period.
Yeah, but did Errol Spence Jr. complain after he lost to Crawford? I
Hey,
ain't hear him
watch
complaining
this.
about no
Watch this.
gloves.
Errol Spence might have did the same thing against Ugas. That's why Errol Spence don't mind keeping his mouth closed. That he got done. The same thing got done to his ass. The way he
Oh,
beat Ugas was oh man, I'm talking about ridiculous. It was real destructive. Like I think he ruined Ugas' career. You know, he really was ruining a lot of careers. But I
mm,
was looking at it like it was natural power. But what he did against Ugas might I don't know about it. That might have been something else. It was ugly.
mm. Yeah, he kind of broke down. He beat down Kell Brook like that too, though. Beat him down, made him stop, broke his other eye socket.
Man, everybody. I'm talking about Danny Garcia. Like the jabs that he was even like that was the most vicious jab I had ever seen until Terrence Crawford versus Spence. But
Mm,
the jab that Errol was putting on really everybody, but just Danny Garcia alone, like he damn near took his eyes, man. He almost took his eye socket
mm-hmm.
for real. He ruined a lot of fighters. Like that's why Danny Garcia was easy pickings.
Yeah.
Everybody fight Errol Spence. You really done after that. Sean Porter set out the ring damn near longer than Errol Spence did after a car crash. Like after fighting Errol, nobody jumps back into the ring immediately after fighting Errol.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought he was the boogeyman, but it could be some funny business in there. All of boxing is corrupt, way too much for me. Like I wish my son and I wish I could have my kids in boxing, but not if they're gonna get cheated. You know what I mean? I want
Yeah.
them to. I want my kids to show you they'll knock these dudes out, but not if they're gonna get cheated and get damn near unalived in the ring. I ain't going for that. I'm one of them. I'm like one of them other dads. I'm coming in the ring too, for real. So I need a clean sport, man.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, them guys they need to update that the ban list more frequently, and they need to drug test everybody. Every fight should be drug tested. Some
And,
fights
and the hand wraps,
don't have drug tests.
the hand wraps should be the same in every state. It shouldn't be in Las Vegas. You can stack your wraps. You can stack the tape. You shouldn't be able to stack that tape on the knuckles. You should have to put the gauze wrap first, stack the gauze, then you tape the gauze. You don't stack the tape. That's like making a cast. And they putting it directly on the knuckles. They make the punch 4 times harder. I'm talking about your boy Crawford literally wrapped his hands up like that against Spence. And
Well, when they wrapping the hand, the opponent have another guy. They have opponents
I'm saying in
representative in
certain
there while you're
states,
wrapping the hands.
in certain
All
states,
fights of that magnitude. When
in certain
Crawford
states, in
Crawford
Las
was wrapping
Vegas,
his
they brought
hands
in
up.
Las Vegas.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me get this off. When Crawford was wrapping his hands, they had a Spence representative in there watching him wrap his hands. They didn't protest. They didn't protest it. And when Spence was wrapping his hands, Crawford had one of his people in there when Spence was wrapping his hands. Nobody protested this before the fight. Nobody had no protest like when Mosley fought Margarita. Let me get this off. You've been talking for a minute. Let me get mine off. When Mosley fought Margarita, and then the hand wraps was done regularly, his trainer Nazim protested. They ended up rewrapping those things. When they opened the things up, it turned out he was trying to cheat. He had been doing it for a long time. So obviously, Spitz okayed him wrapping up his hands. They ain't had no problem with it because they didn't protest it. Same way with Spitz.
Like my first statement. Every state needs to have the same rules. In Las Vegas, what he did was legal. It was totally. He's not putting a metal pipe in his hand. He's not doing nothing like Margarito. But what I'm saying is, like in Las Vegas, just like in Niue, in Japan, they are allowed to, wrap their hand. They're allowed to stack their hands. That's why when you watch pay-per-view, it's going to be blood. It's going to be blood. They allow that for that reason. Like every fighter is his greatest. I'm greater than I've ever been on pay-per-view. Yeah, in Las Vegas. Yeah, because they're gonna change the rules. They're gonna bend the rules. That's why you go to these venues so you can have it that way.
Oh, but what if they allow them to wrap your hand? You do your hands there. You wrap your hands just like your opponent does. They're able to do it that way. Then you stack yours. You make it even playing field. You make it even playing field. You make it even playing field. If they allow that opponent, your opponent to do that, then you do it. So you even the playing field.
Bro, if somebody outside want to fight you, he got brass knuckles. You got brass knuckles. You gonna defend yourself, but do you really want to fight with these brass knuckles?
Of course you want to fight. You a boxer. You a fighter,
bro.
You a competitor.
You got brass knuckles. He got brass knuckles. Do you really want to fight? I'm not saying you're not going to defend yourself. You're not going to do what you got to do. You ain't gonna, but do you really want that?
Is it an even playing field? Does the guy have advantage over you?
So
you don't have no advantage
with sword fighting, machete fighting,
you going to the extreme, talking about brass knuckles and all. It's still boxing and stuff. You still skilled. You still hit and don't get hit type of fighter. But if they're allowing that type of rapping, then they're allowing that type of rapping for both guys.
Yeah, but
like I said, I know Forte was complaining about Inouye in his
that don't make it right.
Rap. And Inouye was like, okay, I changed the raps up, and he rapped it the way Forte wanted him to rap, and he still beat the hell out of Forte. So that wasn't no excuse.
No, he did not. He said I would not change. He ain't changing nothing.
Nah, he said if it's a problem with it, I'll re-rap it. If I problem, I'll re-rap it.
Nope.
Bottom line is, Forte, if he had a problem with that, Forte could have wrapped his hands away the same way all them fighters that fight down there wrap his hands. He went down there and fought him and took the money, and you know the situation in there. You got to play by their rules. You got to play by their rules.
Look, Stephen,
you know what I'm saying? I don't like hearing I don't like. It's like sound like a bunch of excuses. Look, his hand wrapped. His hand was wrapped.
Look, watch the film. Stephen Fulton fought that man. He fought him like he was fighting a guy with a weapon. Like
Mhm.
Fulton he ain't scared of nobody. If you watch any fight he ever been in, it was pure action. It was beautiful.
Mhm.
Stephen Fulton was amazing until he fought Inoue. He fought Inoue like Inoue had a knife in his hand.
Okay.
And you
Well,
take that as normal. I don't take that as
Thing
normal.
about
I
it is
take it as what he said before the fight.
you took a career high payday. You took a career high payday. You ain't never make the money you made when you fought anyway. You took a career high payday. You went over there and fought, and you started complaining before the fight was even about the rapping and all this, that, and the third. And they were saying, "Well, we'll rap it the way you want to rap. You that paranoid about it." And then you went in the ring and you got dominated. So I don't really want to hear no excuses. You got beat.
They did not change up nothing. They never. Man, Inoue said he wasn't gonna change up nothing. He the champion anyway.
Did you hear what Inoue say that if he got a problem with it, then I'll rap it the way you want to rap it. Inoue said
said,
that.
I
You know what
won't.
I'm saying? No, he said I
He
would.
won't do it.
No, he said he would.
No,
He said he would do it. He didn't say he won't do it. He said
I
if
even
you
check the
that
chat.
paranoid about
I
it,
take the
then
chat
we'll
word
do
for
it
it.
like how you want to do it. If you that paranoid about it, they was talking about it
See,
before the
ain't
fight. I'm like,
nobody even in the
why you
chat
wait
even
till the
agree
week
with
of
you,
the
bro.
fight to complain about it? You should have been talking about this in the negotiations. Don't wait till the week of the fight and you already down there talking about that. You should have been talking about this in the negotiations. Say, look, we know how y'all get down there with these raps. So before I go down there and sign this contract, we need to have an understanding on how these raps get done. We're gonna do them like how we do it down here in Philadelphia, or how we do it down here in Vegas, or however you do it when they kind of less.
Man,
It's like to your
the
life.
B side don't
And
say no shit like that.
yeah, what I'm saying, he couldn't do that. Like I'm
He
saying, yeah, he
not the
couldn't
A
do that.
side. He
He
wasn't the
couldn't
A
do that.
side.
So either don't fight him. But the last thing you need to do is go down there and start complaining the week of the fight, because ain't nothing you can do.
Man,
You know how they
bro,
flew
I ain't gonna
down
lie.
there, and you
Hey,
getting your money. You can't
Wood,
complain the week of the fight.
hey,
You
I would
got to
have went and
either
got that money
talk
too.
about that in negotiations and walk away from the fight and don't take the fight if you that worried about it.
Man, you wouldn't have turned down that money. You would have went down there and
Okay,
gave
then
up that O.
take
I'd
the
have gave
money.
up that O,
Then,
man. I got one
don't
loss.
complain. Then you took the money and you understand how they do it. How they get down there. Don't complain.
Hey, yo, let me just say this. Pound for pound, the original pound for pound has been with me for day one. He would never lose his main account and his main rank. He's one of my main subscribers. Now, this guy, if this is the real pound for pound, when did you last send me a message? Because I have a message from pound for pound on one of my videos. You came in one of my videos after the live was over and you sent a message to me. You got to remember when you sent me the last message. That's the real pound for pound, bro. How did you lose the real pound for pound out here? You understand? How did you lose the real pound for pound, bro? When did you send me that last message? You sent me a message pound for pound on one of my lives. So just remember that message. But go ahead, guys. Did Terence Crawford, D Calico, with the big win that he had with Errol Spence, and certain things have just looked a little bit fishy back and forth. Do you think Terence Crawford is getting his career? I mean, do you feel that there's something that's going on that we don't know about? D Calico. Anyway, JB, you there?
Yeah, man.
So the main
man.
thing is Crawford, right? At the end of the day,
Right.
is he getting a hard time for the Errol Spence win, where he should get the big accolades for that win?
Yeah, I just think Errol Spence Jr. got a loyal fan base. A lot of these guys were really big Errol Spence Jr. fans. They thought he was gonna beat Crawford. They thought Crawford hadn't really fought nobody at 147. That Errol Spence Jr. had done all the heavy lifting at 147. That he would be able to stop Crawford. That didn't happen. So they trying to look for a reason why Spence looked like that, because he had never looked like that in other fights, get beat down that bad. Instead of acknowledging Crawford's greatness, they looking for other reasons, and they start coming up with this other stuff about hand wraps and stuff like that. Or he wasn't the same after the car crash, and just using up all kind of excuses. Never mind the fact that after the car crash, he beat Danny Garcia and Ugas, two world class fighters. So he looked good in those fights, but I won't give Crawford no credit. So I give guys credit for the beating other great fighters, especially when you're talking about the top two guys in the division. I give them good credit, So I think that's what it is. You know, Crawford got a loyal fan base. Just say Tank ever lose. They gonna try to find an excuse for why Tank lost. If he ever lose, you know, Tank got a strong loyal fan base too. I'm a Tank fan myself. But if Tank get beat fan square, I'm not gonna be trying to look for no excuse. I'm be, oh man, what he was hand raps or this dude was doing this. They'll try to come up with some kind of reason why he lost. That's just what they do. They're a fan of a fighter. That's different between them and me. They're a fan of a fight. I'm a fan of boxing. So I ain't a fan of these fighters. I give credit where credit's due, and I acknowledge greatness no matter who it is. I ain't just gonna.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like Tupac say, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. You know what I mean? So just because you saw it with your own two eyes, what is like what did you truly see? Like, well, what did they get over on your ass? Don't think they ain't never getting over on us. That's like the Tyson and Jake Paul. Is that the only time we can tell? Like
Tell
that's
what? Tell what?
I guess
What
you
you saying?
couldn't
What
tell
you
nothing.
saying?
You couldn't
You
tell
saying that
nothing.
kind of fix?
You couldn't tell nothing. That shit. If you know, you know.
No, I'm asking you.
Nah,
What
if you know, you know. This is an inside type thing. I can't give away the
Oh,
secret.
okay. You
I
you
can't
are a
give the
conspiracy theorist, boy. You are a conspiracy theorist to your heart, boy. I give you that.
hey, call it. I mean, I call myself keeping it real. Be honest with you.
Yeah, okay. You call it what you want to call it, but that's conspiracy theorist to your heart. That's what you is. You can believe it though. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I don't know.
No,
It's up
I'm
to
not a believer. Is the point? I don't believe nothing.
you. Okay. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I might see I might see the same fight as you, but guess what? That don't mean I truly know what I just saw. That's why all of us, well, not all of us, some of us go back and rewatch fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people have to, do it 2 and 3 times. That's how you
Yeah.
catch things you didn't see the first time. Cause we just enjoying the fight that first time. We might be hanging around a whole bunch. It might be a room full of people while you watching the fight. We just enjoying ourselves, talking shit. But when you sit back and rewatch, it's just like watching Tyson Fury and Wilder. I don't care what none of y'all say. Like, like when I rewatch it and I grade Tyson Fury and Wilder first fight, it ain't no way Tyson Fury won all them rounds. And then I ain't never seen a fight where a person been knocked down twice and it's a tie.
Well,
Ever.
it could be a tie. It could be a tie if you win.
Nah, can't.
If you win 7 rounds to 5 and you get knocked down twice, yeah, it's gonna be a tie. Instead of
Yeah, and,
115,
and guess what?
113, it's gonna be
Devin Haney,
113, 113.
Devin
It's
Haney
gonna be
should have won
113.
round 12 and it should have been declared a tie. How you would have felt about that?
Round 12 or what?
Over the
Or
Ryan
what
Garcia
fight?
fight.
Yeah, that was a close fight because despite the fact that everybody tried to make that fight look like it was
Okay.
some kind of one-way track, one-way beat down, that wasn't the case. If it wasn't for them knockdowns, what's the name probably would have won that fight. Devin Haney probably would have won the fight, but the knockdowns, the
Ain't
first
no problem.
knockdown getting dropped, and then
Like
he
he
got dropped.
probably won.
He got dropped early. He got dropped late on in the fight. When he got himself back into the fight, Haney, he got the knockdown late in that fight. They probably sealed the deal for Ryan to
Like,
win.
how did he survive this fight? Like, have you ever seen a guy like like put it, just put his whole heart out there like that? I ain't never seen nobody survive what he kept surviving. He was like, man, it was like Undertaker. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
like it was 1, 2, and right before the 3, he was jumping up. You know,
Yep.
and win the next round, and then
Yeah.
lose a round, then win the next round, then lose a round. It was like, what the hell is going on? Like one time he won like 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah. He did good. I think Ryan Garcia, when he was letting his hands go, he was hurting Devin Haney, but he couldn't fight a full 12 rounds. He probably wasn't in no great shape. You saw
Yeah,
the
but
man was drinking leading up to the fight and stuff like that. That boy wasn't in optimal shape.
his stamina sucks in every fight, but all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden, he did have better stamina, and that was a problem for Devin too. Like, because everybody who's, if a person studies Ryan, they're gonna realize he only has a good 30 seconds worth of stamina, maybe 60 seconds at the
Mm-hmm.
max, and that's per round. So after that, you get to beat him, you get to wail on him. Like he's fun. It's fun fighting Ryan.
Yep.
But all of a sudden, he had a lot more stamina.
Well, he fought that fight in spurts though. He didn't fight that fight consistent. After he got after he dropped Devin Haney in the first round, he took the next 2
He
rounds
had 2
off.
minutes worth of stamina. I'm gonna give it
Yeah,
to him. He had about 2 minutes worth of stamina in every round. That was dangerous for Ryan. I know you don't see Ryan that turned up.
yeah. Devin Haney should have took away that left hook, man. I don't know why he was looking for a knockout, and that he's not a knockout fighter. He should have boxed the guy like he'd been doing up to that point. He would have probably beat Ryan. He had the wrong game plan.
Like
for that fight.
he got punched too early. It was
Yeah,
way
with the
too
left
early.
hook. Well, he got
he
caught
got
with the
rocked
man number one option too, number one weapon. How you gonna get caught with the left hook right off the top like
And the
that?
first punch of the fight, like that's like a real street fight. That's what you dream of. You want to sock it to him the first punch. Like that should never work on the Devin Haney. Never. I don't care if he fighting Shakur Stevenson or I don't care if it's Jerron Boots Ennis. Like you're not supposed to let that happen. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what he was thinking. Like he was like all the way, in chill mode. Nah, it was time to get on, to wake up. He was dozing off.
Yeah, he came in there. He stepped 2 round right off the bat. He was in punching range. He was fighting aggressive fight. I think he was trying to. He thought he could go in there and stop Ryan Garcia. He's gonna try to win in a more impressive fashion than Tank. Tank has stopped Ryan. He's gonna go in there and stop Ryan too. But he should have did that.
He had already, won the fight in his mind, and he was already in round 12. He shouldn't have been like that. Like, of course, around round 9 and 10, and the championship rounds, he could have walked Ryan.
Calico, let's be honest.
He could have walked him down.
You have a D Calico, let's be honest. I mean, Bill Haney.
Yo, rep star, bro. Rep star.
Wait, just shut up, man. Let me talk. Wait.
Nah, rep star, bro.
Wait, you gotta wait, bro. So Bill Haney, right, is supposed to come in. But he said to me that you can't just, I mean, for me to hear that Bill Haney's not just blaming the Austrian. What about Bill Haney's game plan with Devin Haney? Don't you think that Devin Haney's game plan going into the Ryan Garcia fight was too much ego, too confident? They wanted to do better than Tank, and they don't fight like that. Why did he step to Ryan Garcia from the first spell? Why did he try to bang it out with Ryan when you know that Devin Haney fights from the jab, fights from the distance, and he doesn't fight like that? Yeah. So don't you think their game plan was wrong anyway?
Yeah, most definitely. Everybody knows. Look, that's what got him hurt. That's what got him hurt. But that don't give Ryan the right to be a cheat. Yeah. So 2 things can be right at the same time, or should I say 2 things can be wrong at the same time?
I gave you the niggas of respect, bro. I gave you the little niggas of respect, bro.
How the fuck can you come on my channel? How the fuck can you come on my channel? And because Mirage sent you on my channel and you're being
Mexicans,
racist.
bro? TBS not paying his debts, bro.
How the fuck you coming out being racist, you dirty
Mirage pay that guy, bro. What do you think about that shit, bro? What do you think about that shit?
Fucking bitch. You're Mirage's bitch. And Mirage sent you over here to be racist, bro.
Yeah, he trying to get the channel fucked up. Yeah,
You're trying to fuck up the channel, coming over here being racist.
Yeah, that's sad. He drunk as hell. Like, I ain't never heard him that drunk.
Yo, pound for pound. What the fuck has happened to you? I don't even know. Is that the real pound for pound? Or is that somebody trying to be pound for pound and fake it?
Trying to ruin his
because
character.
everybody's fucking the channel up, bro. I had somebody block 10 people earlier, right? Yep. Are they trying to fake it? Is that not the real pound for pound?
Man. Bro, whoever that was just ruined pound for pound.
And Mirage is a disgrace to the boxing community. He just sent Jack Marshall here to be racist, to fuck up the channel.
Oh, Mirage over here. He always sound like a
Mirage is sending Jack over here saying all these things to fuck up the channel, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy.
This guy's still in the back. He still wants to come over here.
So he'll pay
Jack,
his. Why the
fuck you come over my channel trying to fuck it up?
Hey,
Yo,
he'll,
rap star, bro.
hey,
Rap
Mirage,
star,
No,
bro.
no, no.
Mirage will
Why
pay
the
his
Rap.
fuck?
debt, but he'll do
Apologize.
some backwards
My
shit.
bad.
Apologize or
My
you're
bad
getting
about the
taken off.
racism shit, bro. My
You
bad,
better
bro. My
apologize to
bad.
these people now, or you're taking and getting taken off.
I apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
Why did you say
I
that to
apologize.
these people, bro?
I apologize.
Why are you saying that? Why are you so racist? Why is you and Mirage so racist, bro?
No, Mirage didn't send me here, bro. Mirage did not send me here, bro.
Yeah, but your
I'm
Mirage's
on here
girlfriend.
saying,
Alcohol did.
why do you let TPS
Man,
join your
fuck
panel?
TBS and fuck you, bro.
Why do you let
TBS has
that
got nothing
Mexican
to do
little
with me.
fucking
TBS has got nothing to do with me. And you're coming over here with your butt hurt in your feelings for Mirage. Because Mirage ain't got the balls to come over here and complain and how much he's crying inside. Mirage is sitting there acting like a pussy, sending this racist fuck over to my channel, bro. The man's drunk out of his brain. What the fuck is going on in the world? That's mad, man.
Yo,
Some
TBS,
crazy
I heard
shit
him in a
going on
while on
out here,
TBS. He's
bro.
a big Canelo Alvarez fan on TBS.
Mm.
I ain't heard from him in a while.
I don't know why these people are coming here trying to fuck up my channel. Are they coming from other channels, D Calico, because they can't handle the fucking heat? These people are weird as fuck, man. Weird fucking idiots. Honestly.
Hey, on Mirage, he ain't been on it. On Mirage, what on Mirage been? He been incognito, huh? I know you big David Benavidez fan. He love
Now let's talk
Benavidez.
about Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, bro. Does
Mm-hmm.
Devin Haney? Everybody looks at him like he lost the fight, bro. How do you see this fight? Do you see Devin Haney as a loser against Ryan Garcia? JB.
Oh, you talking about? Oh, you asking that question too?
To you, JB.
No, I don't see him as no loser, man. Because I agree with what the boxing commission did. They overturned it. They ruled it a no contest. Took the loss off of Devin Haney's record because the guy cheated. The guy had performance enhancing drugs in his system. And the test in the post fight test. So that the guy had an advantage. The guy had advantage. That's ostarine. That stuff makes you it makes you you might make you he already has quick hands, might make you a little quicker. I already had good power, might
Yeah,
have
it give
greater
you
power.
stamina.
So
It give you stamina.
it enhances everything you do. That's why they call it performance enhancing drugs. It enhances your performance. So
Exactly.
he's an undefeated fighter, Devin Haney. He's an undefeated fighter. Now, what that type of punishment he took in that fight, will that have a everlasting effect on him for the rest of his career? We'll find out. That's why I'm very interested in looking at him in his next fight, Haney, and see how his punch resistance is, and see how would he have any kind of reservation on pulling the trigger, letting his hands go. All that is gonna get answered in his next fight. I don't think it's gonna be a problem for Devin Haney, but we won't know until his next fight.
Yep. I don't think it will either. Like everybody just trying to, put it in the kid's psyche. They want the kid to think he's damaged. You know what I mean? But I mean, we from the streets. We don't, you know what I mean? When we get hit, we ain't got no glove going upside our head. And I done seen people take a lot of worse whoopings than that. And when they get back up, they gonna hurt somebody. You know what I mean? Every time. Because now they know what it's like to be hurt.
Yeah. Be interested to see who he fight next. I heard Teofimo Lopez, he came out the other day, said that they offered Devin Haney a contract, $2.4 million guaranteed and 55-45 pay-per-view split in Teofimo Lopez's favor. So hopefully Haney will see that offer. Maybe he send a counter offer because I don't think it should be no 55-45. It should be probably at least 50-50. 55-45 should be in Haney's favor because Teofimo Lopez ain't proved to be no pay-per-view attraction. He ain't never been on no pay-per-view.
Exactly.
Devin Haney been on 3 of them. 2 of the 3 were successful. So if anything, it should be 50-50 or 55-45 for Haney. So hopefully that fight gets done. If not, then maybe Haney can fight the winner of Perro and Hitchens, or maybe Oscar Duarte. I think that's the fighter that Oscar was offering up to fight Haney. So somebody like that would be a good test for Haney in his next fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, the ideal fight would be Tio.
Yeah, that'd be a big fight. He'll be because Haney is accustomed to making a certain amount of money. That's probably why he turned down the Sandor Martin fight. That fight was he did a purse bid, and the fight was he wasn't gonna get paid, but nothing but a little less than a 1.5 was what he was gonna end up getting. So he probably turned down that fight. So he probably want to make a certain amount of money. So that Tio fight, 2.4 million guaranteed, and maybe a 50-50 split. He'll probably to make around 6-7 million at the very least off that fight when it's all said and done. So that could be a fight. Or maybe Parrow Hitchens, especially Parrow when you go over there to Australia, which you already followed there twice. You probably make some good money going over there fighting Parrow. Yeah, no.
I mean, that's if he could beat Hitchens.
Yeah, if he beat Hitchens. I'm just saying that's probably a bigger money fight. If Hitchens win, Hitchens and Haney. Yeah, Hitchens and Haney, that's not a real big fight, I don't think. I don't think he's gonna make a big even if Hitchens win, that's not a big money fight for Haney. Parrow will be a big money fight because he can go over there to Australia, and the Australian government, they'll put up big money for that fight. He can make some money over there. If Hitchens win, he fight Hitchens, but he got to accept less than what he's been making.
Like if Parrow beats Hitchens,
yeah,
which he can because I can't see Hitchens really hurting him. Like I thought Hitchens had power because I didn't see him hurt people. It was sparring, sometimes in the ring, but I'm just saying mostly in sparring. Man, I didn't see him hurt people. So I'm like, damn, if you could do that in the sparring, I thought this guy was gonna be destructive in the ring. But that last fight, I don't know what happened. But
against Lemos, he kind of struggled in that fight.
Yeah, he struggled. I guess he couldn't handle a guy really like bull rushing him.
Mm-hmm.
It smothers power when people close that distance. It really smothers your power. So I don't know. That might have been the case, but I ain't gonna lie. He was hitting him with some good punches, and he just still wasn't doing it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight. I'm looking forward to that fight. Parrow against Hitchens. That's a 50-50 fight.
Hey, I'm the only person said. I'm the only person said that Lemos might have took a dive on the Keyshawn fight.
I just think he came in overweight. He missed weight by like 6 pounds, but he been used to fighting at 140. He fought Keyshawn. They brought him down to 135. So he ended up he didn't try to make the weight, but then I think they put a weight stipulation on for the next day.
They was buddy before the fight, all the day before the fight. They did that fake like 2 days before they did that fake little like weigh in, stare off and shit. They was in the chilling damn near in the hotel lobby type shit. I'm like these niggas act like homeboys.
Yeah, Keyshawn, that boy swinging wild though, but I guess Keyshawn probably looked at the film how he's bum rushing Hitchens, and Keyshawn caught him with some stuff coming in, sidestepped him and caught him.
Man, Keyshawn fight before this fight, that opponent was half of Lemos, and I don't just mean in body weight. I mean he was half the fighter Lemos is, and they went 12 rounds to the wire.
Yeah, but Keyshawn looked good that fight. He beat that boy. That dude was big too. That dude was a big 135 pounds. I don't know how that dude made 135 pounds as big as he was. That's a big old dude he fought. Maduran, whatever his name is, that was a big old dude, tough guy.
Now Lemos was a lot bigger.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm talking about on fight night. I don't know how much big he was. That boy was big. But Keyshawn, I gotta give Keyshawn credit, man. He won the fight. He getting better. He a young fighter. I ain't gonna take that away from him. Getting better every fight. He a young guy growing. He's a good fighter, man. He gonna be fighting for a belt in his next fight against Berinchek. That'd be a good test for him. I think he beats Berinchek and becomes the WBO champion.
I'm gonna think he beat him too because I never seen Berinchek fight.
Yeah, he beat Navarrete.
Okay.
For the belt.
I remember that. That was not that long ago. So he just got that belt from Navarrete.
Yeah, he just got that belt. Yeah, from Navarrete.
Yeah, Navarrete looked boring that fight.
Yeah, it was a good fight. He beat,
he basic as hell. He's a C. Like his skills is a C minus.
Berinchek?
No, Navarrete.
Oh yeah.
But his power is what he's like a B. So his power is what keeps him in the game.
Yeah, he very unorthodox too. He throw punches from bad spots, seem like throw too far, but they be landing. He very awkward, Navarrete.
Yeah, that's why I say he a C minus and stylistically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if Keyshawn is able to beat Barinchek and become WBO champion, he should be, that should be an option for Tank, man. If he get that belt, that should be an option for Tank after Tank fight Roach. If he got to have a belt though. Right now, he talking about fighting Tank, and he don't got nothing to offer Tank right now. But if he get that belt, that's a unification fight for Tank. You have Keyshawn got a belt, Shakur have a belt, he got a belt, and who's the champion in the IBF? Well, it's Loma. Loma, if he don't retire,
Yeah, that very
I'm
big belt. I don't remember like nobody had that belt before, and the belts was all unified.
Which one you
So
talking about?
That's like one of them franchise belts, son. That ain't hit no nothing. What is that?
You talking about IBF or what?
It can't be nothing special because I don't remember nobody who had the belt before. I know Devin Haney never had that belt.
Yeah, Lomachenko got that belt. He fought Kambosos for the vacant belt.
I ain't talking about that belt. I'm talking about the one that Barinchek had.
Now Barinchek got the WBO belt. That ain't no franchise belt. He got the regular belt. That's WBO belt. He WBO champion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was one of the belts Haney had.
Haney was undisputed. He had all the belts. They were saying that Teofimo had the franchise belt because he beat Lomachenko for the belt. Yeah, Haney was undisputed. He had all the belts: WBC, WBA, IBF, and WBO. He's undisputed.
Yeah, all 4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But right now you just named about 5 belts, didn't you?
Nah, 4 belts. The WBA champion is Gervonta Davis. The WBC champion is Shakur Stevenson. The WBO champion is Dennis Barinchek. And the IBF champion is Lomachenko. Keyshawn Davis finna fight the WBO champion for the belt. Shakur Stevenson look like he finna fight Kid Austin to defend his belt. Tank finna fight Roach, who's a champion at 130 pounds. WBA champion at 130 pounds. He got him coming up to 135.
Hey, so break that down for me. Shakur Stevenson and Schofield.
Yeah, I think Shakur gonna beat him, but it might be interesting early on.
Yeah,
I think he got
like out of 10 out of 10 times, or like how many times out of 10 do you see Shakur winning if they fought 10 times?
Oh shit, he definitely gonna win 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 times against Kid Austin.
Oh my gosh, how could you say 10 out of 10? Like the kid don't stand a chance in the world.
I think he do have a chance. I think he have a shot early. I think because he's very, very explosive, and I think he's gonna take. He might surprise Shakur because Shakur might be thinking he had a safe distance. Because he might be thinking he had a safe distance, but he really ain't no safe distance. That guy's very athletic. He get from point A to point B. He can jump in and get his shots off. I think he might catch Shakur with something early, and it might take Shakur a little while to gauge his explosiveness. But once he get his explosiveness down, timing and get the right distance down,
like,
he gonna
how
start.
Could you break it down so
apart.
brilliant? You broke it down so brilliantly, but you said 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna get a guy because anybody can beat anybody. Everybody might have that one great night. You catch him with a shot that he don't see or anything happen.
Okay, out of those 10 wins for Shakur, like how many times is he gonna hurt Kid Austin?
Shit, I don't know. He probably ain't gonna hurt him. He might get his respect though. You gotta get the man respect.
Out of 10 times, he's not even gonna hurt him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he might get his. You got to get that respect where he don't just come in, come start walking you down, no respect, and be prepared to eat punches just to get his shots off. That's when he ain't got no respect for your punches. He got to hit him with some way, get his respect. That's the key. I don't think he's gonna be able to knock out Kid Austin.
We talking about a guy like I think this is the perfect time in the world to fight Shakur Stevenson because he might turn into a monster after he get his ass whooped because number one. He's been born. He's been getting picked on in his favorite part of the world, which is social media. He getting picked on in the social media world. You feel me? And that gets under his skin more than anything. So he's he's being he under a lot of pressure to perform. On top of that, he just coming off a hand injury. This is the perfect time to push his back against the wall and make or break him. Because if you can break him, it don't mean you putting an end to him, but it's gonna elevate Schofield while Shakur has to, regroup and come back on a tear. He might have to fight Keyshawn Davis, everybody. He might have to beat everybody. You know what I mean? To prove something.
Yeah.
I don't think he's fully healed. I think Schofield it'd be perfect time to make him bring it.
Yep. It's the first time. That's what I'm saying. It's a good time. That's what I was saying earlier. It's a great time for him to fight him coming off a hand injury. And he been inactive. He ain't fought since he beat Autumn. That was
and he's never fought a fighter like Schofield. I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah, he's very athletic. His style is like Sean Porter style. Very explosive guy, man. He's very athletic too. So he close distance real quick.
If this was a guy off the streets trying to fight Shakur on the streets, I would be worried for Shakur. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Just because even on come on, we've never seen him fight nobody like that. He's like, hey, for one, we gonna want to check the weight. Is that guy bigger than Shakur? Hey, why he fighting Shakur? You know, but we know this is a professional. We know the weight is right and everything. So it's like, wow, you're still fighting the biggest fighter you ever fought, the strongest fighter you ever fought, probably the most durable fighter you've ever fought. You know what I mean? The most athletic fighter you ever. Like this guy got all the intangibles.
Yep.
Except for experience.
Yeah, he kind of green, and he kind of lacking in some defensive areas too. Boxing, he kind of get caught with some shots he probably shouldn't be getting caught with. But if he can tighten that up for this fight and show up and then use what he does best, he can present some problems for Shakur. Shakur ain't never fought about this athletic, this explosive.
Yep, it's so similar to Tank versus Frank Martin, and I was going for Frank. I never expected him to get knocked out. I expected him to be the guy to survive, right? But goddamn, Tank is Tank, right? Now, is Shakur really Shakur? Because like I say, this is just like the Tank versus Frank Martin. Can Shakur do what Tank would do? Obviously not the same way. He's not going to knock Kid Austin out. But will he dominate like Tank did? I just don't see it right now. I just don't see it. I'm rubbing the crystal ball, man. I just don't see it.
So you think who you think when you think Shakur wins a decision, close fight?
I don't think he can win a decision, but I do question that in those early rounds when they be patient, because Kid Austin's gonna attempt to be patient, but he's young, he's wily. Round 6, he's gonna unravel. It's gonna be time to chase Shakur. I want to know how the judges are gonna judge those early rounds when they were being patient, when they were just exchanging jabs. I don't know how they're gonna grade that. You know what I mean? Yep. So that's gonna be the toss-ups. But when they start getting rough and wild, I'm sure that Shakur is gonna be winning point-wise. But I think anybody in the stands is gonna go wild, more so about Kid Austin, because Kid Austin is gonna take one to give one. He might take 2 to give one. He's gonna do whatever. He's gonna put himself in those positions to make it happen.
Yep.
Especially if by round 6 he ain't felt no power, it's gonna be problems. The kid gonna get he gonna get he gonna be the kid. He gonna stop being calm, cool, and collected. He gonna get rough on.
Yeah, but how do you feel though, D Calico, that Oscar De La Hoya came out and he said his own fighter needs more time.
Yes, he is not like he's doing. Number one, he's doing it because he's not Mexican. I'm gonna be honest with you. Number one, De La Hoya is doing that because this is not a Mexican fighter.
He's doing that with Zapata too.
He's not saying it. He's not saying it outright. He would not. He would never say shit like this. He'll keep it hush hush. He respect his people. But he wants to, like, he's even helping Shakur. Like, he's getting in the head of his own fucking fighter. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me I can't beat this bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna want to push you out my face, like, bro, hey, he can't even be in my camp. Get this nigga from around me type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have that around me. It's like, if I'm gonna go down the street and fight and you talking that bitch ass shit, don't bring your bitch ass around this corner. I'm finna go fight. You know what I'm saying? Yo, scare ass talking about I'm finna lose. Nigga, man, hold on. When I come back, I'm slapping your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. He talking about, just talking about he prospect and all this. Man, the man ranked number 2 in the WBC. He the next one up when your other fighter really ducks. He the only one want to get in the ring with Shakur.
And he talking about Frank Martin, more Telly, whatever. Them guys ain't been champ. They weren't no champions.
Yeah.
Them
Frank Martin ain't finna fight no Shakur after no. Yeah, Frank Martin ain't finna fight no Shakur after no Tank knockout loss anyway. PBC finna put him in with something a surefire win on his next fight. Then maybe put him back in there with somebody top level fight. They ain't put that man in with somebody from another promotional company too. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Mortalia, he was top rank. They finna duck too. Say they don't fight Kid Austin. Mortalia's next. Top rank not finna put Mortalia in there with no Shakur. Shit, they got other shit.
That's
They got
food.
Keyshawn over there. They got Barinacek. They got a whole lot of fight. Loma over there. Shit, they ain't finna put Muratari in there with no fighter with another promoter. That ain't gonna happen. So yeah, Oscar talking crazy, but I think Kid Austin they really told, hey man, we want this fight, man. So don't stand in the way of this fight. We believe we can beat him. Fuck what you
Hey,
talking about. I think he gonna
bro,
go and let the fight happen.
bro, imagine if Eddie Hearn had the Crawford deal on the table and turned it down, saying that my guy Boots is not ready for Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's a prospect and all of this kind of, man, that would be so disgusting. Like, I'm pretty sure Boots, being that he has that type of father, he would leave Eddie Hearn immediately.
Yeah.
How dare you say that bullshit about my son can't beat, but bro, you can't represent us. Get the fuck out of here.
You know, you was what Oscar Taylor was talking about Kid Austin like he was talking about Abdullah Mason. You know, when you do you know what I'm saying? Like, dude been fighting 6 and 8 round fights, and that's it. Man, this man is just fighting 6. You trying to fight a 12 round fight for a champion? Man been fighting 6, 8 round fight. He's a prospect. Nah, this man been fighting 10, 12 rounds. He's ranked number 2 in the WBC. I think he ranked number 6 in the WBO. So he's ranked in 2 of the 4 sectioning body. The guy's ready. The number 1 guy didn't want to fight. The number 2 guy's next up. He say he wants to smoke. Make the fight happen.
I promise you. Like his only thing has been that he knocks guys out, so he doesn't get enough, wreck. He don't get enough wreck. He don't be in the ring very long because he don't get his whole 8. He don't get his whole 10 because he knocked guys out. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So even his last fight, he needed that. That was his first 12 rounder, and it didn't have to go 12 if he would have jumped on him early. Because I remember, like, the first time I saw him really hit that guy was he was like stanky legs, but he didn't hop on him. You know what I mean? And then somehow the fact, it lasted all 12. But he needed that for endurance purposes. You know what I'm saying? For learning purposes. So, that was a good learning experience. And of course, you need more than that to probably go fight Shakur. But guess what? This kid is ready to learn on the fly because he don't plan on really going 12 rounds with Shakur. He don't plan on going 10 with the guys he got to fight 10. He don't go 8 with the guys he got to do 8. He get rid of people.
Yep. It definitely gonna be very interesting. Like I said, this will be the most fresh, best guy on his resume. At least the guy that's, in his, fresh guy that's, not past his best. Like when he fought Herring, Herring was on the back 9 of his career. He fought Valdez. Valdez all right, but he ain't no high level fighter to me. And this is
you know
best.
what I would do if I was
Maybe
Kid
De La
Austin?
Santos probably the only guy you can compare him to. De La Santos probably the only comparison as far as opponent.
Exactly. So what I was just gonna say, if I was Kid Austin and I don't get the Shakur fight, I would try to beat Zepeda's ass.
Yep.
I'm like, number one, this is personal. Like Oscar, I'm gonna show you something. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna beat your best fighter. I'm gonna beat his ass. I'm sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? For real.
That's the fight that Golden Boy probably looking to make. That's the fight. That's why they don't want to do the fight. Probably they probably looking at that fight.
Yeah. Like bro, I know Kid Austin, he just not saying it, but he'll probably slap the shit out of Zepeda. Like, this guy is not scared of Tank. This guy is not scared of Shakur or Keyshawn. You know Zepeda ain't shit to him. He's just not, they on the same team. So, or same, promotion label. So he keeping it hush, but I know he don't see none of them bitches.
Yeah. That's probably the fight Golden Boy probably want to make anyway. A year and a half, 2 years. They want Zepeda to get a belt. Hopefully, like Loma vacate or something. They fight for the IBF belt, get somebody win, and then they'll make Zepeda and Kid Austin. There'll be a big in-house fight for Golden Boy. They could make maybe another year and a half or 2 years. That's what I think they were probably thinking about doing. But the Kid Austin is still up in the rankings. He's number 2, and he's next guy up. There's Zepeda turned the fight down, so he wants some smoke. He don't want to know. You don't want to wait for no Zepeda. I want to fight for a world title now. So they need to let that man fight. Even if he take an L, you can still build him back up. And that's still a big fight down the line anyway. With Zepeda and Kid Austin that Golden Boy can do. He can build himself back up after a loss. He's still young. He's number 22 years old.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, man. Like, and especially with certain opponents. You know what I mean? Like, win, lose, or draw. If your guy's not gonna take, if you're not gonna come out with CTE from losing, then I say go out there and try. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like friendly fire. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, if Shakur beat me, it won't be devastating. You know what I mean? It'll be all right. I can learn from that. Because we all know he got the best skills. But let's show him who the best man is. That's the point.
Yep.
See, the problem is, right, Don, it's easy said than done. When you go against a fighter that's got skills like that, yeah, sometimes you don't want to look silly by trying to rush or work. Because when you're trying to rush a guy like Shakur, yeah, and you're trying to see, and then you're off balance, and you're thinking, wait there, did he just fucking hit me without me seeing it? It starts to change the way you approach the fight in the fight. I think to beat Shakur, you got to be very composed. Kid Austin has to strategize his punches. He has to know when to take his chances and create opportunities. It's not going to be easy to beat a Shakur because he's got the great defense, right? And he's got good footwork. You got to be able to cut off the ring. You got to take him to the ropes. You got to land heavy shots. You got to hope you hurt the guy. You got to make it a rough, dirty fight. But are you able to make it an exciting fight with Shakur? Because so many people have tried and so many people have failed.
Yep. That's the key. That's the key. It got to be a lot of these fights have been snooze fest. But I think with Kid Austin style, I think this could be an exciting fight. That's why I like to
It
just
could be a
play the
rematch.
fight.
It could be the rematch type of fight.
Yeah, I think it will be a rematch clause, probably one way. If Shakur lose, he better, he get an immediate rematch. But if he win, he can move on to other fights. But that's how Eddie Hearn does it. He did it with Anthony Joshua. That's how he does it with this fight. They get them one-way rematch clauses. Especially if they champions too,
Shakur,
then they get the rematch
See,
clause.
the problem is people don't like Shakur, yeah, because they just want to see Shakur get beat. The problem we have here, ladies and gentlemen, the man's got skills.
Definitely.
He takes away all the aggression off of every fighter. So he can stay there, consistently staying on a defense, get you 1-2 pop shot, and then go back on his guard. The problem with that is, right, again, Shakur is a fighter that won't be pushed to fight. He's not there to keep you happy. He's there to keep himself comfortable. Right?
Most definitely.
So we know that with Shakur Stevenson, you got to make it a fight. Where was the last time Shakur was in a great fight, bro? Now, the best fight he was in was Oscar Valdez and Jamel Herring.
Yeah,
but those were 130-pound fighters.
Yeah, them ain't no Kid Austins. Kid Austin is 2 of them. 3 of them.
As he came into 135, it's getting a bit difficult for him to look that good against Edwin De Los Santos and guys like Arthur and whatever his name was.
Yep.
So those guys are showing that they can keep Shakur on bait, and Shakur can't look that good. So Shakur can win the fight, but he has to be boring. That's the way he wins the fight.
I don't think that. I mean, it worked. It worked with De Los Santos because, it was a surprise to everybody. Everybody. It definitely surprised De Los Santos. So I don't think nobody would be surprised this time. So Kid Austin, for one, like I say, Shakur is under a lot of pressure. Kid Austin can play the waiting game for those early rounds and watch Shakur unravel because Shakur has to perform.
And let me tell you, Devin Haney's got more heart than Shakur.
Hell,
Devin Haney will take a risk. Shakur won't.
he'll get off the ground. I don't think Shakur
Devin
will.
Haney is willing to take some chances. Shakur totally ain't. Shakur's there to do what he's there to do. That's his game plan. He's not there to overexert himself. He's not there to take an extra punch or extra chances. Do you understand?
Yeah, you're not gonna get far like that. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he got to be a little bit more aggressive in this fight because Kid Austin does make some mistakes defensively, so he need to be a little bit more in the mid range, up in the pocket, which he usually is anyway. He's one of them guys who can kind of be in front of you and still be hard for you to hit him. His defense is that good, but he's going against a guy with explosive power. And what I noticed in that De Los Santos fight is he was very very defensive in that fight because I guess he was worried about De Los Santos' power. He was taking a lot of 2 steps back and trying to stay out of range. I think he's gonna probably be a little bit more aggressive in this fight because that fight was a snooze fest. He got a lot of criticism for that fight, so I think he's gonna try to be aggressive, not like Devin Haney where he's gonna be reckless with it. But I think he's gonna be a little bit more aggressive because I think he's gonna try to take advantage of the mistakes that Kid Austin does make on defense. So I think he'll be a little more aggressive and try to take advantage of those defensive holes in the Kid Austin game. But that's gonna leave him in range for Kid Austin to get off his shots. And like I said, he's very explosive, especially athletic, and he's very explosive with getting off his shot. So that's going to make for, I think, a very exciting fight, more exciting than people probably think it's going to be.
Yep.
See, it's easy for people to say, I'm going to do this to Shakur, I'm going to do that to Shakur. But people freeze. When they fight Shakur, yeah, they start throwing a lot of punches and they start realizing they're getting outboxed a little bit. Then they're realizing they're punching air. Then they're realizing they're getting a little bit tired. They start to freeze. Shakur starts to at least keep himself in that same momentum, and they can't break the man.
Yeah, it's Autumn. He did some good stuff with Shakur about the
He
first 4
did.
rounds. Autumn was doing good. He was getting
He
off some
touched.
shots, very
He
competitive.
touched.
Yeah, but then Artem started to get touched on, and he was getting.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of unnecessary movement. That's why he kind of wet out. He was doing all that herky jerky motion, all that extra. He don't need to be doing all that movement. Man, he need to get your shots off being, defensively sound. But he do a lot of extra movement that probably tire him out. So that's what kind of worked against him. But that's some of the things that Kid also can take advantage of in first half of the fight, maybe first 4 rounds, getting off his shots, especially if Shakur is looking to be a little bit more aggressive in a big fight, unlike he was against De Los Santos.
See, there's 2 things about Artem. Like, he's damaged goods from Frank Martin. Like, Frank Martin, definitely knocked some of that life bar out of the guy. Like, he ain't really no good since. And then here comes a talent like Shakur Stevenson, who had enough power. He had enough power for Artem, but how many people does he have enough power for? I don't think. Like out of all the fighters there is at 135, Kid Austin could be the toughest. If not Tank Davis. Like when you
Now, I
name
reckon the
somebody,
toughest fights for Shakur is Lomachenko in his time when Loma was still more active. All
now
right.
I'm not talking about skill wise. I'm talking about
I'm
as far
saying
as
Loma would make Shakur
physically.
fight. You
I'm talking about
understand?
physically tough.
Now, Tank Davis, I think is another guy that can wear Shakur down because Tank Davis can not just punch, he can box.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Tank can probably be the guy to land those big shots on Shakur, and Shakur will go into a freezing mode. If you think he ran against Edwin De Los Santos, bro, he'll be running faster than Usain Bolt against Tank.
Like he got a better chance with Tank than he does Kid Austin. I don't know. I'm telling you, y'all just don't see it. But he got a better chance with Tank. Tank is gonna procrastinate with him. Tank is gonna bullshit with him for maybe 9 rounds. Then by the time he thinks about turning the volume up, it's gonna be too late. Shakur gonna be able to backpedal his way to victory. But Kid Austin ain't gonna give him no free rounds. If he get a free round, it'd be round 1. He would not get. He just won't. He's gonna have to. You know, he's gonna have to actually box. Since we say he's a great boxer, we're gonna find out. He's gonna have to. He's gonna have to be boxing. And if we turn into a fight, he's gonna have to show us he can fight.
Yeah, as I was saying in boxing, styles makes fights, so we'll see. I think this is a good style matchup. It's gonna make it for it to be a pretty exciting fight. With Shakur Stevenson being involved in it, and a lot of times he ain't been involved in a lot of exciting fights. So this could be an exciting fight. And I think Kid Austin gonna bring it. Man. He's
How do
definitely
you
gonna
make
bring the
an
pressure. He
exciting
definitely
fight,
gonna be
bro?
looking to
You
land
say
big
it's an exciting
shots.
fight. You're talking caps. There's exciting fights only happen if Shakur's willing to fight.
But I think the judge is gonna punish him because I remember when he had the card with Shaq Foster on him on the card, he fought right before Shakur fought. It probably the Arden fight.
And
And
him joining Turkey Al Sheikh. You know that Turkey is not going to keep Shakur in small fights. There's going to be fights that Turkey's going to put Shakur in.
yeah, and I'm saying I felt like the boxing world was sending a message to Shakur when Shaq Foster fought before Shakur, and people felt like they cheated Shaq Foster in
Oh
his
yeah, the
fight.
Conseco fight. That was the first fight. Conseco
In the
fight.
first
Yeah,
fight. In the
yeah.
first fight. But it was a snooze fest. And it was a punishment by the boxing commission. It was like a message. They were sending a message to Shakur. And he still went out there and was, kind of snoozing people. So, it really was a message to Shakur that we will take a victory if you fight, the right person, man, with this bullshit. They showing it. Like they want some action. Everybody want action. They tired of grading touches. We don't want to grade touches. Oh yeah, you touched him. Oh yeah, you touched him. That sucks. Cause it shouldn't even count. It's like tapping somebody with a glove. Pity pat pat pat. Please don't count that. If you a judge, don't count that shit.
Yeah, born. That was in his hometown too, in Newark, New Jersey. You know, he was getting
Exactly.
bruised. That was kind of bad right there.
Come on, man. I don't think he should ever go back to Jersey.
Nah, he don't even live down no more. He live in Houston actually. I don't know where he,
I'm
but you
saying
know,
as
that's
far
where
as
he's from.
boxing, like, don't take no event back then. Them people don't want to see you. He need to make somebody else fall in love with him because it's not in Jersey.
Yeah, he's got that style where it's not really crowd pleasing style. He got to keep winning, man. Cause they said the same thing about Andre Ward, man. His style wasn't pleasing, but he was able to keep winning, retired a champion, beat one of the baddest men in boxing at the time, Kovalev, and rolled off into the sunset.
Like
Hall of Fame fighter.
if he fights a big name, he's not gonna win. Like the judges are not gonna say that you beat that champion by not beating him.
Yeah, that's what people gonna say. That's what people's thinking about in that Tank fight, because Tank gonna be applying the pressure, and they gonna favor him because he's bringing the pressure, even though it might go 12 rounds because he's able to stay away from the power of Tank for 12, because he is a defensive wizard. He's not gonna get the decision. They're gonna say, man, you fall off the back foot. You did a lot of running. He the one brought the pressure. He landed the more harder shots.
Crazy.
That's kind of what happened in the Better B Bivol first fight. You know, they gave it a Better B because Better B was applying the pressure.
That's
He
what I'm
seemed like
saying.
his shots were doing more damage than Bivol
Look,
shots.
all of these are messages being sent to Shakur, and Shakur was supposed to have been on the card for the Better B fight.
He
That's
supposed to fight Jim Cordina. Yeah.
another reason he ducked that. I ain't gonna say ducked. He got the hand injury or whatever. But if he would have been there, he could have lost that night because the judges were prepared to show a motherfucker like him. Don't bring that boring shit.
Yeah.
Bring your A game, mister. You know what I mean? Because matter of fact, that's probably the rules from Turkey Al Sheikh. He don't want no bullshit in the ring.
Yeah.
Like even the Ruiz and Baby Miller fight. That's why it was a tie. It's a tie. Both of y'all suck.
Yeah, you didn't like that fight, that Miller fight. That Miller was kind of a good fight. Him and Andy Ruiz.
Oh my gosh! I bet you won't rewatch it because it sucked.
Nah, it wasn't no thriller in Manila. Don't get me wrong, but
I'm saying it wasn't good at all. if it was good at all, you'll rewatch it one day. You'll
Yeah.
never rewatch that unless you want to cut it off in the middle, after a couple rounds.
That was one of the better fights on the card, actually. You know, that card got a lot of
it was
hype,
a
but the
horrible
fights
night.
actually didn't turn out to be that good, though.
It was
That
a
and
horrible night.
the Bacoli fight was the best fight. Bacoli and Big Baby Anderson.
Let's
I
go.
thought Miller
I
and
was just
Ruiz
showing
fight
my
was the
son
second
Martin
best fight on
Bacoli.
that card.
Yeah, Martin Bacoli. That's my favorite heavyweight right now. Him and Dubois.
Yeah, ain't nobody want to fight him though. You see, Zhang ducked it, and Kabayal ducked it. Zhang and
Man, we over
Kabayal
here
fighting each
talking
other.
about he gonna fight Zane. So Zane back that.
Yeah, Zhang was the first one. He was number one. Him and IBF ordered him and the Bacoli fight for the mandatory position for the Dubois belt. And Zhang turned it down. Then Kabayal was next. He turned it down. Now Zhang and Kabayal fighting. That's why they both turned it down. They fighting each other. So now it's FBA Jogbar's turn. FBA Jogbar is next. He's number 3. So we'll
so
see
they gonna
if,
make him beat him up.
yeah, that's if Top Rank allow him to Jogbar to attack him. Remember, they already got big. He already beat one of the Top Rank other fighters in
Like
Big Baby
you
Anderson.
see how slick
They
they
might
I
say,
don't
hell
know if
no,
you see
we ain't
how
gonna let no
slick they
Jogbar
is,
get
bro.
in there. We
I don't
lose
know if you
another
see how
fighter.
slick they is. Like they're trying to put the two Africans versus each other.
Yeah,
them
he's the
is
only
like
one.
them the only two Africans I can think of them in the heavyweights.
Yeah. And I don't even know if Jogbar gonna take that fight because he with Top Rank. Top Rank already took an L with Big Baby Anderson. They told Big Baby not to take that fight, but Big Baby saw the money that Turkey was offering. He said, "Give what y'all talking about. I'm gonna take this fight." But a Jogbar a little bit older fighter, so they might not trip with a Jogbar. Jogbar, he
And then
probably
he been
looking
knocked
for
out
one big
before.
payday.
He been
He
knocked out
been knocked.
before. Like the power Bacoli got. Like if he want to go to sleep, he can get in the ring with him.
Yep, yep.
Bacoli gonna knock him out.
Yeah, that's the idea for ordered that the other day though. Bacoli versus a job, but he next up. He number 3. He the next guy. So number 1 and
want to
number
feed
2
him some
turned it
food.
down. Yeah. So
It's gonna
we'll
be
see if a
brutal.
job
It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be one of the knockouts of the year, man. I'm telling you. Before it happens.
Jabba, he kind of stiff though. Even though Bacoli bigger than him, Bacoli punches are more fluid than Jabba. He gonna knock Jabba out, man. Like you said.
I'm talking about with a short jab.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say like the Terrence Crawford jabs that he put on Crawford was like it came from Martin Bacoli. Like it didn't make no sense. How
Yeah.
destructive them jabs was, man.
Yeah, I want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see. I want to see Bacoli and Zhang. I thought it was gonna be a great match. That's gonna be a fight of the year type of fight. I want to see that, but
man, me and my son was just bragging about, oh yeah, Bacoli gonna do it for us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Zhang done ducked him.
Yeah, but like I say, if he win his next fight, he gonna be mandatory number 1 contender in the IBF. That's why they say this is an eliminator. So hopefully Jogbar take the fight. If not, they go into the next guy. I don't know what guy behind the Jogbar, but it's up to him to take the fight.
Like man, right now I think Bacoli is a real problem, man. Like Dubois also. Like I feel like Dubois gonna get the belts, but I think Bacoli gonna take them from him.
Yeah, Shakur Stevenson, bro.
Yeah. It'll be a good fight. That'd be a good match. If he win his next fight, he have to fight. Dubois got to give him a belt, give him a fight, or he gonna give up his belt. You know, Dubois just won that. Well, he won that belt when he beat who did he beat? I can't remember that last guy he beat before he beat AJ. Because they was fighting for the intro belt. He got elevated to the belt when they stripped the Usyk.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if his mandatory is coming up. It might be coming up, but it ain't gonna come up until Bacoli fight the guy and become the mandatory. That's when they probably call it.
Man, my boy Bacoli said he done stopped all them dudes in sparring. He say I didn't spar them, I smashed them.
Yeah, Bacoli, boy, that boy called it like George Foreman 2.0. That
Man, I'm
guy
talking
is.
about somebody showed him a George Foreman film, man. He reinvented himself. Like if you
Mm-hmm.
look at the old film, like when he had his one loss, that's back when he used to be fighting on his back foot and trying to box. Like he would, bro. If you watch every fight after that, he would not go backwards. He'll stand right in the middle of the ring before he take a step back. He ain't taking no step back. He 285 pounds now. He done gained about 50 pounds, 40 pounds. Man, that man ain't playing. What? And then
Yeah,
he
he mess
fluid.
around. He throw a punch with mean attention. He don't waste no punches. He throws punches. He look at the land punch, very accurate power puncher, Bacoli.
And he don't draw back. Like he don't be pulling all the way back to get a punch off no more. Now he just hit you with these short George
Yeah,
Foreman.
short shots. Yep.
Yep. Oh man, it's vicious.
Yeah, he gonna be a problem for anybody at heavyweight. Any one of them champions. Dubois, I wouldn't be in no rush to fight him. I'm Dubois. I'll be trying to get one of them other big fights, Fury or Usyk, AJ rematch. I wouldn't be looking to fight him, man. That's a
Yep.
high risk,
Problem.
low reward fight.
Man, I know he. I mean, bro, I want to see him knock Fury out. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Fury could well Fury had to fight him for the Fury had to want to unify after Bacoli win the IBF belt. Because Fury, they fight for them other 3 belts. I don't even think Fury ranked in the. If you're a champion, former champion, I don't think Fury ranked in the IBF. And I know Usyk ain't ranked in the IBF because he got the belts in the WBO, WBC,
So
and
let's talk
WBA.
about the bronze bomber. Deontay Wilder quickly had a quick interview when he was in the airport, and he said he's still going to be fighting soon.
Yeah, he got one
What
more
are we
fight
going to
with
do
Turkey.
with Deontay Wilder? Where is he, and what do you expect from the bronze bomber?
Well, I think, like I said, he got one more fight with Turkey. Remember, he had signed like a 3-fight deal with Turkey, so he got one more. He owes Turkey one more fight. I think what they're gonna try to do, I think they're gonna try to revisit the Ngannou fight. You know, that'll be in boxing. Maybe I think Wilder even say he'll do one in boxing, one in the cage, but that'd be asinine for him to fight that man in the cage. He gonna get knocked out. But maybe fighting Ngannou, fight him. That could be a big fight, especially they could put him maybe over there in Africa. They could put on a big event over there, maybe. Or if not, they have to put it in Saudi Arabia, I guess. But that's probably what they're looking to do next.
Hey, Deontay Wilder better not take them chicken legs in no cage. For real.
Yeah.
Like that'd be a nightmare.
Yeah. I think that's probably they're looking to do maybe Ngannou, boxing match with Ngannou. If you can't get him, then you need to probably look at maybe a big baby Miller fight or Andy Ruiz fight.
Hey,
One of them two.
Ngannou ain't really got no ground game, but I bet you he gonna pull out some ground game on him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Real
He gonna do.
ground and pound.
Yeah, he gonna have a kicking game, 2 kick at them legs. He'll really be trying to kick too much. He be looking for the one hit a quitter. But against Wilder, like you say, he gonna be kicking at them skinny legs, trying to chop Wilder down.
Yeah, he gonna grab him. He gonna grab him.
Yeah.
Even though he that's not what he do, but he will against Wilder.
Yep. But I think that's what Wilder and them looking for. They looking at Ngannou if they can get that fight. That's probably the fight that can give Wilder the biggest bag. Try to get a fight with Ngannou in boxing. Can't get that, then probably look for a big baby Miller fight. Yeah, that fight always where they've been linked to each other for years. Do a fight with Big Baby or maybe Andy Ruiz. They call it a career after that.
Nah, Anthony Joshua. That's gonna be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, but Eddie Hearn don't want to make the fight though. They don't want to fight. They say Joshua he either fighting Dubois rematch or he fighting Fury.
Oh, so
Whether
he trying to act
Fury
like
win
he's
or
still in
lose,
the
they ain't
mix.
even brought up Wilder. They ain't even brought up Wilder. They
So
ain't got no
he
interest in that fight.
he wanna tell himself that he's still in the mix.
Yeah, they want to do that Fury fight because either Fury lose or win, that's a big fight over there in the UK. That's a big fight. They can put that in Wembley Stadium. That thing can do 100,000 fans. Or they can do the Dubois rematch, and that'll be AJ probably final fight though. He gonna get knocked out again. He probably retire, get him one big payday, big fight, big event. Over there in Saudi Arabia, wherever they fight or back at Wembley, and call it a career. Yeah, they ain't looking at Wilder. They ain't looking at Dubois or Fury. So yeah, so you probably ain't gonna see Wilder till next year. He definitely ain't fighting this year. Probably next year. So maybe the first quarter of next year. And like I say, maybe Ngannou. That's the fight they probably number one fight they looking at.
Yeah, real.
Yeah, we're gonna ready to see what the PBC does. They got some big fights coming up. They got Benavidez Morel February 1st. They got a pretty good undercard. They got Fulton Figueroa 2. They got Pitbull coming back. And they got a couple other fights lined up on that card. That should be a pretty good card. Then they got Tank and Roach March 1st at the Barclays in New York. I'm hearing they got Rayo versus Gary Antoine Russell on the undercard. They got Stanley Jonas finally defending his WBA belt after being out of the ring for a long time. He fought like once in the last 2 years, I think. He fighting Gayasov. That's the number one contender in the WBA. Gayasov, he fought on that Crawford Medjanov undercard. Not even the undercard. He fought like that Wednesday when they fighting on that beach over there in California. They fought on that beach back next to that amusement park. He fought on that card. Gayasov, he undefeated. He a good little fighter from Eastern European fight. He from the same party as Medjanov, same country. He a good little fight. He can box, got a little power. That would be a pretty good little test for Stadionis. And I think it's some other fight. I think Jamal Charlo coming back on that card. He fighting Lamana. So he making his debut at 168. He fighting on the card. And it's another fight that's supposed to be pretty good on that card. I can't remember, but it's a pretty good little undercard for the Tank Roach fight. Pretty strong undercard. Then you got Canelo. Then you got Spence and Fedor. They fighting. I think they try to get that fight done for April. But I think they're gonna strip Fedor to WBO because WBO say you gotta fight somebody that's ranked in the top 15, and they didn't rank Spence. So you got to give up that belt and just defend his WBC belt against Spence. Because the WBC, one thing about them, they'll rank Spence. They ain't got no problem ranking him. Even though he ain't fought at 154. They know that's a big money fight. They want to be a part of it. Suleiman, he'll rank him. So that fight probably gonna happen, but I think they're probably gonna strip Fedor to WBO. So that just be for one belt when he fights Spence. That'd be in April. And then you got Canelo coming back in May against maybe Crawford or the WBA. He got a WBA mandatory that's about to be called. He can fight that boy from Canada. I can't remember his name right now. Fight him or fight Crawford. That'll be Canelo. So the PBC, they got some stuff lined up, but all of it's pay-per-view though. They ain't got too many fights that's on non-pay-per-view fights going on right now. Like here recently. Most of their fights outside of Tim Tszyu against Bakram Martariev, all they fights been pay-per-view. So they say they're gonna have several cards next year that's not gonna be pay-per-view, but we'll see. That's what they said this year. It didn't happen really. So we'll see.
See him on later.
Yeah, but if Wilder's still gonna fight, what fights would you match him up with? Anthony Joshua. That's still a big fight.
Yeah, I want to see Anthony Joshua fight. That's the fight. That's the number one fight I want to see. But I don't think Eddie Hearn them gonna make that fight. I don't think they said Crawford. They ain't never want to really fight Wilder, but they damn sure ain't gonna fight him coming off back-to-back losses. So that's not gonna happen. So I think more realistic is the Ngannou fight for Wilder. If not the Ngannou fight, Big Baby Miller or Andy Ruiz. Those are probably the three options. You know.
Yeah, some good fights.
Yeah, that's good. That's take one of them fights and call it a career. That's what I think. Especially if you get a win.
Which fight do you think Deontay Wilder has the best chance of winning it, and the one that he has the least chance of winning?
Best chance of winning is I guess with Ngannou. Even though Ngannou got that one hit a quitter, but he showed that in MMA. He ain't showed that in no boxing. So Ngannou, he's a novice. That'd be the best one for him to take. Second best is probably.
Or which one he got the least chance of winning?
Maybe Andy Ruiz. If Andy Ruiz get himself in shape, he's a tough guy to deal with his hand speed. He got hand speed like a middleweight. Got real fast hands for heavyweights. So that give him an advantage over a lot of plodding heavyweights. So he probably be the least. If he in shape, he probably be the least attractive. It's probably Ngannou 1, Big Baby 2, because Big Baby, Big Baby for a big dude, he bring the pressure, but he don't throw as many punches he threw pre PDs in his system. He was throwing punches. He throwing 100 punches around. He was throwing more punches than some flyweights out there. He ain't doing that, but he still bring pressure and he know how to use his weight. He got a good chin. It seems like it. He gonna let his hands go for sure. So that probably be the second toughest one I take, and then at least one probably be Andy Ruiz, especially if Ruiz in shape. Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
Yep, I like them.
Yep. All right, Calico Rasta, I'm about to get on off, man. My phone about to go dead, man. I got to get on, lay it down, man. Get ready for tomorrow.
Hey, who who they had the pleasure of building with?
This JB Sports.
Yeah, man, you
Yeah.
definitely on point, man. You definitely on point.
Yeah.
I'm talking about seeing like you got the whole boxing roster, like, right there in front of you in your paperwork. Now you're
Oh
messing
yeah.
like now you're good at you good at what you do.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. You good at what you do, man. Talking about boxing, man. You know a lot about the boxing game yourself. And like I said, look forward to in the future talking with you about some more upcoming big fights, because we got a lot of big fights coming up. So we got to get on this panel again and talk about a lot of these fights coming up, especially like when Tank and coming up and Benavidez, people like that coming up.
Yeah, man. Yep. The
Yep.
big names, the new big names.
Yep. All right. I'll holler at you, y'all. Take it easy. Rap Star, Calico, everybody in the panel.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah,
texting y'all.
man,
Take it
just
easy,
take it
man. Holler
easy,
at y'all
bro.
next time.
Yes, sir.
Rapstar just finishing his breakfast, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to
Yeah,
go and
man.
lay it down, Rap Star, man. Get out. My phone about to go dead anyway. I got to lay it down, get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, respect you, man. We see you tomorrow or something.
All right, that'll work.
Yeah, so D Calico.
Hey, let me ask you something off topic real quick. Because I know you from the across the pond.
Mm.
But what is your favorite kind of tea?
Man, I don't even drink tea like that, but PG Tips is the biggest tea out here.
Okay.
Earl Grey, but I don't drink tea like that, bro.
Yeah, because over there tea and crumpets. Like you hear
Man,
about
tea
tea
is
and
just for tea
crumpets.
time.
So
Tea time is an
what is
excuse
a
to eat.
crumpet?
Yo, tea time is an excuse to eat sandwiches, eat cakes, eat
Hey,
donuts. You can eat what the fuck you want at tea
so
time,
is
bro.
that what a crumpet is? Like a pastry?
Crumpet is a pastry, yeah.
Okay.
Come on, bro. Tea and crumpets, bro.
Yeah, man. I ain't been across the pond, man.
Just
So I
because I'm from England, don't mean I fucking drink tea. There's a lot of people that drink tea, bro. But yo, tea time is
hey,
more. It's
hey,
more like tea time. Like yo, you want to have something to eat.
hey. So
Let's have
watch
something
this.
to eat.
So if I ask a Irish, what is your favorite beer? Am I wrong?
No.
Hey, just because he Irish don't mean he fucking drink beer, man. Nah, I'm messing with you. It does mean he drink beer.
That's funny, bro.
Hey, that's like asking, a person from Mexico, do he like Coronas? Like, I don't have to ask that. I could just bring the Coronas, man. Don't ask me, man. Bring them. Bring the Coronas.
Like asking Americans why they eat so much.
Hey, fried food. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
For real.
Yeah, man. I mean, every nation has their own way.
For real. For real.
Everybody has their own way, man. But yeah, man. Let's see if these fights get made, D Calico. There's been a lot of talk. A lot
Yeah.
of talk on Twitter. There's more there's more fights on Twitter than there is fucking in the ring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when you're talking about the British, the American, the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, at the end of the day, every country has a fighter. Yeah, we get that. But ultimately, the biggest fights when they get made, it makes us happy, bro, as fans. It's all about all nations coming together for one big event. That's what boxing brings. You know what I mean?
Hey, Hey, Don Ramon talking all this shit in the chat, but I ain't stunning his ass. Hey, and Bomb Squad. Nah, we all know he ain't what he was, and so I can't brag no more. But for about 10 years, I could brag. About 8 years, I was bragging. So hey, on to the next.
Hey man, the Americans need the next superstar.
We do.
The Americans are lacking that superstar power. Yeah?
Yep.
You ain't got no look, Mike Tyson comes old and he's breaking numbers to show you that the Americans are lacking star power, bro.
Yeah,
The
that he hasn't
Americans
been
were the
replaced.
kings. No, not no more.
Yep,
Not
Mike
no
Tyson.
more.
Mike Tyson hasn't been replaced.
The Americans need the next Mike Tyson, bro. Is that ever gonna happen, D Calico? Or is that a one-off?
That's like saying, will we ever get another Ali? I don't think it ever happened. Not the way, nah. I can't see it happening.
Wow. The Americans have Jake Paul.
I mean, Martin Bacoli looked like George Foreman. I don't know. I don't know where it's gonna come from. It might come. It might come.
Now I'll say this though. At the end of the day, without having the Americans, without having the English, the Mexicans, the Australians, the Puerto Ricans, the fucking all of them, every nation, there ain't no boxing, bro. So we got to take the best of what we got right now. But let's see what the future holds. You know what I mean? You don't know. You never know what the future can be. But boxing's changing right now. It's all about social media. You better know how to sell your presence. You better know how to fucking speak on the camera. Because if not, you don't sell tickets. You can't just be a good fighter without a presence. You got to have a presence and a personality and to fight. So boxing has a lot of implements. But yo, D Calico, man, it's always a pleasure to have you here, bro.
Yes, sir.
And yo, man, I'm done for the night, for the day, and for everyone who enjoyed Thanksgiving across the pond. Respect to you guys, and don't you probably be eating turkey even tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Hey,
All right,
you already know what's up.
Yeah, respect to you, D. All right, peace.
This is the only sport where you can kill a man and get paid for it at the same time. It's legal. So why not use my right to do so? But some people will say that.
Is this fight really on that level? I mean,
This is the level of this fight. This is the funeral right here. It's just no casket yet. This fight right here, I will get a body on my record. I've been wanting one for a long time now anyway. And what better opponent to do it with? So much pain, so much frustration, so much things that have been going on in my career. I want a body, and he gonna be the body. Like I said, I meant everything, even with the killing part. I meant that. I do want a body on my record, but
like I don't want to kill somebody
back
for
a little
few
bit.
seconds.
Nah, I want a body on my record. I want one.
No, you don't.
I want one. I really do. Like,
you want to be Ivan Drago?
That's the.
If he died, he died.
Yeah, but that's the bronze bomber. Like, he won't.